Are no strangers to defending their titles on the international stage. So for them, this is just another day at work. Team Malaysia are going to definitely put up a strong contention for the title, but this is only the semi-finals after all, so they gotta keep it going strong. Let us talk about Momo, Skies, Stormy, Lalil, and Yubes.
I mean, who doesn't know them, right? I mean, definitely we've been so far seeing amazing performance from all of them, especially the fact that we have a lot of things to talk about where they were able to actually have a really good run throughout the group stage until into the quarterfinals. And hopefully those momentum will keep up and especially will be continue on into fighting with Team Indonesia. But here's the thing, even if Team Malaysia is also on the great momentum as well, we cannot put down on Team Indonesia because they are also in a very clean streak fight as well. We have Aran, Joe, Yezikel, Kabuki, as well as Widi.
Team Indonesia has been looking pretty clean so far in the WEC, and as you've already pointed out, Pasha, both these teams are currently on an undefeated record throughout their time in the group stage as well as the playoffs. Whoever goes down here is going to be that one singular stain. And it is unfortunate that it will happen right before the grand finals itself, but that is why many eyes are on this matchup currently. Both sides going to be quite good at aggressive early game plays overall, solid skirmishing. Hero pools are flexible, their experience on the international stage in both perspectives is invaluable. And we will see what happens when they clash.
Let's see, so far I do think that pretty much we are seeing a lot of the meta polars coming in from the WEC. We talked about even throughout this 5 days. Definitely they always prioritize whether Grok, Lapu Lapu, even Gatot Kaca is also a very good viable option to be put out first of all. But looking on the side of draft-wise, Malaysia is very straightforward, even with a little bit of surprise element of that Nana putting off from Stormy as well. That is the things that we love to see from Team Malaysia. Now, Team Indonesia, they like a little bit of direct. They love to be a little bit straightforward when it comes to their draft. So the question is, are they going to actually be a little bit also surprise element for this semi-final?
Indeed, if they've got any hidden strategies that they've been lying in wait for, now is the time to bring it up. I imagine that many teams here in WEC have been keeping an eye on Team Malaysia in particular as the defending champions, the one opponent they want to take down in order to challenge the title for. So considering the experience that Team Indonesia has as a lineup, I would be very surprised if they hadn't prepared something for this particular match.
And the fact that they have their women category, they already have their women's able to actually get that championship back-to-back yesterday. So that's kind of been a little bit of a boost morale for the players from Team Indonesia as well. So definitely there is something to be put on the pedestal. It could also build up a little bit of pressure. So I'll say like, hey, if our team women can do it, must be that men can do as well. But moving into our first map of the day is going to be Broken Walls. Why is it that whenever it's in like women category, we always keep seeing flying clouds, but when it comes to the men, I keep on seeing a little bit of challenge from their own RNG god, you know? So, but it's okay, I'm liking it. This is why I'm able to actually have the opportunity to cast for the semi-finals men category.
Yeah, it's gonna be very exciting to see what happens here. Broken Walls is an interesting map because while it does affect the jungle most of all, the highest impact is going to be on that Turtle and Lord Pit, affecting the Lord Dances quite a bit. We're jumping into draft now for game number 1. Team Malaysia on the blue side, getting rid of some very interesting heroes right off the bat, the Angela and the Helker.
I think pretty much we did saw some of the games that already passed through. There were times that Hellcat was actually going in, and those are the things that they're trying to actually hold out just a little bit or even try to avoid it out. Here's the thing, Grot is still open. Are they going to actually give that opportunity to be picked up? Because they have the first pick, but at the same time, they're gonna actually give up that 2 picks as well to Team Indonesia.
Previously, when Team Malaysia was playing against Team Mongolia in the quarterfinals, they were actually the team that was banning out Grok both times, which allowed them to grab the Gatot Kaca for themselves. Now that both roamers are being left open with the Uranus being banned out by Team Malaysia, it creates a very interesting question. Do they want to go for the Grok first themselves? Do they want to grab Gatot instead? Is there a different hero that they would rather prioritize, like the Lapu Lapu, which so far has been very consistent in Momo's hands?
And it seems that it is open for them. They can take the Lapu Lapu if they want. Even the Grok is still open for themselves. Let's see how they want to actually open things up. Because so far, that is going to be the safe option for Team Malaysia if they want to actually go for the direct. But at the same time, are they going to actually prioritize even the jungler even at this state? Because Hayabusa is still open as well. And even I see like Lancelot. So far, we do see from the side of women's, right? We keep on seeing that Lancelot was been denied countless of time. Only a couple of times during the early stage, like when it comes to the group stage, we did see that Lancelot was able to pass through. But here on out, it seems that Grok is going to be picked up first for the choice of Team Malaysia. So Lapu Lapu is still open. Gatot Kaca is still open for Team Indonesia as well.
Team Indonesia don't need to lock in Gatot here. They can go for it in the third pick since they already know that Team Malaysia won't be contesting it away. Going for higher priority heroes here will be more valuable. Things like the Lapu Lapu are good. Lancelot, which you mentioned was almost permabanned on the women's category, is still wide open. Eve as well, having very high priority. They will take the Lance, but they pair it with the Zeus in.
Oh, even Jushin, I think pretty much only once or twice that was able to pass through in the woman category. So yeah, pretty much liking how Indonesia is coming in for the first two draft. Team Malaysia, they still be able to actually pick out the assassin if they want to though, but Hayabusa, if they want to actually pick it up, we did saw how they were able to actually trample Mongolia on their fight at the quarterfinals. If they want to actually go to that direction, or they want to actually pick up Kimi right now for at least getting. But no, oh, wait, never mind. Kimi already been banned off. My bad. I'm sorry. But Eve is open, like you talked about.
Eve is good. The Eve Grok combination was very popular on the women's side of the bracket, so I wouldn't be surprised if Team Malaysia goes for that. But they will probably need to prioritize the Hayabusa to make sure that guy's hero pool isn't too limited later on. So something has to be traded. So they give up the Eve, they go for the Lapu, and as expected, the Gatot Kaca will get locked in for Indonesia.
Let's see, on the Indonesia side, if they want to actually take down Eve, can be done as well, just to hold out a little bit of the pool for the mid laner, or even the gold lane. They can actually just take down even Ranger right now if they want to actually shut down a little bit. Even Lunox is also a particular, but it seems that Eve going to be the first choice for Indonesia to take down first.
We know that Stormy has a very wide hero pool, so it's going to be very difficult to particularly target down the mid lane, but getting rid of Eve makes the most sense overall since that is still a very effective hero in the current meta. They don't really need to ban any other mages. I think if they're particularly worried, then Lunox is the one to get rid of, or maybe Selena, but otherwise I think they can start focusing on gold lane instead. Team Malaysia, they're going to start banning fighters as is expected since they already have their Lapu Lapu and Indonesia hasn't locked in their EXP lane. Looks like it is going to be the Selena being banned out by Indonesia.
Again, prioritizing on the mid lane as well, but again, there's still a couple of heroes that Stormy can definitely flex it out here, so we're not pretty much too worried about that. On Team Malaysia, they are focusing on the EXP. If they want to take down Yuzong, they can also shut down maybe Arlet or even Glue, because we do see Glue is also particularly a little bit of popular on their side here for the WEC 25.
I think Arlet is probably a little scarier, but there's also options like the Alice. It all depends on how much of an advantage Team Malaysia wants to put in the EXP lane.
Kalau kita investasi 1 juta di Bitcoin sekitar 5 tahun lalu, hari ini jadi berapa ya? Maka minimal uang teman-teman sudah menjadi
get rid of that. Ooh!
But
Obsidia from Team Indonesia.
Okay, Obsidia. I think we rarely see it on the women category, but we do see spotted out a couple of games from the men. Spotted out a couple of games from the men category, always picking up this Obsidia. Not to say the win rate is actually like a confirmed one, but it kind of actually have a lot of base ground when it comes to the late damage wise. But again, when it comes to Team Malaysia, they have a solid ground when it comes to the frontliners, as well as to make sure they be able to survive it out. And in the equation where the fact that Sakis, if he'll be able to actually do a little bit of execution for the back line. I think that might be okay so far. But here's the thing, Team Malaysia, who they want to actually pick out? Is it going to be... Oh, Farsa is going to actually be picked out, as well as Xborg.
Okay, Team Malaysia going for double fighter side lane without a notable scaling late gamer, but they have Haya and Farsa, so it's actually manageable. I thought that they might go for Lunox rather than Farsa, but if they go Farsa, that means that they are much more easily able to threaten Obsidia and just prevent her from being able to do notable DPS in the backline. We can see in the crowd right now, the Malaysian fans have showed up in full force for the final day here of the World Esports Championship. So Team Malaysia definitely has the benefit of home ground support on their side.
All the moral supports coming in. This is what we're talking about home buff itself, and hopefully it will definitely boost up the Team Malaysia itself. For the last pick is going to be Esmeralda. I mean, going into Indonesia, right? I like their draft as well. It has a lot of counters as well against to Team Malaysia. Malaysia also be able to actually do a really good backline engagement with Farsa for the damage-wise. But here's the thing, when it comes to execution, this is what it's going to be like. And I'm not sure if you guys can actually catch up or even able to hear the sound of the roaring, the crowd just screaming out and giving all the supports coming into Indonesia as well as Malaysia. Right now, as draft is already been written, I feel like both sides has their answers.
Yeah, both sides have their strengths, they have their weaknesses. Team Indonesia is going to be the slightly more scaling composition. Their early game pressure not going to be very high unless Joe is able to make big plays across the map, which means that Team Malaysia will generally have advantage around that first turtle timing, and if they get the lead in the mid game, might be able to close it out early against their rivals here in game number 1.
Welcome to World Esports Championship 2025. One of them will go to the grand final. Who will it be? Is it going to be Team Indonesia or Malaysia?
We hear the cheers of the crowd. They grant energy to the players up on stage right now as they engage in the Land of Dawn for game number 1. And we are already seeing Skies doing some sneaky business here, stealing the orange buff away. Team Indonesia has no idea.
Wow. Sneaky, stealer right there. And somehow the rotation-wise is not aware by the team of Indonesia. This is going to be good. Movement-wise, Malaysia is doing well. But at the meantime, red zoning comes through, goes into Mighty Swing, and the draft pit as well. Got a lot of hits right there. Is it going to be enough? Yezekiel comes in just to drag out Yunes, but they're going to be able to do so. But goes in for the puncher. Yum survives it out. But at the same time, burning the ground! Slowly against the first blood!
And this has been a key point of Lolil throughout the entire tournament. He's always known to be an ego challenger, but the number of times he has won out these gold lane trades has been stellar throughout WEC so far. Team Malaysia carving out a nice advantage for them. By now, Joe has realized he does not have his second buff, and that is going to give Skies a nice EXP lead, especially with the turtle coming up in 10 seconds.
Oh, even the steal was just perfect coming up for Team SRG. Oh, sorry, Team Malaysia. My bad. I guess I'm still not done with EWC, I guess. But this is WEC. We're talking about Team Malaysia right now. Rotation-wise is definitely good. Goes in for the Mighty Swing. Now going in for the Federer. Stormy doing some damage. Takes down Weedy.
This is a classic Stormy hero. You don't get to see it very often because it is quite easily picked off, but the Farsa just has so much burst damage at level 4, and Team Malaysia knows it. Playing around that timing on both Stormy and Skies means they get an easy pick off, even forcing out the Revitalize, and now they have the numbers advantage coming in for the first turtle.
Turtle definitely be in the hands of Team Malaysia. Not gonna actually be allowed, but goes in for the tectonic charge. Goes for the Mighty Swing as well. Stormy takes down Weedy for the double kill right here in the hands.
The signature aggression of Team Malaysia showing itself once again. Team Indonesia, they've been in these situations before, and they are well aware that their draft doesn't give them as much of an early game advantage. Their goal is to make sure they don't fall too far behind so that the scaling can start kicking in on Joe and Kabuki.
A lot of great position comes through right now. Sakis!
He stole it.
Away again!
Skies has been popping off. Hayabusa stealing multiple buffs away. We are looking at a near 2-level lead between the junglers already. And this is Joe on the Lancelot as well, one of the most feared heroes in the meta currently. The macro play and the rotational pressure from Malaysia is too much.
Ooh, even the Bravest Fighter comes in, but the Shadow Kills comes through. Is it going to be enough? Goes in for the hit, but no! Ares managed to survive it all, but that was a really great push comes in from Team Malaysia.
That was very, very close. Aran able to keep himself alive there, but we can see that the EXP lane has been completely won out by Momo with a little bit of assistance from the mid lane. Lolil so far doing a very good job as well against Kabuki, a full level up. Now Yums is coming in to give even more of a hand.
Goes in for the diving composition, last insanity to burst the ground. Goes in for the tectonic touch. Yums shuts down Kabuki.
The pressure from Team Malaysia right now is oppressive. And I don't think Team Indonesia has felt this since the beginning of WEC. They've been pushed into a corner so far, but nothing like this. 4 minutes, 3K gold lead for Team Malaysia. First items completed in the side lanes. And once again, we did say that Team Malaysia would be stronger at this point, but
goes
still.
in for the tectonic touch. Shadow Kills comes through. Not going to be enough damage though, but still, it is enough pressure comes through from Team Malaysia.
Team Malaysia playing for their strengths. They're well aware that this is the time where they just need to play for tempo and get as much of a snowball as possible. Obsidian is definitely an off-meta pick, but once you get into the later stages, this is a hero that can punish you quite heavily if you're not careful. Malaysia wants to avoid that and just close out the game ASAP.
Great composure, just trying to actually hold out the position of Team Indonesia. They're being denied every countless attempt, especially the movement has been controlled by Team Malaysia. And this is why they are so aggressive to a point that there's no chance whatsoever. Setting up just to make sure that all the pushing of the wave comes through. Team Malaysia still has a lot of the macro gamings as well as objective in their hands.
Joe could be in a bit of trouble here.
Go in for a fight, Mighty Swing comes through, goes in for the tectonic charge. Joe! Shuts down in the hands of Momo!
That timing from Yums was actually incredible. He knew exactly when Joe would be popping out of the iframes and landed the tectonic charge on time. There's really nothing that he could have done there. Team Malaysia still popping off currently. For the side of Team Indonesia, they're gonna need to figure something out. Their goal right now is to slow down the game as much as possible. Witty going to need to play an important role in providing information because Team Malaysia just has too much freedom on the map currently, and that is affecting their advantage over the side lanes.
You can pick up Yums as much as you want. Yums going to be able to survive it all. He just comes in with a Mighty Swing and shriek, shriek, shriek. You're done for good. You're not going to be able to pick me up. I'm as heavy as rock. Who are you to move me around, bro? But at the same time, right here, more pressure comes in from Team Malaysia. They know for a fact that they will be able to set things up for the third turtle.
Now, Team Indonesia does still have some paths to play. Joe is a little bit behind, 2 levels actually, from Sky, so the scaling there is not really going to kick in. Ideally, they want to play around Aran since the Esmeralda has not actually died yet. Maybe some split push pressure would assist, but Aran now in some danger himself.
But
Ooh.
yes, comes in. Oh, Pin shut it around, but Stormy able to take down Aran, but it's going to be traded out by Kabuki. Not a good trade comes in because of that overextension.
And that's what we're talking about with that Obsidia. That Hunt of Bone can really punish heroes like Hayabusa if you're not careful. Skies had no way to escape there. And looks like Kabuki will be able to get away from Momo as well. So that's going to buy Indonesia a little bit of time. At the very least, they're able to stop the snowballing on the Hayabusa. But Team Malaysia still controlling most of the map.
See, so far, going in for the Etern Rampant, going in the ground for Jor, but it's not going to be enough though. There's just a little bit of poking coming in from Team Malaysia. Again, this is the third turtle. If they want to actually go in, they have to wait out for Sakis to set things up. Even Stormy just trying to zone things out. A lot of the rotation that is done by Team Indonesia. They know for a fact they need to stick together like glue.
Team Indonesia can take advantage of Team Malaysia trying to play as much of the map as possible. If they can pair people up with Kabuki and land the Hunt of Bone, they can still... Oh, that was a steal. Sky's got the purple right after the turtle too.
Hello, police. Can somebody tell me, can anyone help that there is a stealer right here in the Land of Dawn and his name is Sakais right here. Able to steal everyone, but corridors are open. Master goes in into the van line right here. Shadow Kill comes in. Sakais shuts down Yesakil. Great diving composition and seal away the turret for the mid.
Kabuki just barely missed the timing on hitting that Hunt of Bone. That could have been a kill and punish on Skies. but he was able to dash out just in time. They're not able to find the Lancelot up top, so Joe will be able to survive there. But we are looking at a 7-1 kill score in favor of Team Malaysia. 6.5k lead in 8 minutes. Next Lord is coming up in another minute or so. So there is still a little bit of breathing room right now. But Team Malaysia is going to be upping the tempo. They want to make sure they continue controlling the map and not allow their opponents to extend into the river.
This is the level where Team Malaysia is getting a lot of the upper hand. Even with the goal lead right now with 5,000 in their hands, they know they can actually switch things up. They can actually control all the motion, but at the same time, putting out that Earther Rampant denies any movement coming up from Team Indonesia, and at least they can get the turtle or even the turret right here at the bottom one.
So far, so good for Team Malaysia. Team Indonesia still needs a little bit more time. Kabuki only has 2 items.
Oh, Lolia just picks it up. Sakis takes down Noran, now goes in for the dash. Going in for the diving. Is it going to be enough though? Unfortunately, Sakis had to back things up. A little bit overextension, but still managed to skirt away. But Kabuki with Momo. It's not going to be a really good 1v1, but
Look at
it
the
seems that
pincer.
Team Malaysia comes in. Takes down the dash with Yus comes through. Kabuki barely surviving out, but it's going to be Momo with the last hit. Shut down Kabuki.
The movements from Team Malaysia are so controlled right now. They get a kill down bottom, they back off, they connect with Momo, who is already communicating with them that this Obsidia is way out of position. And the timing on that could not be better either. The Lord literally has just spawned. And we know that with this, Team Indonesia has no chance of contesting. They just have to try and get whatever space they can on the map.
Let's see. So far, we know that Aran has been surviving so at the moment right now with the crucials that even though he will be able to actually pull through for the front line, but again, there's not much of the setup that is needed. A lot of the AoE that is required for the team of Indonesia doesn't come through, and this is where the fine line that if you cannot actually catch someone, Team Malaysia is just gonna come through with it.
But even if they want to make the catch, Team Malaysia right now moving around the map a little bit too cleanly. Trying to think of ideas for Team Indonesia currently, but the goal difference may be a little bit too big. They're going to need to try and prolong this game for another 8 minutes at least for them to remain relevant. And that means surviving another 2 or 3 Lords coming in from the opposite side, the first of which is already pushing down bottom.
Momo barely getting Aran there, but still it's going to be a good zoning. Already been put out, goes in for the dash. Mighty Swing as well. It's going to be Federer as well. Aran takes down by Stormy, and now they goes in for the dash. But this is already enough. Just taking down one player at a time. Discipline comes through for Team Malaysia.
This is still not too bad though for Team Indonesia. They managed to trade 1 for 1. Their Lancelot is pushing on the other side, so they won't have to deal with another wave. But the Lord is finally connecting, and there is no holy defense.
Holy defense already broken. This is going to be bottom turret in the hands of Team Malaysia already. They want to set things up. Goes in for the dash. Sikai takes down Kabuki. Federer is already open. Witty is in the open. Stormy going to do some damage there, but still surviving it out. Stormy had to flicker away to move it, but goes in for the takedown in touch. Lolia takes down Aran. Crystal in the loose right now. Just a little bit more. Sakis takes down Witty. Only left with Yesico. Is it going to be enough? Last insanity! Oh, barely coming alive right there, but still managed to actually give a lot of pressure in the baseline. But here, Joe, all by himself, was tagged out by Momo.
Another wave pushing down bottom. It's a 1v4 defense. Kabuki just came back, but is the damage enough? The crystal is exposed.
Oh, Feather by Stormy takes down Jessica, and it's going to be a first win in Team Malaysia!
In dominant fashion, the host country representatives steamroll over their longtime rivals. An absolute dumpstering in game number 1, where it didn't look like Team Indonesia could do anything to stop them.
Can the audience help me? We gotta call the police because there's a stealer on the loose at the Land of Dawn. Every single buff, every single creep, all resources has already been taken by Sakais. So that shows how much dominance from Team Malaysia and Indonesia. Yes, they had the answer. Again, like we talked about, they have a capability to actually lock on, maybe doing a little bit of divide and conquer. And that was what we saw from the team of Indonesia. They actually let Lancelot do a little bit of split push. But again, there's not much of a damage to actually support what if they want to actually go for the team fight?
Yeah, I feel like Team Indonesia's draft here was actually a little bit reactive if we talk about anything. A lot of their hero picks came out not of their own volition, but as a way to respond to things that they were seeing on the opposite side. The Zuzin being their first pick because they saw the Grok, the Obsidia being locked in because they knew it could punish the Hayabusa. But in doing so, you kind of miss out on the cohesion that you would normally have if you're just sticking to an original game plan. And knowing that they're going to be losing out just straight up in terms of damage and map control due to the way their draft works gives so much space that Team Malaysia can take advantage of.
Hot take. I think maybe there's a possibility, yeah, Zushin might be okay to be picked out even though it was earlier on. But that Obsidia though, it's too late. Here's the thing about Obsidia, right? Yes, during the first introduction of Obsidia, she is massive. But here's the thing about her right now. She is a little bit of needed time as well as scaling on going into the game. Even yourself that coming into a minute or even 10 minutes right there, they still need 8 minutes for them to actually step things up so they can have the same level to fight off your Team Malaysia. So maybe there's a possibility that Obsidia could have been changed into another hero, then things could be a little bit different for Team Indonesia.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the Obsidia needed to be locked in. I feel like there were still possibilities for Team Indonesia. They could actually went into something like a Ruby instead for the fighter gold lane. Then they would have had an easier time dealing with Team Malaysia in the initial stages. That final pick, Esmeralda, as well, is only really going to help out in lane against Lapu Lapu. You will end up not having a very good time against Lolil. So Team Indonesia didn't look to have the best draft here to deal with what Malaysia was throwing at them. And that is also going to be their first notable defeat here in WEC all the way in Game 1 of the semis.
14 over 2 kills with 14k total goal. All objective in the hands of Team Malaysia. How more dominance did you want to get right here? This is only the opening of our semi-finals and we're already seeing so much fire burning from the hands of our Team Malaysia. But again, this is going to be the best of 3. That means if Team Malaysia can keep up again with the second round, they will go to the first slot of Grand Final unless Indonesia have something to say about it.
I hope that they do, because this has been a rivalry brewing for a long time. The match that many of us were hoping to see before WEC 2025 even started. Looking at the statistics, obviously a lot of it is going to be in the favor of Team Malaysia. They were dominating right from the very...
Kenapa sih semuanya ngelakuin hal yang itu-itu aja? Apa karena nggak mau ketinggalan tren? Dan mau kelihatan keren? Biar nggak monoton, mending gue keluar dari comfort zone. Karena itu, let's taste something new! What's next?
They have a lane prio in the side lanes as well, so it was already a recipe for success.
Top key players, yes, this is it. Please, Police, please, can you handcuff the keys for stealing every single buff in the Land of Dawn? He is the goal hunter with 831 GPM. He is also the goat with 38,810 total damage deal. Our tanker, definitely, we talked about how Esmeralda with the skill set definitely will be able to survive it out with the swish, slash, whip, lash. But then again, no matter how much you survive at the front line, if you don't have much of the damage to actually build up from the follow-up, they will also falter out. But Yums with that tectonic charge every single time just lands it off, making sure a good setup for Team Malaysia.
Yums' timing on his crowd control is just on another level entirely, recognizing the iframes to be able to get the lockdown when needed. But our MVP of game number 1 is definitely going to be Skies. You might want to put handcuffs on him, but you gotta catch him first. This man is a ninja in every form of the word. Starting the match by stealing the buff straight away, and then putting his teammates defensively in his jungle to make his opponents think that he is actually there instead. It's such a risky maneuver because if they scout you out, you might be punished and you might end up losing already from the beginning. But he took the risk. Then he continued playing aggressively, supporting the Farsa to get picks-offs and stealing more buffs away from Indonesia.
Great first blood coming in from Loliel. I mean, talking about between Xborg as well as Obsidia, we talked about it because when it comes to damage-wise, Obsidia just needs a little bit more time to set things up compared to Xborg. If they already go into the level 3, the burning of the Ignition is already good enough to just burn the ground with the damage. But coming off to that steel-wise, I think pretty much this is where the fine line at Indonesia, they will try to learn from the mistake of not overestimating or even not focusing on all the location or the maps wise, and this is where the fine line that they might be able to actually just change things up for the second draft. But so far, I feel like this is definitely a clean fight indeed by Team Malaysia. And in bahasa Malaysia, we say, inilah dia tuan, ini dia orangnya, tolong tangkap dia tuan. But in English, they say, please, can you actually catch Skies? I don't think so, because he's just too easy to be just running around with his quad shadow.
Team Malaysia has been having a little bit too much freedom this tournament around. Every single game is so dominant in their favor. So perhaps we do need to call for backup at this point to actually catch them in their tracks. Will anyone be able to stop their unstoppable rampage? Team Indonesia currently backs against the wall. They made it this far. They want to be able to take on Team Malaysia once again, move on into the grand finals. But what needs to change is the question we need to ask now.
We did talk about Obsidia. I mean, there's nothing wrong with picking up that Obsidia, right? But here's the thing. If only Team Indonesia, just a little bit of awareness was actually up a bit for that first round, they might be able to actually control a bit the movement of Team Malaysia, because it was pretty much how Team Malaysia was freely roaming around the Land of Dawn, getting a lot of the buffs, stealing every single crypt, and this is where the fine line that if you give so much of resources or even the objective in the hands of your opponent, it's not going to be easy for you to step things out. And you talked about how snowball effects happen. It's not just going to happen just because of the fight or getting kills, it's also because of how much of the gap that you were able to be built from the early games itself.
I think if we look at it objectively, both Team Malaysia and Team Indonesia are squads that thrive if they are given freedom of movement in the first couple of minutes. And the way you earn freedom of movement is by having lane prio in multiple parts of the map. That's why we've already talked about both these teams can be quite aggressive early game because they want to claim those factors for themselves. And a large part in claiming those factors is having a good draft. Team Malaysia had a very solid one. They had lane prio in basically every single lane, which meant they could move around unpunished almost anywhere they wanted, while Team Indonesia tried playing a reactive composition that scaled into the late game. That means that you have to take the risk of losing out on rotational pressure and just generally play defensively to allow yourself to scale. Team Malaysia, though, are quite used to dealing with those sort of strategies. They up the ante so much. The way they move around and coordinate with each other means that you cannot afford to pick a draft that loses to them early.
And talking about how the band-wise coming out from Team Indonesia, right? They actually give away Grok from the first start. And not only that, for the second pick as well, they actually as well focusing on getting the Jushin, and then they picked up, if I'm not mistaken, they actually take, which one was it? I think...
they went Lancelot.
Lancelot, yeah, they go for the Lancelot. But then, here's the thing. There's a lot of the heroes of Assassin that we talked about how it is a meta. It's either you actually take down Lancelot or you actually take down Hayabusa. And when you actually give that opportunity for both sides to have it, this is where the fine line that it's too much of freedom or even open for you to actually play around with the draft.
I think it's fine to keep it open. It's because you want to keep it basic in the end. And I feel like Team Malaysia was actually attempting to do that, right? When we look at the heroes that they banned out initially, the Angela, the Helker, these are not what you would normally see nowadays, but they're good T strategies. So Team Malaysia is basically posing the question, we're gonna take you on in typical draft fashion, typical front to back, play the game, the style that it is meant to be played, and we'll see who's better. In this case, Team Indonesia tried to switch it up by going for a draft that should be able to counter individual pieces of Team Malaysia, but you gotta be able to deal with it as a whole.
And I do think that when it comes to the mid laners, right, we talked about how when it comes to Stormy, too much flexibility. I'm looking on our FCB even saying that, hey, talk a little bit about Stormy, right? That Farsa, we talked about how, yes, it's either going to be Farsa or Lunox, but when it comes to mobility-wise, Lunox has the capability not just for the damage, but brilliance-wise comes in, will be able to move around very freely and having a really composure to just back things up and have a very quick movement or involvement into the team fight. But Stormy just showing off how, from the back line, he can do so much damage. But here on out for our second round is going to be Dangerous Grass. Okay, for now say that man category is so fun because every single time when I cast for the woman category, it's always the flying clouds, flying clouds. Hello, God of RNG. So very biased there, right? But it's okay. At least I have the opportunity to cast for the men category for the last day, so it's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much anyway.
I like how you're so passionate about this one particular aspect.
I
of the
hate that
game
map.
itself, you know?
I hate flying
It's not the
clouds.
heroes, it's not the metas, it's the map, you know?
Yeah.
You just don't like clouds.
No.
No?
I like cotton candy, but I don't like clouds.
You know, there's one meme on the internet where it's just a news article, old man screams at cloud. That's
Yeah,
you
yeah.
right now.
That's me, yeah, that's
the
exactly me.
situation we're looking at. At the very least, it's going to be grass this time around, and we all know that we love to touch grass, right everyone? Game number 2. Team Indonesia gonna be on the blue side this time.
Grok as well as Kimi been taken out. I think pretty much we did see that Kimi was
call me a
already been
hero
picked off from
because I
the
saved my
last
nation
map or
from
even last
falling
draft.
apart.
But Grok definitely needs to be banned out. Even though, yes, you can able to open it out, but it's too risky if you actually give that opportunity for your opponent. It's either you actually take that for yourself because Indonesia has the first pick, so they say like, nah, we gotta actually take out that Grok. Don't give them. So maybe there is a hero they want to pick out first of all before giving that opportunity to Team Malaysia.
It is interesting that they would ban the Grok. It basically means they have to go Kacha first, otherwise it gets stolen away. Unless
Or
they
even
intend...
Lapu-Lapu if
I
they
think
want.
they might be thinking of going Eve first.
Oh yeah.
And then if the Gatot gets picked by Team Malaysia, then they can go for the Hylos. That might be the idea we're looking at right now. Looks like Team Malaysia will just take out the Baxia. So let's see what Team Indonesia's idea is for their first pick.
Let's see. Are they gonna actually go for the year first? That can actually change things around for Team Indonesia. But again, I kind of feel like they are also particularly looking on the side of Gatot Kaca instead to be picked up. So Malaysia is still open if they want to actually pick out that Yi for themselves, or they want to do the same thing where they picked out their own assassin jungler again for the first time for their two first heroes.
Now, Team Malaysia has the option of both Lancelot and Hayabusa this time around. Team Indonesia will just probably grab whichever hero Team Malaysia doesn't go for here. Eve with a Lancelot combo is not too bad, but the synergy of it is going to be a bit lacking. And they're also going to be needing to look for a roamer now that both Grok and Gatot have been taken off the table. With Gatot on the opposite side as well, Kalea is also not as viable. Looks like it's going to be the Lancelot and the Zeus Sin.
What is this? This is a challenge face on or saying like, nah, this is how you use your Jushin actually, Indonesia. So we're gonna show you how it is. So this is Team Malaysia picking up Jushin for themselves. So Eve is still open for Team Indonesia if they want to actually pick it up. Great combo coming in for Gatot Kaca as well. Even another assassin to be picked up if they want to actually take that Hayabusa as well.
Yeah, I think Eve should be prioritized. It should be Eve Hayabusa unless Indonesia really wants Lapu-Lapu. That's the choice they have to make. I think regardless, they have to go Haya unless they're particularly confident that their assassin hero pool will still be okay going into the second half of the draft. But Eve Gatot is just such a solid combo overall. It is going to be the Hayabusa with the Uranus instead.
Okay, I think pretty much this is kind of a bit of the repeat of the draft, I think, when they fight off with Romania, yeah. But without Gatot Kaca to be picked out, they actually had Lapu-Lapu, Hayabusa, as well as Uranus as their combo. And it was successful. Great rotation coming in from them. They were able to actually control some of the movements from the early on. So this is the aggression they are looking for. At least they can be able to survive it out for the early rotation. I think they saw how what Malaysia was doing for the first round. They want to make sure at least early game, they will not be easily taken down.
But picking Uranus at this point is still risky because there's a lot of fighters that can deal with it. Team Malaysia has the chance to lock in one right now. Something like the Esmeralda would be fairly safe. But the Hilda also slipping through the cracks. This was banned in the second half earlier by Team Malaysia, so they're gonna use it to try and threaten this Haya as much as possible. Once we go into the second phase of bans, Team Malaysia should start getting rid of mid laners, Eve being the priority. Indonesia probably wants to ban heroes like Xborg, Alice, and Glue.
Let's see. Not just Yves, Lunox is also can be also taken out as well. There's a lot of the focus right now can be done for Team Malaysia. So let's see who they want to actually take down. I think Yves will definitely be the first pick to shut down first of all. Just sold out a little bit of the mid laner for Team Indonesia.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium.
As is expected right there, Eve gets taken out. So Indonesia should probably ban Xborg in this phase. I'd be very surprised if they don't. Besides that, getting rid of other heroes that'll give Uranus a hard time is also fairly important. So those are going to be Alice, Esmeralda, Glue. Those are the ones that they might be the most worried about overall.
What about the goal lane though? I mean, we haven't seen Granger so far. I mean, do we want to actually put out Carry here? Is it going to be a little bit risky even with Carry having a true damage to just burst down, to just shred and melt out every single...
Scary for which team?
For Malaysia actually.
For Malaysia. No, Xborg is scarier.
Oh yeah, definitely. But it's going to be Cho actually being picked out by Indonesia to be shut down. I think pretty much we did see some of the double fighter lane is quite scary as well to be picked up for the goal lane. So I think they're pretty much already aware of it, of how the meta is for WEC.
Getting rid of the Cho. So Team Indonesia either thinks this is going to be a gold lane Cho or a roam Cho. Most likely the latter, which means they think this Hilda is EXP instead. It is not too bad a matchup into Uranus, but it does end up being kind of 50-50. Then getting rid of the Cho is perfectly fine because there is a less risk here of Team Malaysia going into double fighter side lane, so you probably don't need to ban Ruby since they already have Zusin and Lance. That's not quite enough scaling to go double fighter. Looks like the Lunox will be targeted, so full focus from Team Malaysia on the mid lane.
Let's see, one more to go. And you talked about how when it comes to double fighter, it really doesn't actually have the potential here in the draft wise of Team Malaysia, and I do agree on that because damage wise they still need more, so they probably will be leaning on MM there. So if Indonesia want to actually take down at least one more marksman or even goal lane, that would be probably a good case for them. So it seems that it's going to be GG instead for their side. Again, fighter prioritization from Team Indonesia.
I actually forgot that CC was still open and completely slipped my mind at this point. Yeah, that is a perfectly understandable ban because this is a hero that can be flexed into both side lanes and would give Uranus a hard time regardless. But it does mean that Xborg is left open. If Team Malaysia is okay with putting Hilda in the roam position, Xborg versus Uranus is going to be very solid overall. I don't actually think they'll go for their second fighter here yet because there is the option to flex it out. What do I know, right? It's gonna be the Lapu Lapu.
Malaysia always surprises off, but Lapu Lapu has been a great addition coming in for the WEC. I think we pretty much have seen a great ground solid coming in for the initiation. That Rivals Fighter comes soon. It's pretty much is a great meta to be straight up used here for their semi-finals. But Team Indonesia, how they want to actually contest this out with Team Malaysia, they still need a little bit of that damage, so they pick up Obsidia again, as well as stealing out Farsa from the hands of Team Malaysia. Again, it is a little bit risky because Team Indonesia did kind of actually have a falter case when it comes to the first draft. They didn't have enough time to actually scale out this Obsidia, so let's see if maybe after that first loss, they will be able to patch things up.
Going for Obsidia a second time. This is a marksman hero that can punish assassins. That is the main reason why Indonesia is going for it, to see if they can cheekily catch off Skies. But it already didn't work too well for them the first time around, so I am a little bit concerned. The Farsa as well might find herself in a bit of difficulty since there's a lot of dive heroes on the opposite side. One thing that Team Indonesia can play for is their mid lane duo is very strong overall. But looks like Team Malaysia will still go double fighter regardless of the lack of scaling. The Xborg in the gold lane for a second time, which means they want to play hard and fast again for the early mid game.
Oof, this is scary. I mean, when it comes to damage scaling wise, yes, it is a little bit risky on Team Malaysia, but hey, this is where we say we're just going to langga. We're just gonna straight away crash everyone from the get-go, and hopefully that will be a great execution for Team Malaysia. Right now, we have one more point to go. Can they actually clean it up with them right here at the semi-finals? Only one can move on to the next level, and those who actually drop for this last match, or even they may be able to actually prolong our semi-finals, will have the opportunity to have the going for a fight with Team Malaysia. Is it gonna be the best of one, or is this the end for Team Indonesia? Give it up for World Esports Championship 2025! Can Team Malaysia go to the grand final, or will it be trampled by Team Indonesia?
Our defending champions one step away from making it back to the final stage of the WEC. And it is only their longtime rivals who will be able to stand in their way. Who will come out on top this time? Will Indonesia be able to bring out a second stage now that they're pushed into a corner?
I feel like, again, we talked about how the draft-wise, right? Now we are seeing that Team Malaysia is just going to continue to keep up the pace, making sure that...
Oppo Run 2025.
Today in Oppo Run 2025, I just crushed my PB!
after another, just to give a lot of pressure from that mid lane.
Now, one advantage that Team Indonesia has this time around is that they do actually have mid lane prio. Gatot and Farsa together pair up very well. Kabuki not having a good time in lane, as is expected of anyone dealing with an X-Borg. But Team Indonesia can take advantage of their mid lane rotational pressure. It means that Yums isn't able to aggressively invade. It looks like Skies will still try to be a little bit annoying.
Yes, the Kai is definitely going to actually just invade a little by little, getting all the gold crabs as well. Now pushing in, Winnie managed to scare away just safely there, but still, Team Malaysia looking better than ever, making sure that they will be able to put a lot of the constant pressure. Again, just try to actually make sure that Kabuki just don't goes over the line.
Skies is here to clear the wave as much as possible to make sure that Lolil can actually join the turtle fight. So Team Malaysia will just have the direct numbers advantage. Even if Momo hasn't been having a very good time against Iran, they have an X-Borg. Indonesia cannot contest here.
Ooh, barely surviving that, but Momo? Momo? No, definitely not. But it is going to be a free turtle in the hands of Team Malaysia, right? In instant, giving a lot of the grounds to be covered things out, especially with the gap as well. But here on out, Burning Greedy just a little bit, also picking up as well. Federer Center is already open. Joe managed to actually move away with a shadow, but at the same time, a lot of pressure has already been done by Team Malaysia.
I think the timing from Joe could have been a little bit better there. If he waited for the Feathered Airstrike to break the Feraga armor, he could have actually entered afterwards with the Quad Shadow and attempt to take out Lolil. But it's still pretty even currently. Team Indonesia has been playing defensively, trying to make sure that they don't fall for the same tricks that happened to them in game number 1. Gold lead is minuscule, though slightly in favor of Team Malaysia.
For Team Malaysia, goes in for the dive again, but goes back, just making sure a lot of the continuity of pressure going off for Team Indonesia. Malaysia, they know for a fact that early game, they can definitely push the Indonesia from the back and making sure that they just don't overextend.
Yeah, Team Malaysia knows there is actually a timer on their heads this time around. Yums has not been able to get a lot of value out of this Hilda so far, and Team Indonesia wants to keep it that way as much as possible. They have multiple sources of mid to late game scaling, where once again, if they don't fall too far behind in the mid stages, we'll just be able to carry them through to the end game. But Malaysia...
The keys goes in for the puncher, but missed out a little bit, so Kabuki will still be able to survive things out.
So far, we're seeing actually very good movements from Team Indonesia. They have adjusted, even if we're looking at some of the similar heroes from last time around. Not attempting to make overly aggressive plays onto the opposite side, even though they have a Farsa. They're playing defense. They're keeping themselves safe to play for the late game. They know that Malaysia is the one that needs to be creating pressure.
Here's the thing about Dangerous Grass. This is why it is called dangerous. You don't know where they are coming out for the fight. But coming in right now, they picked up Daran. Goes in for the punch and missed it out, but goes in over there for the fight. Goes out, going to stun it off immediately, but can they actually go there? No! Goes, immediately shuts down Daran, and now living off this. the hands of Team Malaysia.
A good attempt by Iran. Survived for a very long time, but not long enough. This is going to be a free turtle for Team Malaysia. And I want to bring attention from everyone to Yum's positioning in that fight as well. Specifically, cutting off the backup from the rest of Team Indonesia and then pincering Iran to ensure that the kill goes through. Things like this are what makes the difference in those situations.
I like the fact that no matter how much they try to actually tone this out, now going in for the bottom, goes in for the puncher. Momo gets the kill instead, making sure that every pressure is done by Team Malaysia.
There's just something about the way Team Malaysia plays. They know how to get under your skin. As an EXP laner, you know, they just committed so many resources to kill you the first time. Surely, they won't be around a second time. But no, they're hiding for the ambush, especially when Iran doesn't have his stacks built up yet.
Goes in for the quad Shadow. Fighter side is already open, but I think Yums will be able to survive it out. Shadow kills, comes in, one last hit. Dojo takes down Yums immediately, but there's going to be just a little bit of trade for Team Indonesia. But Stormy on the other end say, did you just take Yums? You are in the no man's land, my friend. The kiss comes in, he goes in on, but the airborne comes through, and Stormy says, Joe, you are down!
There is no escaping from the eyes of Mage Prodigy himself. Joe finally able to get a kill on the side of Team Indonesia, but the trade of the jungler for the roamer is simply not worth it currently. Even though they've been trying to play defensive, Malaysia has already built up a 2k lead once again at the 6-minute mark. Next turtle up in 35 seconds. Indonesia is going to need to slow this down even more, but it's difficult to do so now that Iran has been focused as hard as he was.
Now, trying to actually go in for a fight. Kabuki backs off, doesn't have much of the setup that is required for Team Indonesia. So they're playing it slowly so far, but again, it's the kiss. I told you guys, you gotta call the police. This is a stealer right here. He is a thief. He keeps on invading every single corner of Team Indonesia.
And he's gonna keep doing it too unless they can do something to stop him, which so far they have not been successful with. Map control, even though it was being held on preciously by Team Indonesia before, is now slowly being reclaimed by the Malaysian side. Next hurdle gonna be hard to contest. Joe is not even around. He's just gonna try and get farm on the opposite side of the map instead, giving up the objective once again.
The fact that right now, trying to do best to make sure that at least there is going to be a split push. Is it going to be enough? Though so much pressure has already been done, even on the side of the turret itself, we do see that the first layers has already been scrapped out by Team Malaysia. And again, they want to take things a little bit slow, but Malaysia doesn't want to.
Now, why would they? They know that they're strong right now. They know that Team Indonesia will actually become a little scary the later the game goes, so they're gonna keep pushing it no matter the circumstances.
No! Why did you do that? Now Momo will be able to back things up. Takes down Witty immediately years ago. Yums just down Kabuki with the power to build it, but it's going to be his kill to actually take out Yums, but that's going to be enough though. 2 kills in the blood of Team Malaysia.
Yum sacrifices himself there, but it's perfectly worth it to get a kill on the enemy marksman. And once again, Team Malaysia perfectly positioning the punish overextensions on the opposite side. Indonesia cannot feel safe even in their half of the map right now. And their tower is slowly being taken more and more. Joe, at the very least, is able to secure his orange buff from Skies this time. But while he's doing that, his purple is being stolen by Stormy.
For one trade, and for another to be lost as well. So that's a sacrifice that is needed by Team Indonesia. But what can you do when every single corner is already been guarded out by Team Malaysia? Again, this is such a clean fight for the 8-minute, 24 seconds. Team Malaysia have proven themselves so powerful to a point that Team Indonesia haven't find the answer for them to back things up.
The gold lead still looking pretty big right now for Team Malaysia. Team Indonesia, they have the late game scaling, yes, but they do still need some control on the map in order to achieve it. And they're not even letting Witty go home!
Witty! Oh, Witty was just shut down immediately. Again, this overextension that was done by Team Indonesia just falters. It gives so much of the body to the hands of Team Malaysia.
The AOG was cancelled 2 times in a row there. That feels bad. Gatot Kaca is popular right now because he has ways of getting in and out of fights for free. But when you have a Zeus in focusing you down and all the crowd control that Malaysia is throwing at you, even the tankiest member of Team Indonesia is not able to survive. Without their Gatot, Team Indonesia cannot come anywhere close to contesting this first Lord of the game. And yet another objective goes in the hands for Malaysia without any form of contention.
And the fact that Yums was just looking around, making sure that the players of Indonesia just overlooking him, and he's just like, hey, hi guys, what you doing? And now coming off for the lot that's marching in, it's going to be a little bit of steal of the buff as well. They will be able to secure it out, but somehow Team Malaysia, they know they can be able to actually steal away or even break down that last turret coming in before goes into the inhibitor, but goes out right here. Now, Joe, just a little bit of danger. Punches come through. It's the case. Takes down Joe immediately.
That is just not worth it. You shouldn't be sacrificing your life to protect your tier 2 like that. There is a Lord pushing down bottom. We're 10 minutes in, and Team Malaysia might already be looking at a potential endgame angle. That's just how far apart the goal difference is looking at right now. Towers being taken down left and right. Holy defenses are intact, so Indonesia should be able to survive this push at the very least. But the damage done is going to delay their potential scaling for so long.
Only defense already been broken. Lord can be able to clear things out for a while, but still, it's not going to be good. Fort Shadow's already out. They're looking for a way whether they want to actually go into the fight, but somehow they are hesitant. They're making sure there is going to be a discipline so that they can set things up for the defense first. Clear out all the minions with so that they can actually do a little bit of trade. But here again, this is just timing for Team Indonesia, and they're leaving all those space for Malaysia to just get a lot of their own buffs, getting all their stacks as well. So it's a little bit of risky coming up for Team Indonesia.
Considering the goal difference we're looking at right now, Indonesia being able to keep all of their inhibitors alive is actually a pretty good scenario. And even that is after losing all of their external towers. Team Malaysia continuing with the snowball, continuing to threaten every part of the map. Team Indonesia has to stay together to avoid being picked off. And even when they're together, they can't really find anything on the map.
The fact that right now goes in for the burning ground. Can they actually go through? Federation has already opened, but it's going to be Joe who will be able to take down by Stormy. Comes along right now. They had to forfeit. They had to actually disperse because Team Malaysia, they also don't want to overextend. But it seems like Yums just overlooking, trying to find a way. Can they actually do a little bit of setup right here? Team Indonesia fall with 4 players only to survive it out.
Step by step, the defending champions are getting closer and closer to the returning to the battle for the throne that they were at a single year ago. Indonesia, their chances are not nil, not 0, but they are very, very small. They need a miracle to happen, a massive mistake being made by their opponents in order to get the scaling necessary. They need to find shutdowns, but it's not like Team Malaysia actually has that many kills either. They've been pressuring Shirley through macro, and because of that, the gold bounties, even if they were to get picked off, are not as high as you would think and not sufficient. Team Indonesia needs multiple teamfight victories in order to get the scaling necessary to compete.
Who they want to catch? How they want to catch? That's the question for Team Indonesia. This is going to be a free lot again for the team of Malaysia itself because they're definitely going to actually not contest it off. They're going to make sure they clear it out. But at the same time, right here, AOG had to be pulled out by Weedy just to survive it out. Even Aaron seems a little bit lost there, doesn't know how to actually do a little bit of surprise element. And Team Malaysia, again, this is where they're just punishing as well as pressuring Indonesia to just set things up for defense.
This is just perfect textbook play coming in here from the host country representatives. They are ticking every single box, fulfilling every single objective and condition to completely deny their opponent space on the map. And we can see that snowball coming up as a result. The Lord now going to be pushing in bot side. There are only inhibitors left standing, no holy defenses. It's a 10k gold difference, which means that the damage from Team Indonesia is still not sufficient. Haas Claws only just completed on Kabuki to try and keep himself in the fight a little bit longer. But Team Malaysia just has so many more resources, and the damage scaling is on another level altogether. Whatever happens here, Team Indonesia needs to find some kind of perfect engagement. And even that might not be enough.
Goes in for the bottom turret, right? This is going to be burst down by the Lord itself. It's going to be opening the door. Goes in for the puncher. Witty, half line, surviving that out. But again, they are being a little bit disciplined. But Joe suddenly out of nowhere at the mid was trying to do a little bit of backstabbing. Nah, Yums denies it. You are not going to allow to do that, my friend.
I mean, as long as he can get out, it's still actually a perfectly viable play here. In fact, it's going to be able to save Indonesia a second tower. If not, I think Team Malaysia could have taken that mid inhibitor as well. So that is actually the correct play being done by Joe on the Hayabusa currently. They're gonna try and delay for as much as possible, but here comes more minion waves.
Spider Strike has already been opened just to make sure to clear the minions of wave. Coming in right now, Loleo trying to actually burst down with the ignition, but still not going to be enough though. Now River Spider comes through, but they are going to jump right into the midst right here with Shadow Kill, but doesn't make it actually a good damage. No, it's not going to be enough though. Still have a survivor from the side of Team Malaysia, so they can back off easily, fastly. But I like the way how the stages say, Kejadiah, because they were literally rushing on saying like, Yums, go get him, man.
Of course they would, right? They're in a very comfortable place. They're feeling themselves. Everything's going their way. But I will give praise to Team Indonesia right now. Those were very solid defenses that we saw considering the gold lead, keeping themselves as safe as possible, using their health as resources, and dropping in whenever they think they can do enough poke to maybe zone Team Malaysia back. Because of that, they have been able to keep 2 inhibitors intact for now. Next Lord is going to be coming up in 20 seconds. And Team Indonesia might be able to hold on to it if they're able to keep themselves in place. But the ideal would be to try and maybe contest it away from Team Malaysia. They still have to be very careful because the bot lane is wide open and Skies is already setting up the slow push into it. Because of that, they can take the Lord Dance quite easily and consistently threaten a backdoor victory.
Let's see. Is it going to be a backdoor success? Goes in for the VS strike, but at the same time, they goes in for the last insanity. Somehow doesn't manage to go in, but Yum's able to take down Kabuki. Goes in for the AOG. Wait, just managed to actually disperse Team Malaysia. But is it going to be enough though? So far, they are managed to actually trade off 1 player.
A beautiful ambush again from Team Malaysia. They have their front line threaten the jungle, then they come from behind.
Comes in, yes, go! Just down by Sakis immediately. 3 more players to go. Goes in for the puncher again. Joe, have a line still surviving it out, but unfortunately had to back things out for the fountain. Now they're going to actually push in for the turret. Immediately trying to actually make sure that another turret will be opening up. Goes in for the quad shadow. Doesn't manage to actually go in for the shadow kill. Joe just also lost in the midst right now. Doesn't know what to do. Goes in for the last insanity. Loleo takes down Winnie, leaving Aran as well as Joe. 2 more players to go. They are going to lock into Aran. Now Aran will never be able to grab the wave from the hands of Stormy. Crystal is on the loose right now. Goes in for the puncher as well as for the Thorn Rose, but Crystal is in the midst of it all. Malaysia will be the first ever grand finalist!
The defending champions return to the final stage of the World Esports Championship in spectacular fashion. They have systematically dismantled Team Indonesia. Not a single opportunity given, not a single mercy spared. This is the strength of Team Malaysia on full display.
Such performance. Definitely, this is another history to be made for our Team Malaysia. They know for a fact that they want to contest. They want to keep that title under their belt. And this is why they're making sure that the first game of the day is a clean sweep.
A well-deserved victory and a team deserving all the praise in the world. There's really not much more we can say about it. That is unfortunately the end of the road for Team Indonesia. And as per usual, we've got an interview up on stage with our host. So we'll let Rose take it away from here.
The reigning kings have returned to prove that the crown was never up for grabs in the first place. Tuan Tuan Dan Puan Puan, this is your first grand finalist, Team Malaysia! Boys, that was such a convincing win. A very clean 1-2. How does it feel to be defending your title in front of your home ground?
First of all, I want to say thank you and very grateful, Alhamdulillah, for this win, for this slot secured to Grand Final. And I'm really satisfied because we really working hard for this. Because we have only 2 weeks after MPL to prepare this, and I'm really grateful with our new lineup as IESF, we able to achieve this grand final.
Step up every moment with Rewa.
We will get the trophy, don't worry guys.
Wow, that is such a statement and a promise to the citizens. And of course, Stormy, with such such an incredible win streak so far in the WEC. How do you expect the grand finals to play out later? And who do you think you guys will be going up against between Turkey and Cambodia?
Cambodia. We want to fight Cambodia.
Why?
We missed fighting them in M series last time.
Yeah, you guys miss fighting them. And of course, how do you think that's going to play out? Do you think it's going to be like a very 50-50 game?
We never know what is going to happen, right? So let's just see.
All right then. Once again, guys, this is your first grand finalist. And later on in the evening, we will see the grand finals live in action. Thank you very much to Sakais and Stormy for having a little chat with me. And with that, let us right back to the casters to give us a full rundown on this incredible match.
Well, we never know what'll happen, but we will see indeed. But what we do already know is that Team Malaysia is on another level here at the World Esports Championship. A clean 2-0 sweep. And the games didn't even look like they made them break a sweat here. 17 minutes, but the kill score is 12-2. Systematic oppression, taking every single angle of the map away from their opponents.
It's really definitely a great momentum building up right here for the first game of Team Malaysia, and it's actually setting up as well our prediction or even our expectation coming into that grand final as well. So looking on the stats right now, we do feel like it is heavy on Team Malaysia. They know for a fact what needs to be done. Their draft was just perfect. Again, how Stormy was just picking up that Jushin and showing off how this is how you want to play Jushin. You want to actually able to pick out, able to zone out, and making sure that there's going to be a good follow-up. Because a couple of times that we see from the first draft, what Ninja was trying to do was not successful. It was cancelled out immediately by Team Malaysia. And talking about how Humes making that game maker, even though it was just an overextension to actually sacrifice his body, but still it was enough to actually just shut down one of the players that is very, very fruitful or even useful in the hands of Indonesia, which is Joe. Because if you don't have someone to actually be able to go into the back line or even actually give the support for the damage, it actually kind of tones down a little bit of the team's fight if it happens to Team Indonesia.
Personally, I feel like from the side of Team Indonesia, this is once again a bit of a miscoordination when it comes down to draft and the gameplay.
Yeah.
They went for the Hayabusa first with the Gathod, which is perfectly fine as an opening, but then they went for the Uranus, which can quite easily be countered afterwards and doesn't offer a lot of utility besides being a damage sponge. Yes, it might be a good target for the Zusin, but it can also be vulnerable to it. When they locked in the Farsa afterwards, I was expecting them to take advantage of mid lane prio with the Farsa Gathod duo and maybe get kills on the side lanes, but instead they played defensive to attempt to scale up for the Obsidian and heroes like that, but that gives, again, too much control and too much initiative freedom over the Team Malaysia.
Oh, agree, definitely. But this is out our key player for our second draft. Again, can somebody call the police right now? Not just Saki's getting 2 titles right now. He's getting 3 titles all by himself. Kau tamak Sakis. Very, very greedy right there. We've got Hunter with 807 GPM, the GOAT with 59,000 total damage, and with the best support total assist as total 9. And we have our tanker yet again. Indonesia was doing well. I mean, we saw how Widi was during the first round as well with the Esmeralda. Try to make sure that they have a good, solid front line, making sure that the survivability was really good. That's the only question. When it comes to Indonesia, we don't question that. They know that they can be able to actually just hold out their position when it comes to setup. But again, that damage that needs to pull through for the follow-up was not there. And that was missing out for the action for Team Indonesia. But our MVP for our last round of semi-finals between Malaysia versus the team of Indonesia is going to be Sakai, the Stealer, the team with KDA 209, GPM 807 with DPM 3,504.
The Sky Prince does not need to steal, for everything in the Land of Dawn already belongs under his throne. But he goes ahead and steals it anyway, because why not, right?
Yeah.
This man stealing every buff on the map, every jungle camp, every advantage that Indonesia could have, stealing every key player, every MVP title, and also the hearts of Malaysian fans at the same time. What more can you say? This man was just flexing on that Lancelot.
Oh, definitely. Perfectly executing every single rotation as a jungler, even as an assassin as well. And this is where the fine line. You talked about how the players from Indonesia, will they actually give it a really direct, honest, straightforward draft where you actually give that opportunity for Hayabusa as well as Lancelot to be picked up? Now, going into the grand finals, between Cambodia as well as Turkey, will they actually deny it after all? Because that is going to be a little bit of risky if they actually let it out. Because when we actually compare to woman category, right? Pretty much either they take out Lancelot or they take out Hayabusa, leaving only one assassin, at least one of the assassin for the meta junglers to be picked up for either side of the opponent or even the first pick team. But going into the highlights here, I think when it comes to the no man's land, I mean, yeah, Joe was doing best to trade it off, but again, you're trading off with the Roma, and it ended up being tagged off by not just the Kais, but also by Stormy.
This draft coming in from Team Malaysia is not without its risks. Of course, they're going to be lacking in terms of late game damage output since they don't have a single marksman, nor do they have heroes like Lunox that could potentially make up for their lack of presence. That means they have to dominate early to mid game as much as possible. They have to end the game before the 16-minute mark, or at the very least in such a big lead that it doesn't really matter anyway. Because otherwise, you lose out a lot because your heroes just drop off in terms of utility. Team Malaysia, though, is probably one of the best teams at demonstrating how this kind of team draft should be utilized, should be executed. The way they split themselves up to find farm on every corner of the map, the way that they know how to send us the specific amount of resources and bodies necessary to make something happen somewhere, to make sure that objective contests are totally free. It's very systematic, very textbook, but it's also very hard to execute. So it's so impressive to see what they've been capable of here.
Hey, high risk, high reward. That's what they always say. And this is a great reward for the team of Malaysia to secure that final slot. But that's just going to be the first slot of the day. We still need to find the second grand finalist. And that's going to be the next game that is going to actually determine whether or not Cambodia versus Turkey that will get that slot.
Both of these teams have experience as being the dark horses of international tournaments. Both of these regions have demonstrated plenty of potential in the past, and I'm really eager to see what will happen when they do go head-to-head. With the threat of Team Indonesia now taken off the table, all eyes are going to be on Team Malaysia. One of these two squads will have the chance to challenge them for the throne of WEC at the end of the day.
Yeah, but before that, we have a short break. As usual, we have to take a little bit of breather. I need my monster energy to unleash my beast for the next semi-finals. And not only that, we got to be prepared for the grand final as well as lower brackets. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Get your drinks, get your snack as well. This is the World Esports Championship with Fasha Bunny as well as Staffar. We'll be right back right after this.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
making it into the grand finals and sending Team Indonesia to the third place match. The second match of the day going to be happening right now, in fact. Team Turkiyye and Team Cambodia that we just talked about, once they've concluded their bout, the next match will be the bronze placing match, the third place duel between the losers of the two semifinals to see who will be able to step their foot on that final spot in the podium. And then the capstone of it all, the grand finale at the end of WEC, the grand finals will officially be happening at 7:30 p.m. tonight. So keep your eyes peeled, and there's still going to be a lot more MLBB action to go.
Yeah, and I kind of hear that there is going to be a little bit of also show performance as well, where we are getting to set things up for the grand final. So that's going to be interesting as well. I love it when you actually set things up, build up the momentum with not just showing off the games as well, and then you're actually able to actually portray all the skills as well as all the talented citizens from Malaysia as well here in Kuala Lumpur. I'm looking forward to see our traditional dance as well. I mean, I am pretty much a loving of our culture itself to be shared to the world as well.
Oh, I mean, we don't know what performance is going to be yet. So that's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Right? Looking forward to seeing what kind of surprises WEC will have to throw at us themselves, because these players have already been surprising us plenty this entire time. Now, while we are still waiting for the players to get ready to walk up onto that stage, we've already gotten to see some things today with Team Malaysia versus Indonesia. Any other heroes or drafts that maybe you're hoping for?
Pretty much right now we are seeing most of the metas are just really straightforward. They pretty much playing on a really honest threat. I really like that. There's not much of a risk. But again, when it comes to the exclusion of the Obsidia, I do think that this is where the fine line that Team Indonesia should not be falling back into that kind of draft again once they meet off for their opponent at that lower or at the third place fight itself. Because here's the thing, Obsidia has a risk, so there are a lot of more heroes of mid lane that still can be picked up. Because I think we saw it from the woman category. We kind of actually covered a lot of the woman category, right? For the fact that they were able to actually go in for the metas of the Granger as well, but I think pretty much
Are back, and thank you very much everyone for being patient with us while we were resolving some small technical issues happening to make sure that everything will proceed smoothly as we jump into our second semi-finals match at the final day here at WEC 2025. Now, the next matchup is going to be Team Cambodia versus Team Turkiyye. Winner moves on to the grand finals to meet Team Malaysia. Loser drops to the third place match where they will have to battle against Team Indonesia for a spot on the podium.
Just a speedy recognition as well as shout out to all of our official partners as well as those who are at the backbone of our World Esports Championship 25. We are going to say that this event will not be happening if it wasn't for KBS as well as IESF and MESF with strategic partners of ESI. And not only that, we also have the backbones of Rakan Muda and Rakan Digital. And not only that, we have a lot of merch as well as brands that has been helping us from behind as well with Iku, Red One, Solos merch, CK Music, as well as our favorite chair right now, Tukas. It is going to be our official chair partner, which is Razer. But now we are going to actually go all the way out for our fight to be started out. We don't want to delay anymore, so let's take a look on the video trail to give a little bit of spotlight to both of our teams, Cambodia versus Turkey.
The start of their adventure at WEC was a little bit dicey, being put in the same group as our defending champs, but that did not stop them. They battled their way through every single obstacle and kept their heads held high regardless of the challenge to make it to the semi-finals. It's Team Turkiyye!
Such a smooth sailing for team that was able to actually trample at the group stage. They are right now on par with Team Malaysia as well as Indonesia. But here's the thing, they have to make a history as well alongside with the team of Turkey. Give it up to Team Cambodia!
Let's commence with the fist bumps between our two teams. A single spot remains in the grand finals, a single opportunity to guarantee top two, and a single chance to fight for the WEC throne. Will it be Team Cambodia or Team Turkiyye who claims it? Two teams with records of being dark horses in the international scene, but now proving themselves as true contenders in the MLBB ecosystem. Let's start by introducing Team Cambodia.
We got Wadu, Detective, OP, Zing, as well as Boxy. They are well known to make a really good setup. Give it up to OP as well, was making a great game maker when they fought out with Kazakhstan, putting out that RWM, which shows how much potential if you let go of that Eve in the hands of OP. And Boxy, that show just going all the way for the goal lane, shows how much of potential if they giving up all this potential to all of the players of Cambodia. But the question is, does Cambodia has what it takes to trample the one and only their opponent right here at the semi-finals, Team Turkiyye?
Team Cambodia is definitely one of the flashier teams in the tournament. They like aggressive gameplay. Detective likes his assassins. Boxy likes going damage items, especially when he is playing on that roam Cho. Their opponents, on the other hand, Team Turkiyye, like to keep it standard, but that doesn't mean that they don't have deep pockets to draw from. Lunar, TNZ, Rosa, Sigiboom, and Apex 47 have demonstrated that they're capable of pulling out many different types of compositions. They can play tank jungles, assassin jungles, double fighters, side lane, typical marksman compositions, aggression, late game scaling. They've got it all, but they need to find the right tools for the job.
see if this is going to be the case for Team Turkey. When it comes to all the aggressions early on, we do see that draft-wise from the team of Cambodia has a lot of more damage they are prioritizing. That's why we talked about when it comes to the meta, this WEC 25, are you going to let go of that Yves? Yves is definitely one of the top priorities heroes, even as the opening as well. Grog can be let go, but once you actually move forward with the two heroes that's coming in for your pool, this is where the fine line is. How much you want to actually sacrifice, which hero pool you want to actually cut out just a little bit. And you talked about how when it comes to Detective, you don't want to mess around with the assassin in the hands of Detective.
He's got high micro mechanics and he wants to make aggressive plays happen on the map. This is well supported by the rest of Team Cambodia. We already witnessed how they were able to take down Team Kazakhstan during the quarterfinals. Their game 2 even ending before the 11-minute mark when they were playing a Granger, which means that you cannot afford to give up too much early ground to this team. Team Turkey, in comparison, had a slightly more difficult time when they were facing off against Team Myanmar, with their games lasting a little bit longer on average, but it's still being a clean sweep overall.
Oh, that shows how much they pretty much prioritize on the mid games or even the late games killing. This is where the fine line is. Who will be a little bit more disciplined when it comes to fine line, and especially the fact that we saw how it was for Team Malaysia. They know for a fact that they will make sure that if you want to actually go for the late scale, they will deny it immediately for the early aggression. And this is what Cambodia is much well put, or even so, they are a little bit of mastery on that. So Team Turkey, if they want to set things up again, just like they did with Kazakhstan, they need to make sure they slow things down for a while for their draft.
And making sure that you're able to draft the right heroes for the right situations is going to be crucial here. I feel like that is what eventually made the difference when it came down to our previous match between Malaysia and Indonesia. And we've seen it throughout the World Esports Championship so far as well, where despite the mechanics that are displayed by the players, if the heroes they have aren't the right ones for the job, then you end up with flaws in timings of the game, in the way the heroes interact, and the dynamics of the team composition that end up costing you, especially now that we are in the last legs of the tournament.
Yeah, and the fact that I do feel like there's one game that we see from the side of Turkey that surprises us off on the first day itself. They picked up that Harley though, but going into the map, right? We are going into dangerous grass again. This is biasness. I know I've talked about it many times already. This is my last bracket. This is why I kind of like the men category more than we actually had to cover up for the women category. But hey, I'm still all for women. I'm pretty much no.
It's not the category's fault, you know?
Yeah,
it's RNG.
It is the RNG. I know. This is why it feels like they kind of actually give a lot of more challenge to the side of the players for the men category side. But again, at the moment where I see it right now, this is actually an opportunity for how we talked about the draft between these two teams. We talked about how Cambodia, early aggression, they are likely to do so. And this dangerous grass can actually put a lot of that advantage.
Yeah, I think that Team Cambodia should have a slight edge when it comes down to dangerous grass. They already like going for aggressive initiation, so ambush setups are going to be even cleaner for them. Heroes like Hilda, like Cho are going to work out very well, since Voxy likes going into higher mechanic roamers that can actually dish out a good amount of DPS for the side of Team Cambodia. And Assassins as well, going to be an interesting contestant. I expect them to probably take out the Hilda themselves, just to make sure that Detective can go on his comfort picks.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. But I do see that Turkey did actually had a fight at Dangerous Cars against South Africa, and they kind of actually had a really good win rate that shows how much potential they have as well, especially with 10 minutes 52 seconds. That I think that pretty much show how they are also quite comfortable at that map. So let's see how they're going to actually draft things out for the first round itself. Again, reminder to all of you guys here at the stage as well as at home who was watching this World Esports Championship. This is for the semi-final, the last semi-final. One of them will be getting the last slot to the grand finals, and those who didn't might actually have to fight off for that third place for our share of prize pool.
So to everyone who is watching from home right now, make sure you guys share in the comments about which of these two teams you are supporting. Who do you want to see make it all the way to the end goal and face off against Team Malaysia? We'll find out very, very soon what kind of dynamics we will be witnessing here as we are going to be jumping into the draft for game number 1 in just a little bit. But those assassins definitely need to be contested. Eve, also a very high priority hero for both sides currently, alongside the typical roamers of Grok and Kacha. Without further ado, let's see what happens.
Fanny been taken out as well as Gatot Kacha, and then we see Cho also Grok been taken out. If they want to actually just also shut down some of the mid lane, they can actually just take down Eve as well. And also Chi-Chi is also still open for them to ban off, because we do see a lot of the Chi-Chi was taken out from our previous fight.
But we are already seeing a little bit of respect going to both sides. Now I have to note, this Fanny was also banned out twice by Team Myanmar when they were facing off against Team Turkiyye. We haven't had a chance to really witness them play it on the main stage yet, but it means that multiple teams are actually giving respect over to Turkiyye for this potential jungle pickup. The Cho also being banned out very early on in the draft as a direct respect to Boxy, who so far has had the most consistent performances throughout the entire tournament with it, and is just generally a nuisance if you want to play a front-to-back composition. Lee Sun-shin gonna be the final ban for Team Cambodia, so now Team Turkiyye's got a choice to make.
Like I said, Chi-Chi still will be able to actually take out if they want to actually let go a little bit more, but it seems going to be the side of Yuzong to be shut down. So again, Chi-Chi is open, Gatot Kacha is not there anymore, but it seems it's going to be Lapu Lapu. No, it's Lancelot actually been picked up. Lapu Lapu is still open, Yiv is still open as well. So let's see which of the heroes Turkey want to actually prioritize now.
Safe opening would definitely be Eve Lapu Lapu. You could also go Eve CC if you feel particularly confident. Looks like it is going to be Eve Lapu Lapu, keeping it standard as expected of Team Turkiyye. Now Cambodia prioritized the Lancelot because we've already mentioned that Detective really likes playing these assassins, and he pops off really hard if given enough space. This means that Team Cambodia needs to prioritize a mid laner that can actually match up to the trading and wave clear of the Eve.
Let's see, are they going to actually pick up Lunox as well in the meantime? Because Lunox is also great when it comes to the damage-wise, especially just clearing out the wave, can actually counter off to Weave. And even so, having a really good escape mobility-wise on the end. So it is a good choice to be picked up right now if they want to go there. But if they actually picked up another hero, maybe Kimi also, if they want to actually go out for the damage-wise. But it seems like it's going to be Esmeralda as well as Jushin.
Jushin hasn't had the most high success rate overall throughout WEC, but we did see a very impressive performance of it by Stormy earlier in our first semi-finals match. Esmeralda also a pretty safe pick to lock in now that you've already seen the Eve and the Lapu Lapu. This is a hero that matches pretty okay into both of them, and since Team Turkiyye knows that there's not going to be a lot of meta assassins left in the pool if they don't lock it in now, they go for the Hayabusa to match up to the Lancelot.
See, now it seems that they're going to actually take down Ruby first of all. They are actually questioning whether or not they want to actually go for the goal or even double fighter lane, so that's why they take out Ruby. But more so, if they want to actually shut down even more, they possibly can actually take out as well, I don't know, maybe another side lane as well. Hylos is actually also a good option to be taken out by Team Cambodia. You want to make sure at least there's not a way for you to go in with the Glory Pathway. So this is just to make sure that not much of the backline can be exposed from the side of Turkiyye.
Hylos is typically a hero that will show up if Eve is in the game, works well as a counter, works well as a support because the Glorious Pathway has interesting interactions with the RWM. The Hilda's going to get banned out, which is as expected. I'm kind of surprised this wasn't picked up a little bit earlier, especially in the hands of Team Cambodia, since they could have potentially punished Team Turkiyye for going into Assassins, but it's perfectly fine to get rid of that. I'm a little bit more wondering about the Ruby ban actually, because Team Cambodia doesn't really have a good setup to go for double fighter side lane here with Lancelot Jushin. I feel like that's something that Team Turkiyye didn't need to be too worried about.
Kind of true though, but Team Cambodia, if they want to actually take down also maybe a gold lane right now, probably also another option. So there's probably one of the choice, but it seems like going to be Chi-Chi to be taken out, and you know for a fact that Chi-Chi also have the potential to just mess things around at the front line one-on-one when it comes to the Esmeralda. not to say that it is in the same level, but still it can contain a little bit of the team fight.
Now, Team Turkey is gonna have first pick in the second phase. They're still looking for their gold lane as well as their roamer. The fact that they've kept their roamer up until this long makes me think that it might be better to leave it for last, just so you have the most counterability possible. But if you do intend to keep the flexibility of double fighter side lane open, then you want to lock in roam here so that you can still choose whether you want to put a fighter or a marksman gold once you've seen the entirety of Cambodia's draft. Both of these roles have some flexibility. It's up to Team Turkey to decide which one they want to select first. It looks like it will be the roam. Kalea gets locked in.
Okay, good choice coming up from Team Korea, but comes along the Granger as well as Badang. Okay, this is where the final line Team Cambodia finally they know for a fact they need to do a lot of those damage coming in. Setup's good with the Fizz Brick as well as Fizz Crack. This is where the final line Team Cambodia, they have the answer now. Team Turkey, with a single lockdown comes in from the Kalea side. They need someone that can actually even burst even more all the setup that is done by Team Cambodia. I mean, for now I do feel like maybe there's a possibility they can actually just pick up Glue. Is it possible?
Glue? And Lapu Gold? I don't think so,
yeah, no.
It's a marksman here for Team Turkey. They probably can consider Harif. We know that
Harif.
Iritel is the direct Granger counter, but I don't think it works too well into the rest of Cambodia's matchup, so I'd prefer that. Uranus going to make an appearance. So this is Lapu Gold lane then, I presume, which is interesting. Team Turkey does have some scaling, but in comparison to Lancelot and Granger, they are going to be the ones that need to make things happen in the early to mid. Very interesting final choice.
Definitely interesting coming up from Team Turkey, double fighter lane. And so far, we do see a lot of the win rate coming in for the double fighter. It is not one of the metas that we've seen so far throughout all of the fights that has a really solid ground with the damage wise. So let's see if Turkey will make something happen here with the surprise factor. But on the side of Team Cambodia, I kind of lean onto them more because they have a really good structure, they have a really good front line, they'll be able to survive it out even though there is going to be a setup, especially with that setup coming in from the Badang.
Yeah, Thing is, even though Team Cambodia does have better scaling with the Granger and the Hayabusa, when it comes to that mid-game, Team Turkey is just going to straight up be stronger. They have a lot of team fight potential. Because they have fighters, they rely on a 2-3 item power spike, which means that they can come online earlier and put a lot of pressure onto Team Cambodia. Basically do something similar to what Team Cambodia will typically perform in their matches instead, and take advantage of the fact that they may have slightly less early game pressure to maybe punish. But I'm not too sure if Uranus was the right pick for the job. This is being selected into an Esmeralda, so it's a bit more of a 50-50 lane. But Uranus ideally doesn't want to go into a 50-50 lane either. It's a hero that relies a little bit more on momentum. So it's a bit of a tricky spot. This is kind of an unusual draft dynamic.
Thinking the fact that we are seeing Turkey right now trying to make sure that they will be able to actually have a really composition with the Esmeralda. Again, I do feel like they are much playing off in a comfort zone. I do see they are having some of their drafts picking off that Uranus in their side. So this is probably them just trying to say like, hey, maybe there's a possibility that we can play with all the comforts that we have. They did actually manage to win against Iran with the Uranus, but the question is only because they were able to actually have a goal lane, a MM in their own draft. So again, damage-wise was really good, and they have an opportunity for them to actually rise to the occasion for that late game. But compared to what they are here right now with the draft, they have Lapu-Lapu in the goal lane. Yes, they can actually do a little bit of punishment to Granger, but Granger has a great mobility as well as a great space gap. There's no problem whatsoever for Granger to move away from that bravest fighter.
Yeah, that is the thing. They don't actually have all that much dive and reliable lockdown coming in from Team Turkey here. It's very dependent on the Eve to be able to set up team fights and for you to generally take fights within it. I still don't know if Uranus was the right choice for the end, because that is going to be the hero matched up against Esmeralda in the EXP lane, and Esmeralda does have a slight advantage there, which is not ideal for the hero. I would have recommended maybe something like the X-Borg, but at the same time it wouldn't have been as good because they are handling a Lancelot that can bypass it somewhat, but it may have been still a little bit more consistent overall. I'm not too sure how I feel about the Team Turkiyye lineup. I feel like there were better answers, but maybe there is something I am missing, and we'll get to find out whether that's the case once we do jump into the game.
Yep, definitely. Again, talking about how sometimes there is a little bit of surprise element. Sometimes we do not know what the other teams are talking about or what they're actually expecting. So there's a possibility they've already planned it out. Maybe they've already tried this draft on their own side, screaming it out, and they think that this is going to be a good combination, and it might actually be able to actually be fruitful into the main stage. So the question is it going to be enough though with the setup that has already been given out from the draft of Cambodia? Still, it's all depending on the perfect execution. If they can actually have a really good execution, great setup coming in from what you talked about, RWM. If that RWM put out a really good location-wise to make sure that all the position coming in from the team of Cambodia, it might actually help. But here's the thing, if Team Cambodia doesn't actually stick around together as one, they can actually be able to scatter things around. It's not going to be easy for the team of Turkey to catch upon them. But this is just us talking about it. Let's take a look on their battle spells. What are their prioritized right now? I think pretty much we do see some of the purifies comes in from Zushin as well as Granger, because this is a little bit of counter to make sure that they will be able to not be catch easily by that Kalea. But this is it, guys. Welcome to the World Esports Championship 2025. Give it up to our two contenders for the grand final slot. Team Cambodia versus Turkey.
Game number 1 of our second semi-finals match here for the final day of WEC 2025. Team Cambodia and Team Turkey will both be eager to get a good setup so that they have the foundation to push on into the grand finals. It looks like we're going to be jumping into a quick pause here.
I want to do the same, how do I say, justice to all the stage as well with the audience here. Aww. Me too, man. Me too, everyone. I do feel the same feeling as well, but it's okay. We want to make sure that everything goes well for all of our players on stage, so we kind of need to actually falter just a little bit, give a little bit of time for them to set things up. There's a possibility maybe the sound is not coming off, or maybe they need to actually be prepared just a little bit for the technical issues, but we'll wait it out for a while. So far, when it comes to the draft-wise, again, we want to actually just dissect a little bit into the draft. Again, we've talked about how when it comes to draft of Turkey, it is risky, but it is also what we've seen from Malaysia fighting off with Indonesia. You talked about how they were also having a little bit of risky draft, but they had a high reward. Is it going to be same case here for Team Turkey?
Hard to say, really. It's possible, but it seems a little bit difficult on paper compared to Team Indonesia, for example, where they wanted to go for full-out scaling with the Obsidia. There isn't really a direct answer this time around, and they are depending on this Uranus in order to create space. Now, Eve will actually do a really solid amount of damage once we get into the later stages, and that's one of the reasons why this hero is in such a solid place nowadays, because she can actually kind of act as a sub-DPS role, even a main DPS, depending on how fed she gets. But then you have a bunch of fighters, not a lot of AoE crowd control. You're actually depending on the Kalea to make catches, and then there's two Purifies on the opposite side that can deal with that, which means that Kalea's gonna need to look for Lancelot a lot of the time, which is not easy.
Oh, definitely. We'll be able to actually just move around. We'll be able to slip through her fingers, easily be able to actually just move away without being taken out by Team Turkey itself, right?
Thinking about it, actually, Kalea has a pretty good win rate against Badang, if I'm not wrong. Because Badang will usually walk in front, and compared to other typical roamers, he's not quite as bulky, so Kalea can just grab him rather than going for a core, burst him down, then they will definitely have a numbers advantage, which will then benefit them since they have more fighters and mid-game power spikes. So that might be something that Team Turkiyye can play for.
Okay, when you talk about Kalia versus Badang, right? This is the two heroes that I've kind of actually spot out some of their tactics to play around with it is by surprise, ambush-wise. It's either Badang comes in, goes in for a setup to actually go for a lock-on, 2 players or even 3 heroes coming in front with the freeze break as well. And this is where also Kalia comes in as well. We'll be able to do a surprise. And we're at the dangerous grass, and this is what are the setups or the landscape of the map itself that they can actually take advantage of. But here's the thing. Kalia-wise, when it comes to lock-on, it's single, individual, compared to how it is when Badang's right, when it goes for the setup of the fist break, they pretty much actually have potential to grab 2, even more 3. If it happens like 4 players right in front, might as well Badang just take it all.
I mean, Badang is a hero that can get AoE grabs, yes, but that relies on enemy mispositioning. Compared to heroes like Gatot or Grok, who have very good ways of just initiating with AoE CC, Badang's AoE is very short range and basically requires his enemy to be right in front of him, and if he wants the AoE, then they all have to be stacked together right in front of him. Which is possible here considering the number of fighters there are, but you're typically just going to be seeing the Badang catching the Uranus a lot of the time, or the Lapu Lapu if it jumps into the enemy team, and then otherwise, not a lot else. That's the issue with the hero. Badang has a bit of a low success rate in WEC.
I would not say it's low rate. It's pretty much because we haven't seen Badang been picked up a lot here for WEC.
I mean, a few times he has, it hasn't gone well.
Yeah, it doesn't gone well because I think it didn't really matched up with how the meta is right now. So that's why we didn't actually see Badang being prioritized a lot. That's why right now we are seeing rising of Frog. Gatot Kaca still has been relevant throughout the years as well. And then we are also seeing that no matter how it is, go back to the basic that Lapu Lapu has been phenomenal throughout this month.
That's true. Still very consistent hero overall. So they can rely on that somewhat, but I'm gonna be honest, this is the kind of match dynamic that we're not gonna be able to talk very much about because it is largely unproven with the way that the hero interactions are. That's why I kind of was hoping to see what would happen in the game itself, but well, seems like fate had other plans.
Interesting. Going into the draft, looking at the team of Turkiyye, right? My question is, yes, they will be able to survive things out, a lot of sustainability, a lot of them will be able to actually, not to say they are a slick heroes that are in the hands of the players, but at the same time, I do feel like coming along for you to survive out all those team fights or even every damage that has been pulled out by Team Cambodia, can you actually counter-attack back? The reactive that is needed from Team Turkiyye, is it going to be enough though? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's possible. They have an Eve. The Eve is the key point, basically. They also have the Lancelot was on their side, right?
Yeah, on the
Lancelot's on the Cambodia side.
Yeah.
They have
Hayabusa though.
Yeah, it's mostly gonna be Eve then. So Eve is the main core, Eve is the main DPS, Eve is the easiest catcher besides the Kalea when it comes to like starting up team fights. So for the side of Team Cambodia, the main goal is try and disable the mid lane if possible. If they're able to win that out, which is difficult since they have Zusin, they can actually control the game quite well. Even if the Eve does have a solid early game, the moment it goes down once, right, the moment you're able to figure out a strategy to dive backline and take it out of the fight, then Team Cambodia should have the advantage.
Which is better? Direct approach, or is it a sneak attack approach that is better off right now? Because so far we are seeing, compared to how it is between Cambodia as well as Turkiyye, Turkiyye probably prioritize on direct approach, right? They will definitely want to face head on because they have a lot of tenacity to pull in, making sure that every resources that will be taken out by the team of Cambodia will be wasteful and they will strike back. But here's the thing, does direct approach is good for Team Turkiyye?
I mean, Team Turkiyye has a lot more flexibility in
Yeah, exactly, right?
They can go direct, they can go from flanks. They should actually go for flanks because there is a Granger on the opposite side. But then that also leaves themselves a little bit more vulnerable. They have to play in a way where they can protect the Eve while taking out the opponent's artillery fire, which is possible with the tools they have, since they also have a Hayabusa that could potentially threaten Granger. So the Kalea can stand in front, maybe grab Badang, take him out of the fight straight away. Then the Lapu Lapu responds by jumping into the backline to create the distractions, give time for the Hayabusa to find the angles necessary. But the longer the game goes, the more difficult it is going to be to do this. Side lane priority is important, since they are playing double fighter. Team Turkey needs to have side lane prio, ideally. So we should see them rotating a bit more in the first couple minutes, I think.
Again, welcome everybody to the World Esports Championship 2025. Sorry for all the technical issues, but let's give it up for Team Cambodia versus Team Turkey. This is the fight to go to the grand final.
All right, let's see how things will go here. Looking at the emblem setup, nothing too out of the ordinary for either side. As we already pointed out, 2 purifies on the... Oh, hold on.
Oh, goes in for the Wave Break, comes in as well for the Wave Breaker. Managed to actually disperse, but now goes in for the Shuriken attack. But does it manage to actually go in? Boxy in the danger zone, goes in for the grab for OP, goes back for the Fist Break, but at the same time, still surviving out. AB right now will be able to move away, jumps from all those of danger zone.
Tianzi is still waiting. He just hit level 4. But that is actually slightly unlucky timing for Team Turkey. Tianzi was this close to hitting level 4, and an Ogi Shadow kill would have actually gotten maybe 2 kills there. So Team Cambodia able to get out of that situation without feeding farm over to the Haya.
And even so, a lot of invasive coming in from Turkey right now. Team Cambodia, they are a little bit of push right now. Boxy comes in, try to actually trap Luna, but it's not going to be enough. Comes in for the follow-up with the Wave Breaker. Push in with the RWM. They are making sure that they're zoning out this turtle, but goes in for a 1v1 fight. Is it going to be enough? Boxy managed to survive it out. But Stu right now with AP want to survive with the Adu, but somehow they go in for the puncher. Rosa gets the turtle first of all for Turkey, but it's going to be a first blood as well for Sigibum right at the bottom.
Well, that's an interesting turn of events right there. As we already pointed out, this Eve is going to be the most consistent damage for the side of Team Turkey. Really well played to Rosa to identify the failed timing on the Retribution to steal that away. I don't think Singh should have tried to take a fight against Sigibom at that time. He knew that the rest of his team would not be nearby, and it didn't seem like the Lapu Lapu was low enough for him to punish. So Team Turkey with a slight advantage for now. Well played as well to Lunar for keeping away Boxy from the fight. This is already what we mentioned. Team Turkey has a slight lead earlier on.
Coming up right now, they are trying to do a little bit of invasive. Comes in with a puncher, but those goes in for the Whisper. Face back comes through. RWM. Sigibum takes down Boxy. They are wanting for more, but it's going to be Cambodia to just disperse.
Right, this is going according to the plan thus far from Team Turkey. OP.
Oh, Tsunami Slam! Going in for the shadow kills. AP3 takes down OP immediately for another kill. And now they want to actually go for the trade, but is it going to be enough? Zin takes down AP, but at the same time, Detective had to move away before being taken out.
A small bit of a reversal there from Team Cambodia. Being able to give that kill to Singh helps make up for his earlier first blood in lane as well. But Team Turkey is well aware that they want to play fast, especially with this Uranus. So far, Lunar doing a good job of matching up in lane with the Esmeralda, doing exactly what is needed of him. Boxy is having some difficulty. This Badang, so far, hasn't had the... Oh, hold on.
But this open up right here for the setup. Sigibum managed to move away safely. Sing, a little bit of rope extension will be denied immediately by TNZ. Now they want to come in for Boxy. Goes in for the Bravest Spider and shuts down immediately for the double kill.
Excellently done by Team Turkey right there. Blocking the hits for the Lapu Lapu. Sigibum being able to jump back in with the extra shield from the enhanced auto attack and punish Singh for trying to go for the snipe. Now Lunar is buying time as well.
Goes in for the Falling Star, but at the same time, right here, Quad Shadow comes through TNZ, just trying to pick a little bit for Oppie. Somehow, they will not be able to actually take down anyone just yet. Turkey doing a lot of composition, a lot of pressure to the side of Cambodia.
And that is exactly what they need to be doing right now. Boxy is going to try and be annoying here, but he is surrounded.
Tsunami Slam picks up Boxy. Boxy will be able to move away safely with a flicker, but at the same time, Luna zoning out Wadu, OP, as well as Boxy. They goes in the front line, going to fight with TNZ. RDM has already been picked up. Shadow kills, doesn't get anyone. Unfortunately, shit! TNZ will be shut down by Wadu instead. Now moving on, Sigibum takes down Detective for the trade-off. But it's going to be only Wadu to be surviving for the front line. Still managed to actually go away, but Boxy, lifeline, a little bit of deep place. So danger zone going in for that recall for the side side of the grass, but still, they will be able to move away safely.
It ends up being slightly in favor of Team Cambodia because both the junglers were traded, but Singh was actually not part of the fight and was able to get a free tower down bottom. However, Team Turkey seems to be repositioning for the turtle faster due to their sustain. TNZ has respawned. They will claim that turtle. Net worth lead still slightly in favor of Team Turkey.
Turkey bring a lot of the objectives. A little bit of split push coming in from Team Cambodia. All the macros as well as the micros are going to be seen a little bit different from both of these teams. So far, when it comes to the goal difference, it's just 1K, so that's not much of a big deal. Still, Cambodia can have a little bit of turnover if they can actually hold out the position right now.
If they can hold out the position, they'll still be okay. Though Singh, unfortunately, dying twice is not the most ideal circumstances. We can see that Sigibom is an entire 1,000 gold ahead of the Granger currently. The junglers, though, pretty close. So it can still go either way. Cambodia now needs to make a decision. Do they want to play a little bit more for Detective? Do they want to play a little bit more for Singh? Depending on which decision they make, that'll affect their next couple rotations. It'll make them decide how they want to approach the next couple minutes.
Seems that AP3X47 just making sure that he will be able to actually give a lot of the information. Even with Sigabum trying to be catched out by Boxy, will be denied immediately. And this is giving a lot of opportunity for Turkey to just get as much as resources, stack things up. But now Tsunami Slap comes in, try to break away. Sigabum takes down Boxy immediately. And now it is an opportunity for Team Turkey to mash things up for the 30 seconds of that Turkey.
And I like how that's literally the interaction I mentioned before the game started. If you see the Badang, just grab him, pull him into your team, burst him down. Now suddenly you have the numbers advantage regardless of the situation. Though Apex in trouble.
Apex, a little bit of overextension as well as confidence comes in. Wadu goes in, giving a little bit of damage, but somehow it's not going to be enough to shut down. But it's going to be Sigabum who goes in for the dive, takedowns in. And now OP want to make sure that can actually trade things out, but somehow Sigabum is just too hard to be picked up.
I can't remember if we've seen Sigibum playing on the gold lane Lapu Lapu up until now, but he is playing a mean game currently. 5-0-2 on the gold lane fighter. Being able to pick off his opponent multiple times means that Turkey can play off of this momentum and continue controlling.
All the damage comes in to OP side. They want to make sure they get the last turtle in their hands. Again, all the objectives is already in the hands. Goes in for the fist break. Doesn't actually make sure there's a follow-up though. A little bit of slow coming in, but they are going for the push. Detective! Still away the turtle in the hands of Cambodia. Singh comes in with that break to be shut down. Now pushing on with the fist strike. TNZ comes in with the shadow kill. Takes down Singh for the trade as well, but it is going to be 1 kill for the side. No, it's going to be 2 in the hands of Team Turkey.
It's an absolute chaotic mess right now, but Team Cambodia are the ones in control and they're going for more.
Puncher comes in, Detective takes down Sigabum, but that's already enough damage for Cambodia to turn things around.
That is actually disastrous right there for Team Cambodia. Lunar now also in trouble.
Goes in for the last hit. Cambodia getting all the bodies dropped right this instant. Apex, that is not a good move, but here on out, Team Cambodia finally turns things, making sure that they get the composure, and they already got a lead of 1K gold back to them.
That is basically the best case scenario that Team Cambodia could have asked for. They stole the turtle away, they got multiple kills, including a shutdown on the Lapu Lapu, which I'm pretty sure did actually go to the landslide, and you can see that Detective has already surpassed TNZ in farm as a result of it. The gold lead that Team Turkey had built up and was holding on to the entire time has been thrown away in a single instant because they lost their formation and allowed themselves to be scattered. They did not protect Rosa. Wadu was able to chase him down, make sure that that was no longer a question in the fight. And now Team Cambodia regains their momentum and they're scaling.
See, Team Turkey, if they want to actually go in for the setup again, they can do so, but they got to make sure they can find a way to lock on OP. So far right now, the only one that's actually giving a lot of the opportunity, RWM has already been picked up, goes in for a fight, but somehow we are seeing OP able to actually stir away, but he will be taken out by Sigabum. Wadu will trade off with Rosa, but at the same time, Sigabum will not be able to take down Wadu, so it's going to be a 1v1 right here for the side of mid lane.
I think Apex 47 is going to need to make sure that he is able to defend Rosa from Wadu. This Esmeralda is picked up specifically to counter the Eve. And so far, this interaction hasn't actually worked out too well for Esme because the Eves have been able to position correctly with protection for their teammates. Team Turkiyye, though, playing a very snowball-oriented fighter-style composition means that they don't quite have as many tools of handling things. Most of their heroes just need to dive into the front line and hope to do enough damage to come out on top, which is not good news for their one and only backline DPS.
Let's see if Team Turkiyye, this Lord, is already going to be a bit poke coming in from Turkey as well, setting up already. And we do see a little bit of pressure coming in from the top lane. So TNZ is quite far off, not actually too far off. Definitely will be able to jump in if he wants to actually pull in. But somehow, this is a discipline coming in from Team Cambodia as well as Turkey. They know for a fact they don't want to mess things up. Pack coming in right now from the back line. Conceal comes through, but already been spotted out. Doesn't manage to actually get in to actually kill someone or even to steal. Tsunami Slam comes through, gets Wadu, but Wadu survive it out. Detective takes down Rosa immediately. This is going to be Luna, also being catched by OP itself, but survive it out with the Transcendent Ward. Somehow, right here, Team Cambodia, they have a really good composure, managed to actually retreat back. But here, Wadu wants more, wants to actually contest it out. Is it going to be enough though? It seems that they want to actually pull through. Just a little bit of damage here from the side of Cambodia, but Team Turkey say, nah, slow things down, and this is going to be opening the lot for them.
And now that we've reached the 11-minute point, I think everyone watching can see why I was so confused about this Uranus last pick. The moment that Rosa is taken out of the fight, really well played by Detective there to find the puncture straight through the heart of Team Turkiyye. The rest of them literally can't do anything. They're just walking around like headless chickens. Literally no target, no damage. They can only soak damage at that point. Team Cambodia is aware of this. That's why every single time when the fight starts, this Eve needs to go.
And even here, we see Wadu is doing so much of the damage. His break comes in. Tsunami Slam, want to steal away Wadu. It's not going to be enough though. Apex in danger, had to move away. A lot of damage comes in, and now this is going to give that mid turret in their hands. Sigga Boom, being in danger. OP trying to make sure that she will be able to actually pick that up, but OP somehow will make sure that at least it is going to be a pressure at that mid lane, and somehow the Lord pushing in as well for the bottom turret. Holy Defense is already out. Somehow it might be an opening for the team of Cambodia to just push through to make sure at least one of the lane is bare, but they still managed to survive it out. This is a really good defense coming in. Even Wadu just trying to actually tease a little bit. It was not enough though, so Team Turkey still have it in the back just a little bit for now.
Pretty good defense for now, though they will lose all of their external towers as a result of that. Cambodia finally building up a sizable 4.7k gold lead. A big chunk of this going to be in the hands of Detective, since he was able to get a lot of kills sequentially. The gold lane farm is still pretty even, but this is the risk of going for a fighter gold lane. Lapu Lapu is a lot less efficient now that we've reached this point of the game compared to something like a Granger. And Lunar also falling very heavily behind in terms of farm compared to Wadu, which when you add on to the fact that consistent DPS is wholly lacking from the side of Team Turkiyye, means that it's a lot more difficult to get rid of the Esmeralda as compared to the Uranus.
Timing is crucial right now for Team Cambodia. If they can actually have a really good composition, making sure that Turkey doesn't actually able to steal away, because no matter how much Apex trying to make sure that he will be able to steal with a Tsunami Slam, that Purify just denies immediately. And this is why Team Cambodia, they have so much of escape. Slippery hands coming in from the Turkey side. This is how they will be able to survive every attempt coming in from Turkey.
Team Turkey needs to commit to split pushing, I think, at this point. They
Yeah.
have to take the risk, they have to throw bodies. They are fairly sustainable, so it should be okay for them to play independently. If they keep trying the team fight, they're not going to win.
Even OP tried to pick up one of the players there, Luna, barely surviving there with a lifeline, but still managed to move away without any casualties. So far, Team Turkey maintaining their own position so that they do not drop some bodies. Even though it is necessary right now, they are trying to make sure that at least during the fight for the Lord, they have enough manpower. But is it going to be a great fight indeed? Because if they be able to actually steal this lot from the hands of Cambodia, it will be a great turnover for Turkey.
Main goal of Turkiyye is once again to try and just grab Boxy or even better Detective and burst him down before the fight starts. Then they'll have much more advantage when it comes to actually contesting the objective and going for the team fight. The Eve is still good zone control, but it's gonna be risky all the time because Cambodia can just run them down like this.
Look at that. Everyone been dispersed just by Team Cambodia. Now Detective just trying to actually poke a little bit of that lot. Sikibum has already been spotted out, goes in for OP, but can he actually make it through? Fist break comes in, still surviving it out, but Shadow Kill comes in from TNC, takes down OP immediately. Now pushing on TNC, having a little bit of damage right there, had to move away, but it's still a good win coming in from Team Turkey itself. But it seems that Detective goes into the backline, trying to go in for the puncher, doesn't get the kill that he wants, but somehow he will be able to survive it out. He goes in TNC again, one more try, that is the overextension, and this is denied by Team Turkey.
Really good dive here from Team Cambodia. Really good defense by Team Turkey. We're seeing solid micro mechanics overall, but now the dynamics of the draft are really rearing their ugly head in this game. Team Turkey played that pretty well. Sikibum got a great catch, jumped in alongside TNC, got the pick off on OP, but even though they had the numbers advantage, they still couldn't actually take the fight to Team Cambodia because they are lacking consistent DPS output and they need to keep Rosa alive.
Look at Wadu. Wadu just at the front line, doing everything he can to make sure that can zone out every single movement of Turkey. And Wadu doing what a Frangler should do. Luna comes in, gonna try to pick it out, but is it gonna be enough? Fist break comes in, Detective gets the turn on the hands of Cambodia, and now they're gonna always strike back. Gets attacks as well. Moving on right now, still surviving though Sikibum. Sikibum managed surviving, but OP comes in for the take, and now they're moving on to fight it off. Stuns a bit, had to move away with a flicker, so Turkey will be able to survive it up. But Luna in the end will be also be taken out, but RDM has already been picked up. Is it gonna be enough though? Wadu comes in, puncher comes through from Detective. Now Shadow kills. Is it gonna be enough to get the Boxy? But Boxy still survive with the immortality. One more hit. TNC! He will be surviving it over one hit for Wadu with a mega kill, and that's gonna be Turkey losing 3 lifeline in the hands of Cambodia.
There were so many twists and turns in that last fight, but I think we could say for sure that Cambodia came out on top. They found their targets. Rosa and TNC are not going to be able to respawn for this Lord defense. Boxy goes down, but they trade for Lunar, and the Lord is pushing into the base.
Pushing into the base, Sikibum trying to make sure Wavebreaker also comes through, but Apex, all the lifeline goes in for the Tsunami Sun, but Detective takes him down immediately with the crystal in the hands of Team Cambodia for the first win.
And with that, Team Cambodia sets themselves up. They are now 1 victory away from potentially making it all the way to the grand finals. A solid game performed there by the side of Team Cambodia, but the draft coming in from Team Turkey was not doing them any favors.
Relax, Detective is here. And that is what Cambodia has said and spoken here at the stage of WEC 25. I'm loving it. I'm liking the confidence that is coming in from Team Cambodia. But this is still just a first win. And we talked about how when it comes to semifinals, we are going forward with the best of 3. So one more game to determine whether or not Team Cambodia will be moving on to the grand final.
And there were so many things that I felt like could have been done better, but the draft itself already gave me reason to pause, I feel like. Again, the Uranus last pick, I don't really know why they did that, actually. You give up all your scaling, you give up all your control for a EXP laner that doesn't necessarily win the lane and doesn't offer utility beyond soaking damage, which Cambodia can just ignore in the first place.
I talked about it, right? When it comes to the draft-wise of Team Turkey, they pretty much prioritize on, like you said, absorb. Soaking up every single damage that will be thrown by Team Cambodia. But here's the thing, no matter how much you soak up, no matter how much you absorb, you need that follow-up. You need that DPS to come through for your attack, the counter-attack that is desired. And you talked about how Eve, Rosa was supposed to be the key, but every single time, the first earlier games, we did saw great, massive initiation. RDM has already been put out in the right location to hold out the position of Team Cambodia, but as time goes by, it kind of feel like a little bit ineffective compared to how damaged that Team Cambodia can bring it to Turkey.
Yeah, there's so many heroes on Team Cambodia that can just dive the Eve or snipe from afar, right?
Yeah.
Detective can dive, one-shot Rosa, Wadu can go into the back line and just slowly whittle him down, Zing can snipe from afar. You see all of this, and you decide, I'm still going to depend on this Eve for all my damage anyway, and I'm going to pick a hero that doesn't help in protecting it. I don't understand it.
But it's okay, we are saying for the key players right here, it's going to be 3 lines up right for the name of Team Cambodia. We got Detective as the goal hunter with 858 GPM. The GOAT, the one and only Wadu. I mean, yeah, swish, swash, whip, lash. That is 105,218 total damage was dealt by him himself. And not only that, he gets the damage done, he also soaks up so much damage. He is the best support with 7 total assists. But as the tanker from Luna, I mean, yes, we are questioning that choice of picking that Uranus at the last one, but at the same time, we did see the potential. We did think that there's a possibility maybe that Team Turkey, they want to make a break for that double fighter lane, and there's a possibility as well they might be able to actually set things up good if they have the right good one shot with that choice of that Eve itself, because again, they heavily dependent on Eve to a point that it gives an opportunity for Cambodia to get that win. But Wadu, yet again, getting the MVP here for the first round.
Wadu having a very good time this time around. 0 deaths in lane, being able to match up 50-50 against the Uranus initially, but then just totally outscaling because there's so many heroes on the side of Team Turkey that provide shields that she can absorb. This was a first phase Esmeralda pick, and there was no counter. No marksman that could show up to melt her down, no export or anything like that that could be locked in to deal with it, so Wadu just gets away with everything. You want someone who can snipe the Eve? Wadu can do it. You want someone who can soak damage? Wadu can do that as well. And Team Cambodia was able to make use of it the entire time.
Yeah, definitely. I think pretty much there were a lot of the draft that was done by Team Turkey that could actually change a bit if they actually picked out a different kind of heroes. But this is what has been done for the first round itself. Let's take a look again for the highlights. Started out really good on the side of Team Turkey. This is where the setup was done. Sigabum, for early game itself, he can manage himself. Great damage composure as well. With Apex doing a lot of the initiation, getting all those steals with the Tsunami Slam. But this is where the fine line, if they actually give so much of the space and time to Team Cambodia, they can also stack things up for themselves. And not even so that they kind of lost for those kills, Team Cambodia was able to actually turn it around after they actually steal away the last turtle. And not only that, they were also able to trade off a lot of those counterattacks.
It felt like there was a lack of awareness for a need for adaptation here because, yes, Team Turkey was actually doing pretty well in the first couple of minutes, largely due to Sigibum. This man was popping off on the Lapu Lapu, setting up kills, grabbing pickoffs, and actually surviving a lot of these later game exchanges. So Team Turkey just decides, okay, we're just going to keep doing the same thing as the game keeps going. We're just going to directly throw our bodies at Team Cambodia and we'll win out because somehow Team Cambodia is going to eventually scale up and get stronger, and they have ways of removing your DPS. That's why later in the game I said Team Turkey should probably start playing for macro, playing for pickoff since they have Kalea, pair it up with Rosa, find a kill on Sing or Boxy somewhere on the map, and then it'll be easier to fight. But they just kept running into Cambodia like that's what their draft is designed for.
I think pretty much a lot of the baits that was set up by Team Cambodia, that is what was eaten up by Turkey, when the fact is they were supposed to actually have the respawn, not actually waiting for the reaction. When they actually wait up for the first step or even first attack coming in from the Team Cambodia, they thought that maybe the counter attack would be better off instead of us starting the fight, when the fact is, compared to how the draft is, you talked about it, direct approach is better off. You go for your aggression, maybe it could have been a different kind of case for Turkey. But here on out, that is just the first round. Now we're going in straight to our second round. But before that, let's take a look again the mood here for both of this team. Because again, if Team Turkey lost this round, this is going to be the end for them to actually go to the grand finals. But they are going to compete with Team Indonesia for the third place.
Well, you obviously don't want to have your journey end up down there, though. You're this close to making it to the grand finals. Remember, both of these teams have not had the chance to taste the podium of WEC before in the past. Team Cambodia, one step away from creating history themselves. And I'm sure they're eager to do so. We're very focused right now. We saw good adjustments. We saw good gameplay coming in. If they can keep that up, then they should be able to meet up against Team Malaysia.
We're going back to the flying cows here for our second second round of the map, and everybody knows this is not my favorite map. It doesn't have much of an impact, especially when it comes to setting up fights, but it does actually give a little bit of potential for you to jump into your territory, pushing lane, clearing out the waves as well, and it might be also able to actually give a lot of mobility when it comes to movement. But again, there's not much that you can actually utilize here for the map. It's like you having a little bit of advantage with the flying cloud, but you still go to the basic of how it is on the land of dawn. But going into the banning right now, we are seeing Cambodia still again at the first pick. They are going to ban off Fanny, Gatot, as well as Yishan Sin again. On the side of Turkiyye, it seems that they are learning a little bit of respect bank, so they are going to take out Lancelot as well.
But I like the speed of decision making being done by Team Cambodia. You get rid of the Lancelot, alright, we'll go back to tank jungle with the Baxia to enable even more early game rotation. Now, Team Turkiyye does have the option to go into the Eve Lapu Lapu again. I think it is a very solid opening if they want to lean in that direction. But you do want to have a proper roamer this time, something that can match in speed. The Kalea is not going to be as efficient. You may actually have to consider going Cho yourself, since the Baxia will rotate very quickly across the map.
Let's see. Is Eve going to be the priority again for Turkiyye? That's not a problem for them to actually pick that up right now. At the same time, let's see if they want to actually prioritize as well one of their EXP as well. It seems that I can hear that Lapu Lapu will also be prioritized here. It's going to be a little bit of steal there from Cambodia, and they also picked up Hylos.
Right, that Hylos is a pretty alright roamer, actually quite solid here for helping deal with dive compositions as well. But that means the Eve is going to get led through to the side of Cambodia, and they're going to be very happy with that. Even pairing it up with the Granger in advance, this is 100% going to be a front to back for Cambodia.
Definitely. And now Team Turkiyye, do they want to actually pick up that jungler now, or they want to actually just take that mid laner before the ban coming in for the second phase? I feel like they are going to actually pick up that jungler immediately with the Hayabusa. I mean, again, we've seen that Hayabusa was able to do a good amount of damage for the shadow kills, and it wasn't really that much that it was not fruitful on the side of Team Turkiyye. It's just that they need as much as input or even a lot of catch to go into Cambodia's side that it wasn't enough. So maybe with a little bit of drafting with the side of Turkiyye with that high loss, it might actually change a little bit for the second draft.
I actually don't really like the Hayabusa here. I would have preferred... Oh wait, no. I would have preferred the Yisan Shin, but I just realized that the Yisan Shin was banned. So I guess Team Turkiyye didn't have too much of a choice here, which is a bit unfortunate. Hayabusa doesn't have the best matchup into Eve or Baxia. It's okay against Granger, but a good Granger can outplay it, which we've seen before in the past. They will cover their bases by getting rid of the Hilda, while it looks like Team Cambodia is going to start focusing on the mages.
Let's see. Hilda is definitely one of the counter for Hayabusa. Now Farsa has already been taken out. I think pretty much if they want to actually shut down a little bit more of the mid laner as well, they can also push into the Jushin side. I think we did see a lot of the potential coming from OP with the Jushin, so probably that will be a case as well if Turkiyye will be able to pick them up. But I'm not sure if that's going to be one of the signature of comforts from the side of Turkiyye though. So are they going to actually zone out a little bit more of the sustain hero instead? Let's see. Let's find out what is Turkiyye going to actually ban off for the last spot. It seems going to be Esmeralda. Yeah, that kind of slipped off my fingers just now. So definitely Esmeralda is one of the respect ban that's needed. Wadu with that Esmeralda doing a great job for the front line. Definitely needs to be taken out. But here Cambodia shuts down one of the gold lane. Harith definitely will be banned out.
That's a good call from Team Cambodia. They see the Esme ban. It's not just a counter to the Eve, it's a counter to the Harith as well. If Turkiyye is taking it out themselves, it means that they want to play something like the Harith, and so they'll just take it out of the pool. And it's one of the marksmen that actually handles Granger really well in lane. Now, I'm gonna say Team Cambodia has a really good setup for Cho. I feel like they're probably going to end up playing Cho. And I hope that Team Turkiyye has some way of dealing with it. Should be the Ruby to be safe.
Kagura.
It looks like it's the Kagura instead.
I think we've seen Kagura in our main stage for the woman category, right? And so far for win rate, it's kind of 50-50. There are certain times it is good choice to be made for mid lanes, but I kind of feel there's more mid laners that you can be picked up here for the side of Turkey. We haven't seen Lunox being prioritized so far, right?
That's surprising. I thought Lunox would have been better here, but Kagura's still okay. Allows you to burst down the Granger and even the Eve if you have enough farm. Now for Cambodia, this is probably going to be Cho plus an EXP lane. Oh no, the Kalea. That's a bit of a surprise. I thought they would 100% go Cho. The Kalea works just as well here and actually pairs quite well with the Eve for very powerful mid lane prio. And then you have the Arlet in the EXP that also synergizes with the Eve. The team fight potential of Cambodia here is strong, and they're going to be very active on the map in the first couple minutes.
So far, I feel like Team Cambodia, they have a really good ground right now to be covered with a good setup as well, with Kaladia as well. Now, Team Turkey, to fight it off, I think Irital is still a viable option. We know for a fact that it's good, but oh, they're picking up Xbox instead.
I was actually thinking that. I feel like that is probably the best choice. Now, this is a bit risky because it's once again a situation where Team Turkey doesn't have a very solid late-game DPS scaler. But Xborg is a very flexible hero in the current meta that actually provides really high consistent DPS over time, especially into team compositions with multiple frontliners and wants to dive into you. So against the Baxia, against the Kalea, against the Eve even, Xborg is a good pick.
Xbox definitely can burst down. That last Insanity that we've seen so far has been able to actually shred some of the damage coming in for any kind of setup. It also be able to actually disperse some of the team fight that will be put out by Team Cambodia. Team Cambodia coming off right now, we do see some of the players are prioritizing on the flickers, and we do see on the side of Turkey with high loss revitalize. Definitely those are the things that may be a crucial state for them to just goes in for the diving composition and survive it out. But welcome again to the World Esports Championship 2025. One more game for Team Cambodia to end it all and go to the grand final. Can they make it, or will Turkey stop them here to prolong to the best of one?
Game 2 officially commences as we jump back into the land of Dawn. That is indeed a good question. Which of these two teams will come out on top? Cambodia already leading by 1. And it looks like Detective is playing quite aggressively as well. Ooh, mid lane.
Mid lane comes in, Wavebreaker comes through though. Is it gonna be OP? OP having a lot of damage there, but still managed to survive it out. Rosa backs off immediately. This is what a really good composition coming in from the Kagura pick. You will be able to jump up and down, will be able to move away freely. The mobility wise of how Rosa is going to be fruitful. Coming in with the quad shadow, looking for a target, is going to be actually moving away, but Wavebreaker comes in, doesn't actually have the opportunity to go in. Paypax will be the first blood in the hands of OP.
Great turnaround right there. Eye for opportunity. I don't know if it was Boxy or Detective who made that call, but it was the correct one. They saw TNZ and Rosa break off after the initial skirmish, so they knew that Apex was all by himself. And Apex didn't even pop the Revitalize because he knew that he was 100% dead.
And coming in right now, Wavebreaker again. They will be able to survive it all, but Zigaboom trying to make sure that he managed to actually move away safely. Just barely surviving it out. But here on up, Boxy comes in for the dive. Composure goes in for the Wavebreaker. Just down, Zigaboom. Nothing can TNZ done. And here, Apex, fortunately, is just going to slow things out. They're going to actually push on even more for the Apex. Immediately shredded by OP, giving more blood in the hands of Cambodia.
Well, I said that Cambodia were going to be active in the first couple minutes, and they have proven my suspicions correct. They can do so much on the map with this Kalea-Baxia combo. And both Granger and Eve offer a good amount of level 2 scaling as well, which enables them to be particularly aggressive. Detective will get a free first hurdle.
Great composure. TNZ comes in for the trade of Boxy. Still, it is a small win coming up from Turkey to get that Roma, but still not going to be enough. This is going to be another turtle to be fight off with 100 seconds to go. So far, Team Cambodia got a lot of aggression. Turkey as well will try to take things up a little bit slow as well.
TNZ was able to get 1 kill. Boxy doesn't really mind dying there, but the fact that the Hayabusa has something on the board means that there is still something that Team Turkey can play for. It's unfortunate that they've lost out in terms of the goal lead. It's a 2K already for Cambodia in 3 minutes, but it is not impossible to make up for this. They just need to play this slow, try and set up for the Hayabusa. And Apex 47 needs to be very careful with his positioning while still offering vision to the rest of his squad.
So far, we are seeing Team Cambodia still able to actually have a hold for this second round. Team Turkey, they are able to actually pace off themselves just a little bit, but somehow, with 50 seconds on the clock, are they going to actually able to fight it off for the second scrimmage? Goes in to actually open the grass. RWM already been picked up. Glory Pathway also want to take down Apex immediately. Now goes in for the shadow kill. Doesn't get enough damage right now. TNZ had to pull away. Team Cambodia gets away with that 1 kill. But Luna goes in right now. Wavebreaker Tsunami Slam also has already been done by Foxy. Pushing on to Luna. Luna will be burst by OP with that 2 kills in Cambodia hands.
Really solid aggression once again. This is a specialty of Team Cambodia, but Team Turkey actually didn't respond too badly. They nearly took out multiple members of the backline, but Singh was able to back out just in time with the flicker. If the Granger had gone down, that would have been a worthy trade. But now Oppi is officially online, 3-0-1 on this eve. And compared to the last game, Cambodia is not only relying on this hero to output damage.
Now trying to tease a little bit of the buff, trying to do a little bit invasive. Glory Pathway already been picked up right there. Somehow they will be able to move away safely. Managed to actually disperse without any casualty whatsoever. A little bit slow for the follow-up of Team Turkey though.
They can definitely engage on this now. Glorious Pathway is Team Turkey's best answer to the RWM. And OP actually held on to his ultimate, so he still has it.
Oh, goes in for the slash, but somehow will be able to give a lot of damage right now. Even TNZ had to pull away from those damage, and now they will be able to get the turtle in the hands of Team Cambodia. Luna overlooking, not a little bit too slow, Luna. You're not going to be able to steal that, and somehow had to back away.
A good attempt, though. It's the best thing that Team Turkey can do at that point, since they've already lost 2 attempts of trying to break into the river. They'll just decide to cut their losses and go split up for the farm instead. Lunar should be able to secure all of these minions, which is important since that is a lot of EXP in that wave. Team Turkey is once again playing from the back foot.
So far, no turret whatsoever has already been taken out. So there's still a lot of defense coming in from Team Turkey to manage all the wave. But objective-wise, we are seeing that Team Cambodia is a little bit far ahead. You see me rolling. Are they going to fight? No, it seems that they're just going to be pushing a little bit of pressure to the side of Team Turkey. And Zing somehow will be getting the first turret in the hands of Team Cambodia.
Sky Piercer completed. Not actually sure if that's the first or second item for Singh. This Granger has been free farming. Thank you again, production. Second item. He is very rich right now as compared to the opposite side. So we can see that Team Cambodia is progressing just as well. He's actually a full 1K ahead of
Foxy able to go in for the steal. Goes in for the final slash as well. Zing takes down Rosa. 2 players already down in the hands of Team Cambodia. Team Cambodia doing a lot of pressure. Turkey losing a lot of players now. TNZ comes in, Wavebreaker right now. Can they actually break it through? Unfortunately, managed to actually move away safely without being taken out by Cambodia.
Team Turkey able to cut their losses, but that is the first Sky Piercer stack for the Granger already. OP was already a problem for the side of Team Turkey, and now Singh is also scaling up to be an issue. This is working out super well for them currently.
That was too close with the flicker though, but great job coming for the reposition for the side of Sigabum. But still, this is going to be invasion from the side of Cambodia, getting all the creeps, all the buff on their ends, and Team Turkey losing their dominance of their own territory.
Team Turkey, they had a lineup that wants to play a little bit for the mid game, because Cambodia had such an effective early game, they have delayed that scaling heavily. And that's actually really bad for Team Turkey because they don't actually have very good scaling and compared to Cambodia either. They needed Sigabum to be in a good position. They needed TNZ to actually have a snowball going, but neither of those conditions have been met. And we are looking at a 6K goal lead in 7 minutes. This is starting to shape up to be an absolute snowball. And Team Turkey is going to need to find shutdowns on the backliners in order to turn it around.
One more turret in the hands of Team Cambodia. Rosa making sure that nobody can step into the mid lane as well. They are trying to make sure they have a split push right at the top with Sigaboom trying to make sure a little bit of micro objective can be secure. But is it going to be enough though with the lot coming in with the 70 seconds? Somehow Teams Cambodia, they're looking well. Goes in for the wave breaker. Boxy goes in for the steal with a tsunami step. Gonna make it through. Goes in for the final side. Sing takes down Apex first of all. In the moment right now, they're crucially giving a lot of pressure to the side of Luna. RWM already been put out right in season. Luna takes down by Wadu. That's 2 kills already in the hands of Team Cambodia. Somehow Turkey will be managed to go in. Shadow kill comes in. Yes, he goes in for OP trade. But is it gonna be enough? It is not enough as so much damage already been put out by Team Cambodia.
That's actually not too bad for Team Turkey. I mentioned that the turnaround condition is to find a shutdown on the backliners, and it's best if it goes into a core. So TNC was able to get the shutdown gold on Oppi. They lose 2 in exchange, but Lunar and Apex are not actually worth all that much right now. So that is a bit of a swing. Reduces the gold lead by about 1,000. Team Turkey, if they can recreate that, it would be ideal, especially if they're able to prevent too many people from dying on their side either. For Team Cambodia, their positioning is very, very clean. I especially like how OP is holding on to the RWM as long as possible to catch Turkey on the retreat rather than when the fight initiates.
Lord coming out within 3 seconds so far. Yes, it is successful coming from Turkey to make sure the pressure can be cleared out. We'll be able to trade out just a little bit, having a little bit of stack here at the Hayabusa. But this is going to be a free lot in the hands of Cambodia for them to at least lean out that second level tier turret. So let's see if they can actually open out a little bit more dominance here for the Turkey land. But at the same time, right here goes in Detective, spotted out Apex, just gonna actually roll him out a little bit. Gets the mid lane as well. One shot comes through, goes in for the final slash. RWM already been picked out. Zigabomb! Shuts down immediately in the hands of OP. First down to the core. And now they want to make it more sure that at least all the minions wave will be able to give more pressure to Turkey.
What a beautiful pick off there though from Cambodia. They see the final slash push him in. RWM right around where the dash off the Faraga armor is going to end to line up the artillery fire. We can see the damage from Sing is really ramping up. Just a single shot drops Rosa by a quarter HP. The inhibitor is taken out without even any contention. There is no holy defense. The Lord is pushing down bottom. Can Turkey defend this?
Team Turkey is leaving a lot of loopholes coming in for Team Cambodia. Now Detective rolls in, stuns it out. Loader pathway right to the back line, but is it going to be enough? Wadu takes down TAZ immediately. Now moving on, Apex will be also trying to survive it out. Wavebreaker comes through, but RWM already been picked up. Surviving for the last insanity, doesn't get anyone. Sigaboom takes down OP at least for the trade, but team right now, Cambodia will be able to do a lot of damage. Final strike comes through. Rosa barely surviving, but does get the last hit from Wadu itself. 2 players still surviving. Crystal right now is in the focus with all the initiation comes through from Sigaboom. Sigaboom, one last save by Wadu again, taking double kill and now leaving one more player. It's going to be the team of Cambodia clearing out with the wiped out in their hands.
TNZ and Apex 47 will be able to respawn. They need to clear the minion wave. Ooh, dodges the final slash.
Ooh, Shadow kill comes in, Glowed Pathway as well, but is it going to be enough though? Managed to move away into the fountain. Apex! 1 shot, 1 kill by Sing himself. And now Team Turkey, they are back, but great discipline coming from Cambodia, not to overextend.
I will say, Team Turkey surviving that is really, really impressive. A lot of things lined up for them to actually be able to do so. Rosa got a massive yin-yang overturn onto the backline, which dropped them low enough for the last insanity to force them back. And they were able to keep returning and rotating through the base to absorb enough damage to eventually clear up the minion wave. Team Cambodia, unfortunately, didn't target the crystal quite well enough, and that's going to allow Team Turkey to prolong the game slightly. But we are looking at an 11k goal lead at the 12-minute mark, and it is still an absolute snowballing. They still need to find a little bit more. Shutting down Sing is going to be their next goal.
Let's see if they can do that though. So far, 40 seconds on the clock. This is going to be the second lot. TNZ just making sure that the position, trying to figure out all the low positioning wise, but somehow they are going to actually drag out Apex, going in for the Glory Pathway for the escape mechanism, but somehow they will be able to slip through the fingers. But here, Sigaboom meeting off with Detective. Luna just overlooking, but last insanity doesn't get anyone, but one more shot to go. Sing comes in! takes down Sticker Bomb and making sure that Luna spotted up by Detective all by itself. 1v1, what is gonna be like right here? Luna tries surviving, but is it gonna be enough though? Luna will be able to scare away, but this is gonna be 3v1 situation. Boxy comes in, surviving it out with the land checker, but somehow Sing Godlike comes through with Luna being wiped out. Shadow Kill comes in, will be able to take down OP. OP will be able to survive on her own, and this is why this team, Cambodia, will be able to fall through. Glory Pathway just as a survivor. Final slash! Gripping into the hands of Apex, barely surviving that, and Team Cambodia showing off how much kill. Tsunami Slap comes in just to steal away Sticker Bomb. Barely surviving it out by Rosa. Flickers away to survive. Now they're pushing in to get the kills. They are focusing just to make sure all of the plays. Final slash again comes in for Wadu. Zing takes down TXC. Now pushing on with Luna as well as Sticker Bomb surviving it out for the fountain, but gets the triple kill. And now moving on with Sticker Bomb just now both for the trade. But it is going to be the end with the Maniac in the hands of these. Welcome to the grand finals to the team of Cambodia!
An absolute brute force victory where Team Cambodia knows we are so rich that there is nothing you can do to stop us. The cannon fire from the Granger, the damage from the Eve, all of it ramping up to become one unstoppable snowball, rolling right through the gateway of Team Turkiyye. And with a 2-0 clean sweep, Team Cambodia secures their ticket to face off against Team Malaysia in the WEC Grand Finals.
Congratulations to the team of Cambodia for making a great history here for 2025. Want to give a little bit of highlight to the team Cambodia. We'll have a little bit of interview at the stage with our beautiful host, Rose. So take it away, Rose. Thank you. Congratulations again.
From the Kingdom of Wonder to the grand stage, ladies and gentlemen. Sekali lagi. Okay. From the Kingdom of Wonders to the grand stage, ladies and gentlemen, introducing your second grand finalist, Team Cambodia! Congratulations, boys! What an amazing win in the semi-final. And right now, I am with Sing and Detective as my translator. Yes, this time I shall not ask him any questions as he requested. Sing, how does it feel like to be back in the grand finals?
អារម្មណ៍នេះវាបែកចិត្តភាសាយើងអត់ដែរឡើង grand final នៅ international.
He said he's very happy because he has never advanced to the grand final in international stage.
Oh, that is amazing. And you know what? I'm pretty sure a lot of the Malaysian audiences are also supporting you guys. Because look at them. It's still practically a full house watching your game this semi-finals. Now, moving on further, later on in the evening, you guys will be playing a best of 5 in the grand finals, going up against Malaysia. Sing, what is your team's preparation for this, especially since Malaysia is the home ground heroes? Do you guys feel any pressured? Are you guys scared?
Grand final.
He said we are well prepared and there's nothing to be scared about.
I agree. There's definitely nothing to be scared about. And you know what? Later on this evening, I hope you guys give us a very, very good grand finals to watch. Before I send you guys off, is there anything you guys would like to say to your Cambodian fans? Ask them to tune in later and support you guys?
First off, I want to say to the Malaysian fan, please go easy on us. And secondly, to my fan ខ្មែរទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំអរគុណមែនតើតែជួយគ្រប់គ្រងពួកខ្ញុំនឹងខំប្រឹងអស់ពីសមត្ថភាពហ្មងដើម្បីយកមេដាយមាសនិងពានជូនអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នា
I think he said somewhere along the lines of to all the Cambodian people, thank you very much for supporting us in our journey. Am I right? Was I right? Just say yes.
I didn't hear you.
It's okay. I think I'm right. I'm correct. Thank you very much. I love the Cambodians. I love you guys. All right. So later on in the evening, we will be having a grand finals. However, before that, we will also be having our third placer match. So to everybody here, don't go anywhere because the intensity is about to get higher. That is it from our second grand finalist. Let us show it back to the casters to break down what happened in this amazing series.
Thank you very much, Rose, and congratulations to Team Cambodia and to all of the Cambodian fans in the building right now for making it to the grand finals for the first time. A grand step in the history of this nation. And a beautiful game it was coming out from their team. Nearly perfect, actually, with only 4 kills going to the hands of Team Turkiyye and a 13,000 gold lead in a 13-minute game.
It's definitely what we see from all the draft that was done by Team Cambodia itself. I think we've talked about how prioritized that was done by Team Cambodia from the first as well as second was just much more on leaning of the honest and straightforward fight compared to how Turkey is. It is questionable a little bit on their draft. Like there were certain heroes that should have been there. Maybe they could have actually switched things up, and coming into the second draft is the same case as well. They had that diving composition. Yes, we did see how the Glory Pathway was used or utilized in a perfect condition or situation, but coming into the late game, and this is what we talked about, late game security definitely goes into Team Cambodia. They have what it takes to make sure they can actually get a really good damage from behind. No one was able to actually grab anyone, especially with the fact that they were expecting TNZ to make it or break it, goes into the back line, maybe goes in with a shadow kill, but there was not much of a damage. And you talked about how even it was a snowball already. With goal lead is already in the hands of Cambodia, there's not much of the item as well as stacks that you can actually play around with. So congratulations again to Team Cambodia with them getting the 3 key players. We got Zing with Gold Hunter 927 GPM, as well as the Goat with 83,680 damage. And then we ask the tanker here, Apex. We do see how much that Apex was trying to set things up with the Glory Pathway, but sometimes it was a little bit too slow, and it was a lot of the fight or even all of those skill set that was used by Apex, it was pretty much just to use for the escape mechanism for the team of Turkiyye. But the best support goes to the one and only this assassin, not just good for the tank wise, but also has the best support with 16 total assists. But is he going to be the MVP? Nah, it's gonna be Zing, who gets 2 key player as well as the MVP title with KDA 11, no 0 death whatsoever in his hand with 10 assists.
Also, a 900 plus GPM is very difficult to achieve in the current meta due to all the nerfs to farming, which means that Zing was going absolutely ham. 11 kills, 0 deaths. He was being funneled and farmed all the way from the very beginning. If we look at the highlights here, unfortunately, once again, I do think this draft from Team Turkiyye was a little bit flawed. Going for double fighter side lane with a Hayabusa jungle needs you to be ahead early to mid. But then they picked it all into a Baxia, picked it into an Eve. The Kalea showing up at the end is just the cherry on top. Cambodia has the advantage in the early game. They have the advantage in the mid game. They have the advantage in the late game. It is a complete draft victory. Team Turkiyye had chances of making something happen, but it required high-level execution, being able to surgically extract the most important kills in the middle of Cambodia's death ball. And that was a bit too difficult to achieve.
And even on the last fight itself, I like how Wadu just comes in, goes in for the last hit, as well as the final splash dives in. The great composition for zoning out the team of Turkey shows how much of confidence from Team Cambodia here when it comes to fighting Turkey. Again, getting that maniac in the hands of Zing shows how much prominent and deserving of the MVP as well here for the second game. But congratulations again for Team Turkey to make it here to the playoff. They're not done yet with their job. Just like what Rose has talked about, there'll still be a lower bracket coming up next before we close our WEC 25 with the grand final. 2 of our powerhouse has already been determined for their slot. Malaysia versus Cambodia. But before we get into that, we need to determine who is our third place, and that is between Team Indonesia versus Turkey. The grand final is the battle of the Southeast Asia. But is it going to be that case? But here on out, this is the end of our journey between me and Sdafa. So thank you again for those of you guys are tuning in. It will be taken over by Lafel and Husky. Truly sorry if there was any wrongs or mishap from our end. Hopefully we'll see you guys again in the future. Please keep on staying tuned and supporting WEC 2025.
In the at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable.
discussing what are they going to do, what is the change. But for Team Turkey, you have time, but it was very limited.
Yeah, we did see early on where Kabuki got the Obsidia 2 times in a row against Team Malaysia. Still pretty iffy about, in my opinion, still pretty, on the fence about how Obsidia works. But we also had some discussion about Kagura, even from the group stage onwards, and how that hero functions in a team environment. So both squads, I feel like, have some ideas that still needs fleshing out, and if they do want to bring it to the table, perhaps do it in game 1, since they don't really have much chances in a bronze match best of 3.
We got to talk about what is going to be the target here, because we saw how Team Malaysia went up against Team Indonesia. They shut down the jungle, and in a way they shut down the gold as well. So most of the damage will not be present in those neutral objectives, and that's how they take down Indonesia. Will Team Turkey attempt to do something the same? Make sure that the jungle is not free for Joe to just roam around and get all the farm.
Yeah, I think it's very possible, right? Like, certain picks have to be able to get the job done. Hilda was a key factor that enabled Malaysia to do that, but also it comes down to something quite advanced, and that is conditioning, right? I think a lot of people were talking about how Sakai was able to get a buff steal at level 1 and convert it into a beetle camp without being detected. That's because they were contesting Little Wonder on the other side of the map, and Team Malaysia basically set up the situation to make Indonesia felt like things are going as normal. But now that they've fallen for that trick once, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, then that's on me. And I don't think Indonesia is about to be fooled twice.
Yeah, honestly, having the first game with a sleight of hand, that was amazing coming in from Malaysia. Now, we got to see if Team Turkey will be able to replicate. Now, Team Turkey just now, I would say, the mid duo does have a pretty tough time. Ezekiel as well as Weedy have been on the stage for quite a while, but not as long as Rosa as well as Apex 47. So I'm really looking forward for Team Turkey to bounce back, because going up against Ezekiel, especially if he has long-range heroes like the Eve, is going to be very difficult. Considering that Rosa has not had the best time here in WEC, I just want to see that bounce back from this player.
Yeah, and that's one constant, I think, across all of the contenders we have seen, is that the junglers have been spectacular in this tournament. Even Tianzi, even Joe, in losing situations, were able to create space, go deathless, find, pick up kills whenever possible. But there's only so much a jungler can do. We even saw it in the women category, like players like Rina, like Tagami. They also have moments of brilliance, but you have to be supported by the rest of your team, and that's where it falls back to your point. Rosa, we're looking for a bit of a bounce back after a good start to the group stage, but playoffs is where we saw a bit of shakiness.
Yeah, I feel like this is where you start to discuss what does your site leaders want, right? Do they want a 1v1, or do they want to back up? Because we definitely see there's 2 different strats coming in WEC for like Team Malaysia. They basically want that 1v1, right? So the mid trio ensures you guys don't get to rotate, and we're going to trust our laners. For both teams, what are they going for? Do they actually want an early rotation, or they just want to make sure that everything is just bronze for bronze?
Yeah, I think there has to be some give and take, right? Like, you cannot be sacrificing every single lane, right? Maybe you would lose a bit of agency on XP, but you secure mid and jungle. So I think that trade, that give and take, is what Team Turkey probably is a bit more worried about compared to Indonesia, because we have seen Indonesia in the games that they have dominated up to this point. It was all about fast tempo plays, something that I think Team Turkey also got a taste of in the group stage, but still are struggling to find the groove. Even against Team Cambodia earlier on in the semi-finals, we did see some moments, especially in game 1, where they had the lead, but just a bit of lapse of judgment, bit of chain dying, and then suddenly the lead just evaporates. So that's something that I feel like you also need to fine-tune a little bit on how to manage a lead.
I'm also just slightly bit worried if Team Indonesia is able to read out all of Team Turkey's draft, because I've been looking at my notes, and every single game, Team Turkey, they basically secure 2 frontliners first into a jungler. They pick up Grog Baxia early. I mean, like, it was open, so of course they're gonna take that. They take Lapu Kata in the previous game as well. So they always pick up EXP as well as either a tanky jungler or a roamer first, which is good. But again, these are the heroes that can get countered, especially in the EXP. So I'm just wondering if they might want to change things up, because Oran is an amazing EXP laner as well. Would be pretty good if Lunar just gets an advantage.
Yeah, and I think you can also, just to follow up on that, there's also some parallels to be drawn with what we saw in Game 2 earlier on between them and Cambodia, where the picks are a bit more reactive, which is something that Team Indonesia also kind of fell into the trap when they went up against Malaysia in the semi-finals. So let's see if that reactiveness is going to resurface itself.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, you guys don't have to wait any longer because now we will be introducing the bronze team onto the stage.
They have traversed the Alps of the competition through high and low, but the job is not done just yet. A milestone carved in bronze awaits their claim. So I say, march forward, Crescent Warriors of Team Turkiyye!
Introducing their opponents is a team that has showed incredible mechanical prowess and unmerciful aggression. Entering the bronze match with a vengeance in their eyes, they're eyeing to dominate this match with the spear of the Garuda, Team Indonesia! And now with both Team Indonesia and Turkey on stage, we would like to invite them for a fist bump for us to officially start the bronze match.
A rivalry that spans time and continent here. A rare occasion on that grand stage. Indonesia and Turkey both are now eyeing for that bronze finish. For Indonesia, they did finish in the same position last year in Riyadh for WEC 24, but for Turkey, this is the furthest that they have gotten, at least in a long time, on an international stage. Let's see if they can cap it off on a good note. Starting with the main five of Team Indonesia, with Aran, Joe, Yehescu, Kabuki, and Widi.
Yes, we definitely saw that in the matchup coming in from before. Joe as well as Kabuki was pressured a lot. So I feel like they have a lot to prove here going up against Team Turkiyye. So I want to see the change up here. I feel like for Joe, he's going to get the same heroes. The Lancelot, the Hayabusa. If the box is open, maybe. But I want to see the change here coming in from Kabuki.
Yeah, Kabuki was dealt a pretty tough card, I think, in his earlier series. Both games on the Obsidia, but there were a lot of glaring weaknesses that can be exploited. Late game scaling, a lot of resources required, short range, and against lineups that right now have long range and can dive you, it's not easy to pull off. I personally am looking at the Roma matchup. For Indonesia, we have Widi, but for Turkey, we have Apex 47 alongside Luna, Tianzi, Rosa, Sigibu.
Yes, definitely in terms of the lineup here, Tianzi has been very, very impressive here, but in the previous game, it does look like they were prevented from achieving the power spike that they want, especially for the second game. Sigibum on that export keeps on getting bursted down quite a lot. So I want to see if they're going to get the export again. Do not give Ezekiel picks like the Farsa, like the Eve. And honestly, Kabuki has been using quite a lot of marksmen here, and I think you just got to be careful if he goes back to the Granger, the Harif, or even the Claude.
Yeah, Claude, he did his very first game in the group stage, he did whip out the Claude as well, and that is one of his comfort picks. Though, if Malaysia has shown us anything, is that there is a method to shut down a Gatot Kaca, and they've shown it 2 games in a row. That hero is not invincible, and as always, Grok is still top of the priority list. So I wonder if any of these teams would take a chance and be like, let's open Grok, maybe we force the trade between Grok and Gatot Kaca, and see how that pans out.
Personally, for me, I'm really liking the Grok because it does so much as a roamer right now, you know. it's able to control the terrain, especially resetting the turtle as well as the Lord. But more importantly, the peel in the instant engage is amazing. Looking at Indonesia's ban in the previous game against Malaysia, they've been banning Kimi for both games, and they do ban the Yi Shin as well as the Grok. Considering they're going up against Turkey, I kind of feel like maybe Kimi still stays as a constant. They might be looking to open up the Yi Shin, but I kind of feel like after facing Yums on the Grok, better just be safe and just ban out a Grok.
I agree. We haven't seen Kimi today at all. So that is quite refreshing, you know, considering that Kimi was also one of the dominators in the group stage leading up to this point. I mean, even yesterday in the quarterfinals, Kimi was pretty prevalent. I will say that, to add on to your point on Grok, it's also the only hero in the game that can alter terrain. And it's such a powerful tool. Can you imagine being given a map editor in the game where you can just dictate where enemies go, which choke points you block off? He's good in close quarter combat, in tight areas, but he's also very good in open areas simply because of his ability to put up the earthen rampart and having those knockback with the mighty swing. He gets an innate shield from his passive, he's immune to crowd control. There's so many things that a Grok provides that you would want in a roamer, because and on top of that, they get extra gold and experience. And how cool is that? You now hit your item faster on top of the utilities that you have.
Yep. So now it looks like both teams are getting ready for this matchup, and you got to reset your mental here, because we understand that it must be frustrating after a game going into another one, but I kind of feel like you just got to channel that, right? Like, okay, you know what? I'm a little bit upset, and I'm gonna give it to my opponents here. So I just want a series that is extended here, Husky, because our semifinals were 2-0 for both of them. I feel like for the third place match, I want a little bit extended. I want to go all 3 games, and I actually want it to be a bit bloody. You know, like you know, rotating around, having great macro is great. You know, I love those kind of games. But at the same time, considering Indonesia is playing, I do want to see a bit more brawly.
Here's a fun fact regarding WEC. All the games that we have had the pleasure to cast, all of them have been clean sweeps. We haven't gotten a 3-game series yet. So still waiting for that opportunity. We have a best of 3 here and then a best of 5 afterwards in the grand final. Perhaps one of these would give us anything but a 0 on the other side. I think that the onus is definitely on Turkey to make that adjustment. I feel like Indonesia are still one of the more favored teams coming into this matchup. I was discussing the power rankings, I think, behind the scenes with everyone else, and I personally also put Indonesia in 3rd compared to Turkey, but I always am open to be proven wrong.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree. This is an uphill battle for Turkey. What is the power picks? Because now that I'm thinking about it, we can say what is for TNZ, right? His Hayabusa as well as Lancelot has been amazing, but to be fair, same as Joe. So it's definitely going to be something that they'll be contesting. But other than that, I don't know any really like key heroes for the other members of Team Turkey. But speaking of which, Dangerous Grass will be the map that we'll be playing. So Hilda is going to be a big question mark. It has to be pick or ban.
I'm glad you brought up the previous point too, because for a lot of the teams, we sort of know that they have signature heroes, but also those signature heroes, when picked, gives them a big edge in the match, in the game itself. But for Turkey, we see some, you know, the assassins for TNZ, you know, Hayabusa, the Lancelot, the YSS, but we also know that Rosa plays the Farsa, right? We know that Apex 47 has the Hilda in the pocket pick. They get those signature pick, but we don't see the signature style, and I think that's the slight flair that's lacking. Is heading to the draft for game 1. Fanny and Gatot Kaca banned out by Indonesia. Grog banned out by Turkey. Malaysia did have a very deep cut, a very hard read on the draft against Indonesia early on Dangerous Grass. They banned the Hellcat in first place. And it got me thinking, are we going to see the Hellcat? Because it was picked once on Dangerous Grass in the group stage, but is Indonesia willing to take that chance?
Considering that they are first pick, the chances I feel like just slightly a bit lower. If it is going to be blue 4 or blue red. And Team Turkey, again, like I said, they like to open up the draft with a front line. It looks like they are batting out heavy front lines here, batting out the Grok, batting out the Baxia, but we got to look at Indonesia. They ban out the Gatot as well. So the S tier roamers have been taken out. I'm worried here that Indonesia, they're going to first pick that Kalia and then just have a lot of burst there. And then Team Turkey, they will respond with, say, a Hylos as a Lapu, I want to see if Indonesia picks up a Kalia, I want Turkey to just pick up either Eve or a Farsa.
Both teams have a lot of shared picks, shared hero pools. So Kalea, like you say, is one of them. The Cho as well. I think Cho is probably more of the X factor, right? Because we know Widdy plays a very mean Cho. He also has the Khalid roam in his pocket. But for Apex 47, feels a bit limited. Feels like you might pivot back to the Hylos, which also has been quite of a iffy pick in this tournament. Hylos hasn't really been finding the most success. But we do get Lancelot and Wuzong Ban. Uranus first pick by Indonesia.
Now that is very interesting because I would say that is for WEC Aran's signature. He does love that pick, but is it really first pickable though? Either ways, right now for Team Turkey, now that they see that CC is open, so I do want to see if they want to pick it up and then potentially flex it. Because I feel like pick up CC and then potential flex to see if you should go gold or EXP. The Yi Shin is open as well. So if you pick up the Yi Shin, there's options for double fighters.
Or you could go Lapu Lapu Eve, right? If you don't care too much about the jungler, the Lapu Lapu Eve is one. The Hayabusa plus +1 is also good. So they do opt for the CC. So more of a one-on-one, right? You did pose the question of if the teams want to focus on getting one-on-one lanes or more team-oriented, the CC sort of enables you to stay in lane on your own.
I feel like this should be a Eve, Yi Shin. I feel like it's a pretty good opener to deal with the CC as well as the Hayabusa. But it looks like they're showing everything here. And the Angela as well, which has been banned out before. So this time we get to see in Indonesia special because so far only their region has made Angela work.
And that's why earlier on Coach Arcade did ban out the Angela, right? There is something behind it that we haven't seen yet from Indonesia. And we know that they are one of the masters of picks that either kind of cheeses you out or picks that catches you off guard. The Angela has been in their back pocket.
What about Esme here?
The Esme is a good shout. I mean, we have seen Kabuki play the Uranus gold lane once.
Sky tells all.
Now the Esmeralda is going to be picked up by Turkiyye. I like that response. Now the second ban phase will be a bit tricky because I think it still doesn't fully tell you where this Lapu and Uranus is going to go, right? They can interchange around.
Although I think it will be slightly bit more safe to ban out certain junglers because when it comes to the mid, I feel like for Team Turkey, a good pick for them would be the Jushin later on if they want more damage, the Eve. It's safe for Indonesia to ban both. And now banning out the Cho is good as well because one of the, I would say, premier damage roamers that you can actually pick up.
Yeah, the Widdy Cho. And it's very good at isolating targets too. If Indonesia already has like an Angela +1, you sure as heck do not want a Cho to get those pickouts. But there is still Kalea, right? This Angela most likely is going to be in the HQ's hands, so the Kalea is another pick of choice for Indonesia to go for if Turkey lets it through.
So Team Turkey looking to ban the roamers here. I don't know, I feel like maybe you should still respect the Yi Shin, or do you feel like Indonesia will pick up a Suyo, a Joy? Actually, Joy might be problematic.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Wait, hold on, it does.
Yeah, because they have the Angela.
Because I was thinking, right, Angela Fred is also pretty nasty, but then you run into the problem of damage profile.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe the Joy makes more sense, right? Because you need magic damage now. The YSS ban might just cement that Joy pick for Indonesia down the road. Because you definitely are lacking in that magic damage department.
I feel like Indonesia should ban Eve or Jushin because I feel like both is going to be great for Turkey.
I think you ban Jushin.
I would prefer Jushin ban, yeah.
I prefer Jushin ban.
And then eventually Team Turkey can just pick up Eve and then, or because since the Angela is there, pick up the roamer, which right now it's Hylos and what else?
Hylos, Khalid,
Kalea as well, yeah.
There are a few choices. You can always go back to Kaja if all else fails. Badang is actually up on the table too, though I personally don't think you want a Badang here. It's not Badangable, as they say.
I feel like Hylos is the safest because it's not really threatened by anyone from Indonesia at this point. So pick up Hylos, see what's the pick, and then decide whether you still want to go for the Eve or someone else.
There's another one, I want to say Hilda because it's dangerous.
Oh yeah, true. Forgot about Hilda.
We'll take out the Kimmy first. So again, it's all about lane priority, right? We did pose the question whether you want to play the 1v1. It seems like they're really leaning into it. Esmeralda in the 1v1, CC 1v1, Kimmy 1v1. So there is it actually gives you good wave clear too against a hero like Angela, who inherently doesn't really mind dealing with the wave on her own.
So now Indonesia, they need a someone to really slow people down. Hylos, I think is iffy. It's okay with everyone else except CC.
I think Kalea Joy sounds very nice. I think some sort of pick-off, someone that can start a fight and follow up with this Lapu and go for a dive with the help of the Angela is going to be great. Because Angela has 2 targets, right? Well, has 1 target now. I think Lapu is the best. But if you have a Joy that's running in, I think the Angela can also jump onto her to get a Guinevere Obsidia. So they are still sticking with the Obsidia the 3rd time today, but the Guinevere jungle... Hold on a minute.
Who's the roamer and who's the jungle? Uranus
jungle?
Uranus?
Wait. It has to be.
I mean, Indonesia did say they have a lot of strats that they want to show for today.
We did say that Franco can be a choice. Franco or Kaja. Uranus jungle, right? It has to be Uranus jungle. Yeah, Uranus jungle, the Winnie Guinevere, we've seen it once in the group stage too. The only time we have seen Uranus jungle, at least in a domestic league, was by CG.
Yeah.
The downside is that you're not really a Baxia, right? You don't do as much damage, slower to ramp up, and it's easier to kill. So
honestly, the draft forces them to be themselves, which is be very brawly, fight all the time. You have the Angela, low cooldowns, a lot of CC-ish, with the slows. And then you have the Guinevere that can initiate a fight and then stick onto you for quite a while. And then the Baxia. So I wonder if Team Turkey will be like, you know what, you want to fight, we'll fight. Or be more strategic about it and be like, we're just not going to fight. You know what? For the first 5 minutes, this will be the calmest MLBB you've ever seen.
Until we go past like the 10-minute mark, right? When your Angela starts falling off.
But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping straight into the match here. Indonesia going up against Turkey for the first game of this best of 3.
Right off the bat, Indonesia is going to be on that blue side, Turkey on red. And as always, when there's a Kimmy on your team, mid lane priority is almost guaranteed. We get a Franco into Guinevere roam matchup. So that's a rare side too. Clear speed should be in favor of TNZ a little bit. Yehescu taking some extra output. 2-man knockout, spatial migration. Joe is in and Rosa ends up going down. TNZ looks for a trade, misses the timing, the damage not enough. They even lose Apex at 47. Indonesia gets a buy one, free one.
I mean, again, this is what Team Indonesia wants to do, and it looks like Team Turkey, they're saying, you want to fight, we're going to fight. But look at this, Kabuki is already dealing quite a lot of damage onto Sigibum. Sigibum is trading a lot, Kabuki is still full HP. This lane is looking pretty tough for Sigibum for now. And all the while, Team Turkey, they got to figure out how to slow down the game because they can scale up. You just got to wait it out. Wait it out. Don't lose by too much. Lose maybe, as long as it's not by 2,000, I think it's still comebackable,
Yeah, at least, if...
Oh, nice.
If it makes it any better, if it makes Turkey any better, the 2 kills go over to Uranus and Angela. So it's like,
killable.
Not the worst,
Yeah, they're killable.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, it went to like a Lancelot Hayabusa. I would say Kabuki is having a fantastic time because Sigibum. Another knockup. Oh, they catch Apex 47. This Franco is dead.
But again, he doesn't care because it's 1 minute 50. He's responding right now. So, and considering he did buy the rapid boots, you can move to the lane, towards the turtle fast enough. So I think that was definitely worth it. Slow them down just a little bit because that's what Team Turkey wants to do. Slow it down enough until Rosa has the items, and then we're in business. All right.
Not only that, Franco is one of the few heroes that can turn a game around just with one good hook. But we won't be expecting that anytime soon as Indonesia gets a free turtle. Widdy finds Apex 47 again, this time with the Violet Requiem, and that's the 3rd death with Franco in 2.5 minutes. Meanwhile, the hard guard unlocked. We just also saw TNZ getting forced back. Our run had just found Lunar with the help of Joe. Lunar now needs to run away and should be safe. Still has the Purifier in hand too.
Yep. And again, this is more on Indonesia. They just got to be proactive because having that Angela as well, very low cooldown, you kind of want to force fights any way that you can. Having this Obsidia, if you hit the Hunt of Bone, you can kind of force that out. Your opponent's kind of doesn't have any say in it. Lunar having to escape that, and Turkey just has to repeat this. Again, for the first, at this point, 7 minutes, calmest MLBB ever.
Yeah, Apex really needs that bloody hunt because TNZ is taking the punishment for his teammates not able to hold back Indonesia. They get the hook into a retribution. So Apex delivers that to TNZ. Joe not able to get the invade. Oh, meanwhile, Kabuki still having a good time, but Sigibun looking to turn it around. Your Heskio has trick up his sleeve into the harpoon. Sigibun, even with the vengeance, is not going to do enough. Turkey again, just not paying attention to the details that there's at Angela.
Yeah. Very interesting choice there, but perhaps a little bit of I would say frustration showing here. TNZ finds Kabuki.
No way.
Looks like flickers out, and looks like the Ogi Shadow Kill just hits onto the minions. This is not a good start for Team Turkey. Indonesia is taking everything away from them.
Look at the jungler. Look at this Uranus. He's about to take that buff away, is he? Hard God at the ready. Oh, no, TNZ. Just a bit late to the party. Joe and Yeheskio can do this for as long as they want. So 5-0 up for Indonesia right now. 4 minutes in. Second turtle spawning on the top side. And it's pretty fair to say that both mid and bottom have gone in favor of ID.
But again, as long as they don't lose by 2,000, it's not that bad. Sooner or later, we need Turkey to build up the Chastised Pauldron. And Sigibum is forcing out trades. Now he does have the War Axe, so perhaps now we'll be looking a little bit better because he can actually sustain. Kabuki, though, having that Wind Talker will be a bigger threat now in lane. But looks like Indonesia, they're going to be taking this turtle. TNZ is waiting. Lunar jumps in, and TNZ actually takes it.
Witty should go down. Apex 47 traces live. This fight pretty much over. Now you gotta look to disengage. Luna, get chased down, runs away in time. Sigibum also should be safe from here against Joe. All things considered, not too bad. They get the kill onto Witty, albeit a roamer, but you need any resource that you can get, and Rosa is the one that cashes it in.
Yeah, the fact that Team Turkey got the turtle as well, that's amazing. Rosa now having the glowing wand. They basically got a 200, 300 goal conversion, so making it so that the goal lead is not that big. Sigibum is getting attacked here, and looks like Oran is going to take him down.
Absolutely dunked on by the Raging Slash. Heskyu even taking the aggro from the turret too. The CC has not been able to find much in this game, and Joe continues to do this. Heskyu has a hard guard back up. Get the hook, the retribution in favor of Joe. Walks away with the stolen purple buff again.
Yep. Again, Team Indonesia, at this point, is all about taking those objectives. Take the turrets as fast as you can. Don't allow Team Turkey to really come back into the game because there's always that possibility, again, like you said, with the Franco. Franco can turn things around. The thing is, Turkey right now, they don't have enough damage. But when they do, then it starts to be a bit of a headache. But Joe, if he, at this point, even though he's the jungler, if he just body blocks and he himself takes the hook, more times than not, he's going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah, one thing that Turkey doesn't have is burst damage, and Rosa will have to disengage instantly. Aran, fearless with that out. So they lose the side lane tier 1s, which is expected right now, and Sigibum can't really take this fight no matter what. Kabuki has the help with the hard guard when needed, and that will be a headache for Turkey. You always consider the possibility of the Angela joining the fight to get the hook on the Aran, but no bloody hunt against Apex 47. Feels like it just isn't worth it. Traction pulse goes wide. Sigibum cannot catch up to Kabuki, and Indonesia takes priority over Turtle.
Yeah, Team Turkey so far has not been hitting those kill shots. Sigibum is diving quite forward. Weedy gets taken down by Sigibum, and now Sigibum's all alone against Joe. And behind, Aran tries to get a kill here. It looks like Apex 47 is able to escape that. Rosa is dealing free damage, but the damage is not enough. Kabuki free hitting. Whoa. And now Rosa gets chased by Joe. And Joe, at this point, can't be stopped.
We see the effect. If the Angela isn't in vicinity of the target, Rosa can actually take him down bit by bit. But still, no way to deal with Joe. There's no solution that can address this Uranus at this point of time. And it's not going to get any easier as the game progresses. Joe walks away with another stolen purple buff.
At this point, maybe Rosa has to consider quite an early Wishing Lantern because he already has the glowing wand, but you can see that it's not enough. It's really not enough. Team Turkey, they're trying to force out a fight here around the turtle. I don't know if this is a good choice, though.
Sigibum not looking healthy already. The fight splits up. Sigibum eats a Landshaker and instantly gets slashed to death. A quick disengage from Turkey. Indonesia gets the objective. They now continue to chase. Good Purify from Rosa as he gets harpooned by Kabuki. Map presence, 100% favoring Indonesia.
Yeah. But again, we got to talk about the power spike coming in from the Angela. It will start to slowly go down bit by bit after the 10-minute mark. But having this kind of lead definitely feels good for Team Indonesia. Team Turkey, what are they waiting for? Like, what's the power spike? But hold on, Run jumps in.
The Land Shaker stun only onto Apex as he secured the top tier 2. Oracle now online for Oran. What kind of damage he's taking? He's taking from the Love Waves? Down to 30%. Tianzi with the Sky Piercer purchase. So some key items out from both sides. Sky Piercer, a means to an end for Turkey if they get it stacked up. It's a good way to deal with the Uranus, right? Your sustain doesn't mean anything if your health falls below a certain threshold.
I think the damage did actually come from Kabuki because he has quite a lot of stacks, and hold on, TNZ is forced out. And this is very dangerous considering the purple buff is still there. Indonesia wants to take that away.
They get the back here with the traction pulse. Joe doesn't really care about that. This turtle, I would say this turtling from Turkey, pretty much forced out. And Kabuki very close to max stacks on the bone shards too. 19 out of 25, I believe. Sieging the mid-tier 2, that's the last line out of defense. TNZ will attempt, but that's not going to get anything in return right now. Orion tries to predict where the shadow is, but he gets out. Meanwhile, Joe hook underneath the turret, and that's the Sky Piercer's attack for TNZ. And unfortunately for Luna, he'll have to take the brunt of the damage. Orion getting basically distracted. Yehescu ends up going down. Turkey turns and tries to chase down the targets of Indonesia. A double kill for Rosa, and Turkey defends the mid-tier 2.
Right on the mark, as we say. This is where a composition with the Angela will start to slow down a little bit. It's about to hit the 10-minute mark. Hold on, Kabuki wants a 1v1 here.
Kenzie gonna survive it? Nope, Kabuki kills him with the bone shards, but trades his life in return. Rosa and Sigibum on the chase, and Sigibum with the collection.
I do not think that is worth it.
No, it's a 4K goal lead in favor of Turkey.
Yeah. Look at Indonesia. They're slowly losing their lead, and not only will the shield from Angela be minuscule, but the thing is, now you're lacking that long-range mage damage that you're used to with the E, with the Farsa, even with the Kagura. So Indonesia, like, those mistakes can legit cost them the game here when they're gonna have basically less damage compared to Turkey.
Fleeting time for Apex 47. I gotta quickly take this moment to do a bit of correction. It's a best of 5 bronze match. More opportunities for these teams to showcase their prowess, and I prefer best of 5 over best of 3. We got a game on our hands, and the series ahead. You get a Violet Red Plume combo onto Apex 47. He eventually goes down. Witty comes back to life with the early immortality. Joe tried to chase down Rosa with the help of Yehescu, but Rosa could purify. Joe, can he close the distance? Doesn't seem possible as the fight splits in 2. A run on the TNZ. Quash Shadows to get out. Joe zones away the core. Witty goes down. As Sigibum hops onto him. A run on the run. TNZ helps out Lunar. The Angela hard guard comes back up. Lunar will now be stuck in 1v4, but doesn't matter. Yehescu doesn't commit it. They lose a run, and Lunar now can keep on going. Sigibum is about to hop in. Kabuki, you're in danger. Gets a current call on top of him. Lunar and Sigibum will continue to hold the front, but Lunar re-engages with the falling Star Moon. Turkey are slowly crawling back into this game.
At this point, they're helping out Lunar, man. They're generating the shield so that Lunar can just absorb all of it. Look at this. Joe is taking a lot of damage. Lunar has been here since yesterday. Kabuki gets pulled back and gets taken down. Unstoppable for Rosa.
They're gonna keep on jumping onto Indonesia. It's all gas, no brakes. Yehescu wants to kill onto Rosa, but cannot tie him down. The only puppet that falls is the Yehescu. And he's none the wiser. Turkey are back into this game, and for the first time, they are ahead.
Yep, about 2,000 goal lead at 12 minutes here. Team Turkey secures the Lord. And now look at this. They're going to get a lot of free structures on the map, so the goal lead is just going to expand more and more and more. And compared to the draft that Team Indonesia has, the scale is going to up and up.
This is like the deja vu of Turkey against Cambodia earlier on in game 1, where there is you lose a fight, you start chain feeding, and then you lose all of the lead. And right now, Turkey are in the driver's seat. They are the ones that is reaping the rewards of Indonesia, being a bit overzealous and overestimating their abilities when the timing has passed. Let's see how much damage can be dealt with this Lord. They do take out the Holy Defense. Well, the Holy Defense expired already. If Turkey can get at least an inhibitor, that would be massive. You talk about Rosa getting the Wishing Lantern. Rosa just got it. The root onto Joe. Lord still healthy. Witty can't find anything. Oh, TNZ chased out Kabuki. He wants to be the hero, and maybe this is it. The bloody hunt, Kabuki! Taken down as Apex saves Rosa, and Luna comes in. It's cleanup time for Turkey. Yehescu, you're going nowhere. 2 bodies down for Indonesia.
Talk about ticking time bomb. They gave Turkey the opportunity, and they're gonna take it. Because now the Shredders of Turkey are on a line. And look at this, Joe, the front line here, taking a lot of damage from Sigibum, Lunar, and Rose as well. 6, 1, and 6. Indonesia, Kabuki tried to make a hero play, but here's the thing, man. Sooner or later, we'll see the chastised Pauldron.
Yep.
The attack speed is going to get lowered. It's going to be more difficult for him to make a play.
Honestly, it would have been worth it if he actually took Rosa out. But sadly, Apex 47 with the clutch bloody hunt. Rosa escaping death again with a sliver of health. You could barely see the health bar. Wishing Lantern online, like we said. We did see Turkey now 4.6k goal advantage. And Indonesia, they're running out of time with this lineup. It has to all come down to Kabuki, but he cannot do it alone. And there's also a combo that's worth mentioning. Traction Pulse in the Bloody Hunt. We've seen it before. It's very easy to pull off once you get used to the timing.
So right now we have about 4,500 gold here. Indonesia, in a way, they gotta wait for Team Turkey to make a mistake. And it's definitely possible if Lunar or Sigabum overextends. Because at that point, basically, as Team Indonesia, what you want to do is kind of like funnel Turkey and kill them one by one by one by one. Now the Heart Guard has been used, and nothing is gonna come out of it from Team Indonesia.
This feels desperate. They are trying to fish for anything, any glimpse of an advantage, any glimpse of a pickoff. Rosa is the prime target. If you could get Rosa out of the way, that is tax number 1, but Luna is going to jump with Kabuki. Oh, Kabuki, he needs help. He needs it right now. Yehescu will help him. He flickers to safety, and Iran will try to hold the front, but they've already lost Witty. There's nothing that Witty can do, and Luna just casually walks away after getting chased down by 4 members of Indonesia. Tell me that Turkey aren't in control right now.
Oh yeah, they're definitely in control here, because the only scaler that they have is Kabuki, and we were talking about this for a while now, for months now, which is if your draft has one dedicated damage dealer, it's going to be pretty tough for you. But this is the current meta where everyone has to do bit by bit. Overall, as a team, he has to be big enough. And Team Indonesia, they're kind of putting all of that on Kabuki.
Yeah, the Protect the President doesn't really work as well as it does anymore. If your damage dealer dies or get taken out of the fight, you just can't do much. Run! That was a Labu Labu, by the way. And Joe is about to get executed very soon. Sky Piercer, double kill for TNZ. Sigibum hops on the Kabuki. Hooked back by Apex 47. He's the Apex Predator. And Witty left to fend for the Kingdom. Winter Crown and a Savage for TNZ.
Talk about starting up the bronze match here. TNZ on the Hayabusa. Concerning Team Turkey had a tough time and early. TNZ has woken up. And now Indonesia, they're in trouble. Team Turkey are here in the base. Minions are coming in. And it looks like they're not going to be responding fast enough. Team Turkey takes game number 1.
The Crescent Warriors starts off the bronze match with nothing less but a euphoric performance. Shaky start, looking a bit rough on the edges, but the bounce back was immaculate. And the Thorn Queen Rosa finally proves that the bounce back has happened.
And Team Indonesia, it's a good thing at this point. It is a best of 5 because I gotta say, throughout this day, they've done something they haven't done a few days ago in WEC, which is they're taking risk, especially when it comes to the draft, because so far they've been picking up the standard draft, performing it quite well, and then just keep on moving on. This time, for the final day of the World Esports Championship, they're taking quite a lot of risk in the draft here, even against Team Turkey.
Yeah, they're throwing curveballs that, curveballs that sort of bite you in the back, right? It's like throwing a boomerang and then it hits you in the face right afterwards. It sort of feels like it, but in the case specifically for Game 1, they had a good start, right? If you look at the first 8 minutes of the game, you would definitely have written Turkey off. But it was that one event in that mid lane, that extended fight, that Turkey started getting chain kills, the shutdowns come true, they get a 4K goal swing, and then you start to see the problem.
We got to talk about the items here, because it is very important here, because Rosa having the glowing one is clutch, but then once he has the Wishing Lantern as well as the Demon Hunter sword, this makes it so that there's shred on two different fronts, from the magic damage as well as the physical damage, and a little bit of true damage, especially with the Hayabusa here coming in with the endless battle as well, making it so that Team Indonesia, they're just gonna get pummeled down, because Joe having that blade armor is supposed to counter the Kimmy, but if Kimmy is able to heal back up a little bit more than the damage that you're returning to her, and she's able to keep a very safe distance, then hey, that was clutch coming in from Rosa.
Most damage dealt too, 85,872 total damage on this Kimmy. Is constantly being able to put out the output. And another key item, Tianzi Sky Piercer. We've seen him do it multiple times throughout WEC, but this game, it really paid off. You have thick HP, you have high regeneration. Does not matter when your health gets brought down below a certain threshold. And that's how the Savage came through at the very end. The cherry on top of the cake that allowed Turkey to take the glorious game 1.
And unfortunately, we got to look at the numbers here. Kabuki did 56,000 damage, which I don't think is enough, because 56,000, Joe did 63, Aran 41. And if you look at Lunar as an Esmeralda on the other side, 80,000 damage, 68,000 damage coming in from Sigibum. And context is important, because Team Indonesia, they have a lot of frontline. It's easier for the opposing side to rack up that damage. But still, it's quite a sight to see a marksman doing, I would say, very average amount of damage. And that's one of the reasons why we haven't seen a marksman's really come alive, unless your name is Granger or Harry.
Yeah, or the rare occasion, a Claude, right?
Yeah.
But Obsidia just still, again, hasn't proven that she is a hero that can kind of shoulder the weight. The Hall of Famers this time, Tianzi as the Goat Hunter. We got Rosa, the Goat, Joe is the tanker, and Apex 47, truly the best support. Some clutch hooks, but even clutcher bloody hunts.
Yeah, so I kind of feel like at this point, I might prefer Indonesia going back to the basics, go to the standards.
Just no Obsidia, please.
I mean, like, Ezekiel is known for long-range heroes.
Farsa, Eve, Novaria, Selena.
I mean, it could be just us as casters seeing games after games after games. We're not really liking the Angela, because she's strong for the first 9 to 10 minutes. But you saw exactly that. 9 minutes 30, starts dropping the ball.
Yes, and it stops mattering, right, when the enemy kind of catch up. MVP, of course, is a Thorn Queen Rosa. Full item, decked out until the very end. 5,189 damage per minute. Untouchable, couple of close calls, but we did say the support system was there for Rosa. And that's how this game sort of got turned on its heels.
We got to look at the highlights here, and we got to note how Team Turkey, even though they made some few blunders for the first 3 minutes of the game, afterwards, they start to control their own lanes, try to minimize the losses. I feel like that's the most important thing, is like, yes, you're losing, but let's not lose a lot. Let's make sure that we still keep our structures, we farm up as safe as we can. Eventually, Indonesia, with the draft that they have, with this many front lines, they have to move forward, and as they're moving forward, someone is going to be out of line.
Yeah. And I did say that when you are playing a hero like Franco, all it takes is one good hook to turn the game around. The sequence that ended up in the chain death of Indonesia started with a hook. On to Joe, into the base. Your Heskill followed with the hard guard, and the rest was history, right? A 4K goal swing, and then hero play started to come out from Indonesia. Kabuki, desperate attempt, takes out Tianzi, but here, it would be so great if Rosa went down, but look at the health bar. You could barely see it towards the very end, and that's how you know that the signal for Indonesia's end has begun.
Yeah, and it's sad to see Uranus get chunked down that fast, especially considering that he has a Oracle, he has a, Ezekiel in his back with the hard guard, and the very first Savage, at least one that we're seeing online here, coming in from a TNZ, which also shows how much Rosa was contributing in the game that TNZ got a Savage and he wasn't the MVP.
Yeah, you're right.
That's how much Rosa did in that game.
No, I mean, what a great game 1, right? Again, just to remind everyone, early on we have mentioned that it is a BO3, but we gotta correct. BO5 means more MLBB games, more chances for adaptation, which is honestly what I like.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't be a bronze match without 5 games.
Yep. This is where we can definitely see for the teams a chance for the series to get prolonged. Because again, it has been sweet, but Indonesia, they got this fire in them. I'm pretty sure they want to bounce back, and I have the same sentiment for a lot of amazing mid laners. When they can carry, let them carry.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, like, I'm not alone on this one.
No,
right?
no, we agree on the same thing, right? They are damage dealers. You've seen their record, their portfolio on artillery mages, carry mages, Selena.
Yeah.
So let them do their job.
Even the Novaria, at that point, I'll be okay with that, because at least that's something.
Yeah, you can't let you can't assign a Michelin star chef to wash dishes. That's not what he's good at. Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Let him cook.
So moving forward, I feel like at least for Team Turkey, this is a good boost, right? Because considering the game that they had, and then after an early game that was botched, you know, wait their time, get that comeback. They must be feeling good. The confidence as well as the momentum is on their side.
Yeah, nothing beats a comeback. A comeback and a savage in the end.
Oh yeah.
To top it off. We did discuss this, I think 2 days ago. Would you rather play a game where you knew the game was over in 5 minutes in, or a game where you get comeback, right? Which one is harder to recover from? And you say you rather get stomped.
Yeah, I'd rather get stomped. If I lose after, say, controlling the game for 30 minutes, and then just one fight that went bad,
and then you lose,
they just all mid, and then they recall in your base, and then they emote,
and then they all chat you.
GG easy.
Yeah.
After dominating for 30 minutes.
That's the SEA way. The one with the worst KD will be the one saying easy game. Like I will go 0-12 and I will go, hey, that was easy.
That's very interesting, because here in WC, someone did go 1-12.
Someone did go 1-12.
Someone did go 1-12, but it was one of the most best games that we have ever seen.
Yeah, shout out to Mongolia.
Shout out to Mongolia. But coming into this match, we already said what Team Indonesia has to adjust. So what does Team Turkey got to stick by? Because personally for me, I'm liking Rosa on this Kimi, considering Indonesia has been banning out the Kimi for quite a while, even on the first day of WEC. Will they ban it out, or they're like, he wasn't the problem, we can let it go again?
I personally think Kimi wasn't the crux of the problem, right? The problem is more on, like, it's more on Indonesia being on a timer thanks to the Angela. If they have an assassin, like, you know, Hayabusa, Lancelot, YSS, the big three, Kimi is a lot more manageable. So, should they let Kimi through? Worth considering.
Yeah.
But Angela,
I feel like
I think you take that out.
I feel like if you're willing to let go of the Kimi, take an Eve. Right? Take an Eve.
Eve, first or anything, right? Even the what do you call it? You had to get played before. The Selena is not that bad.
Yeah. Selena is great, and maybe give Joe the assassins again. Like, has he even used a box yet? I don't think so,
No.
right?
You ask a freestyler to dance contemporary. I'm pretty sure it's a very different adjustment, you know, for Joe. So, I mean, it's okay. They have time. They have maximum 4 more games. If things really goes up in flames, then it would be the last 2. But I wouldn't put it past them. I think, if anything, we would at least get 4 games in this best of 5.
Well, the draft here is going to be important, and as we're looking at the Turkey players, they're definitely in higher spirits now. I'm pretty sure they're still locked in, focusing on the game, but at least we're seeing more smiles.
Yeah.
Now I want to look at Team Indonesia. I want to see like how what the vibe is there. You know, like, are they feeling good or feeling confident, or they're just in the zone at this point?
From what we've seen, at least in the semifinals, they are in the zone, or have been in the zone. Though again, like you say, it's good to see the smiles on the Turkish, because I think after the earlier loss against Cambodia, there definitely were some discussions that had to be made, right? We have lesser time to prep for this series, and it's a best of 5 of all things. And remember, if you fall short of the podium, there's no prize pool for you. We experienced that pain yesterday, at least for Malaysia. But yeah, there are some adjustments that need to make for Indonesia, but nothing major. I think that's the good thing, right? Just a bit of tweaks here and there, you know, to move the cogs a little bit, and they should be back in their winning way. Something that they're more comfortable with playing.
Yeah, it looks like Indonesia is locked in, and it's going to be dangerous grass again. and Husky. Let me just show you. The camera can't see, but you know what Indonesia shift is? They went from this to this.
You know that the players are locked in when they sit upright.
Exactly. No, that's why I'm trying to look at the players. Turkey, they're sitting like this.
Yeah.
But look at Indonesia. They're
serious players, right? I think, okay, the crowd can confirm this for us.
Yeah.
When you are locked in,
you move forward.
When you play serious, bila korang main serious, you will lean forward.
Yeah.
Duduk tegak, right?
Or when you start the game lying down, and then you start sitting
Yeah, it's
down.
like, oh, okay, this game is pretty tough. Let me just adjust my sitting posture.
Yeah.
Or like, you were dominating, and then you get shut down, right? Your godlike streak gets shut down, and you're like, okay, it's time to take off the gloves.
Well, right now we are going to jump into the draft here for game number 2 in this best of 5. Turkey is up by 1 point. They will be the first pick. They're banning out the CC as well as the Harif. Indonesia banning out both the Fanny as well as the Grok. And again, kind of predictive for this one. The Grok has been quite a menace here in WEC 25.
Yep.
We might not see him, at least for the next 2 to 3 games.
Yeah, I think there's a huge chance. They are very... I think if you let the Grok to a true, you're also backing, you are basically telling the opponents that, hey, you let Gatot true, let's make a trade, right? We did see that earlier on between Malaysia and Indonesia. The Harif first phase ban from Turkey, it's something that we haven't seen in quite a while, at least not in the first phase.
I wonder if they want to get an early Granger, right?
It could be, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it could be. Although, then it has to be second, third, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So pick up the... So they ban out a Gatot.
Wow, okay.
So if you want to pick up a Granger, usually you pick up a solid jungler or tank, whatever is open. But since the Grok and Gatot is banned, probably not that. And then you pick up Eve Granger, Farsa Granger. But I think the best one is definitely Eve Granger.
Even a solid, what do you call it? A solid mid lane is good. Someone that can supplement damage, right? Supplement damage for the Granger to start getting the Sky Piercer stacks. We've seen some pretty greedy approaches, you know, like 4.5 minute Sky Piercer with the Fury Hammer. Let's got top end. What? I personally would feel like you want to leave Gatot open as an option, but then again, YSS Lancelot, they're still up on the table. We've seen the Hilda as an answer to the Gatot, the Kimmy banned out, so there's respect from Indonesia.
So it comes to what is going to be the first pick here, because when it comes to the junglers, I kind of feel like for both, they're pretty flexible considering all 3 is still open, the Lancelot, the Haya, as well as the Yishin. So they go for the Yu Zong, and considering that they themselves has banned out quite a lot, I think this is more of a deny here. I mean, like, I know Lunar can play, but I feel like it really is to deny Oran from picking that up.
You know what I like about a long series, like a best of 5, is the fact that you see the draft evolve in front of your eyes, right? Picks that usually don't get picked up often start coming up, right? Surprises start being brought too. The Lunox first pick is also something that we don't see often. We did talk about Kalea in game 1, and now it comes true for Widdy in game 2.
So now for Team Turkey, I feel like this is where you pick up Eve, as well as the... if they do want a Granger to pick it up here. If not, pick up your Yisun Shin, Lancelot, Hayabusa, whatever it is. But I think considering that they have a Kalia Lunox, I think Yisun Shin is definitely the safest.
I agree. The Lancelot is not too bad as well. I think the big 3 assassins have their own iframes per se. Well, iframes for Yisun Shin, CC immunity for Yisun Shin, and iframes for both Lance and Haya. So I'm good with it. I mean, it's one of Joe's favorite pick too, so you have to make a trade. And if you ever get Shadow killed on by a Hayabusa, you can easily iframe out of that. The Eve comes through like you said.
So now for Team Indonesia, if they don't pick up the Yisun Shin or Haya, the chances of it getting banned is going to be pretty high. Because I feel like there's a lot of picks in the EXP.
Joy.
So they go for the Joy, which is pretty weird because the heroes we were talking about in the previous game is coming out now.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's mostly picking up the Joy for the Eve.
Yeah. There's another pick that I want to say they can consider, but I'm not really sure if it's the best. The Esmeralda as well is a decent answer to deal with the Eve. You can dive in with the Falling Star Moon. You can take Purify on top of that. It was a solution that kind of took Turkey down from credits to Cambodia earlier on. Ruby banned by Turkey, starting to take out some of the marksmen, the fighters, excuse me.
I feel like Team Turkey, they gotta ban out either the Esme or the Uranus. Because looking at the draft here coming in from Indonesia, it looks like they're setting that up. Right?
Kylo's ban, yeah.
Because they need a front line. And Kalia isn't really a front line. She can tank a bit, but not a lot. So I feel like Uranus is a pretty solid ban here.
Yeah.
Or Esme, either or.
Uranus, Esme, Lapu. I'm surprised we haven't seen Arlet yet. Arlet nor the Hilda. Maybe Arlet. Right, XP laners have are put in quite a weird role. I think Arlet is the only one that has like those big setup, but then it requires a lot of finesse.
I feel like Arlet is player specific.
Yes, like shout out to Kin, one of the best Arlet players we've seen in recent times.
And Sanford as well.
And Sanford? No, I'm sorry, Lord Sanford.
Yeah.
CC immune. Yep. The Uranus ban. There it is. So does take the pressure off of Turkey just a little bit.
I think picking up Esme is gonna be okay here, if not the Lapu, either or.
Yep.
Like hide your gold lane pick because the Lunak's still flexible. Going mid, gold, keep on guessing. Picking up a EXP here should be solid. I don't know. I think those two are okay. Alice is on the table, but I feel like it doesn't suit their draft quite well.
I just want to say my bar is the bar is pretty low right now. Just don't pick Obsidia. We failed 3 times of Obsidia. I don't think it's a good choice. More so against what Turkey has. Yeah, we did talk about the Hilda. I'm happy to see that it's going to be Hilda for Aran.
So now Turkey, what do they want to pick up for the gold lane here?
They could take something that could... something that wants to win lane. I still think Ranger is not bad. But this could set up for Claude for Kabuki.
Yes,
remember,
yes.
I mean, there's a Eve. Yuzong Lancelot line, Claude's not too bad against it. And you get to see what Turkey rounds up their draft with too.
Same with the Roamer. Do they want to go for the Franco again? I mean, they're going up against a Joy. Might not be the worst of ideas.
You can. It's harder, but you can. Whoa, Moscow for Siggy Boom. Okay. Even for Indonesia, I don't mind if they go for Granger. Right, like Granger, Claude. The Akai comes out. That's the Akai roam for Apex 47. Some good displacement. Not the best hero to grab with the Tsunami Slam. You can just heavy spin out of that.
Yep.
And makes the life of Joy very tough.
Yeah, I feel like this is just the anti-engage tool because anti-synergistic a bit in case you push people away from the Eve ult. But looks like Indonesia, they're closing things out with the Granger. So I would say this is one of the more standard drafts that Indonesia has shown for us for today. And Team Turkey just showing up a little bit here with the Moskov as well as the Akai. A lot of crowd control, funny enough, coming in from Turkey as they're finishing up their draft.
We did say that in game 1, the damage profile isn't exactly the best, the most from Indonesia. Game 2, they're like, let's bring out the flavor. Let's bring out the Indonesian spices. Damage on everyone.
Yep.
Even Kalia can do damage.
And speaking of Kalia, Kalia is going to be clutcher because you're going to be the one feeding the kills over to the Lunox as well as the Granger.
Yeah.
So if Witty wants the team to do well, he himself has to do well.
Yep. As I think what Gen Alpha likes to say, put the fries in the bag. Kalia puts the kills in your hands. Please at least give me 5 out of 10 for that.
No. 5? Nah.
Not 5 out of 10?
Not 5? No.
Alright, I'll try better. I'll try harder next time.
If you give me fries, I'll give you a 2 at most.
2?
Hey, I'm not Gen Alpha, but this is the second game in this best of 5. Team Turkey going up against Team Indonesia. Turkey is up by 1 point. Team Indonesia, this is their game to bounce back.
They have a chance to equalize the scoreboard and give everyone a longer series to look forward to, but I have confidence in that to happen. Both junglers starting on the purple buff side, pathing towards Lethal Wanderer. In the bottom lane, Apex 47, slightly late to the party, but not a problem there. Witty will look for Rosa, but chucking him away, but Yeheski already flickered out of safety, and Tienzi now has a good angle to punish. Thankfully, Witty will escape. There's 2 flickers. Hold on a minute, Aran also flickered. It got cheesed by Lunar, so 3 flickers expended on Indonesia side.
Yep. Good on Tienzi, actually puncturing towards the turret, understanding that the advanced basic coming in from Witty will actually put himself in a very bad spot here. And unfortunately, Rosa, I was hoping that he would freeze the wave a little bit more, but looks like he's shoving it in. I hope he freezes it making it so that Ezekiel as well as Witty is denied of level 4 for the first turtle.
And Witty just tops both him and Yehesku back up. So all that damage that Rosa did was undone. But we see the power of the Yeve even without items in early levels. It does hurt. And TNZ helps out Sigiboom in the bottom lane. Kabuki will have to be a lot more careful with his approach. Should be able to claim the minion wave as Sigiboom thinned it out too early. So Kabuki doesn't really lose anything.
Something to notice here. Looks like Rosa has not been freezing the wave at all. Witty taking a bit of damage. Joe gets onto Rosa. Rosa should hit level 4 here. So for Team Turkey, even without the heavy spin, this should be strong enough for them to contest for the turtle and maybe, you know, kill Aran as well.
Yeah, Luna did get the XP crab earlier on. That's why he's slightly ahead in experience. Black Dragon form is available. Indonesia first to the turtle. Apex 47, despite not having the ult, would be able to hold that objective in place, allowing Rosa to not only shovel the wave with Sigiboom, but also make sure the Kabuki doesn't want to be there. Though Aran is able to force TNZ out of contention. Indonesia should get this objective without contest.
And that's the scary thing about Hilda. Looks like Kabuki was able to dodge the SOD, so no kills is going to give over to Sigiboom. So for Indonesia, looks like they want to threaten Lunar a little bit. So we see some skirmishes here and there, but so far, free trade for Indonesia.
Witty, first Tsunami Slam, Apex 47, right out with the heavy spin. Good response from Turkey, and ultimate for an ult.
Yep, trying to make sure that this Kalia doesn't get a lot of value, at least here in the early game. And Rosa is just trying to chunk down Indonesia here bit by bit. Ezekiel is going to have a bit of a tough time here. Looks like gonna lose a bit of minions, but if we're looking at the goal difference, it's only about 500.
Yeah.
So neither team is gonna suffer for the first few phases of the game.
Yeah. Indonesia calling Aran in for reinforcements too. They really want to shove that mid out. They will be the first one to gain priority. Thing is, you don't really get to move that much. Even by clearing out the mid first, Witty finds Rosa an instant flicker out. Rosa has to be a lot more careful in face checking these bushes with a Kalea sitting in it.
Right now, neither gangs coming in from both teams, really trying to make it to a 1v1 everywhere, and then we figure out how we're going to contest for the objectives later on. Trying to see here, I feel like it's on Indonesia, honestly, to start off the fight quite early because, is it really just because of that Kai that they're hesitant here? Thinking like, we could go for it, but what if? What if Apex 47 just pins down?
It's one way to look at it. They've attempted it once, right? But Apex 47 just presses heavy spin, not only escapes but also knocks everyone else away. So, not the target that you want to go for. Sigiboom is hard because he has Purify, and this is a Moskov. TNZ is also hard to catch. If Luna is in the Black Dragon form, there's no way you can grab him out of the air. A lot of things that Indonesia needs to consider. We get a slow look in. Lunar though, healed up by the Shard Residue, but Joe petrified Lunar! What an outplay underneath the tier 1!
He wants to go for it. This is really a good choice. He gives over the first blood to Joe.
Just caught an outplay, and he outplayed himself. Unfortunate for Lunar. And that will allow Indonesia to claim this turtle.
Yeah,
should have just taken the way out.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call that a caster curse because he should have survived. 100% should have survived.
That was a clear human error.
Yep.
Joe finds the second turtle for his team.
Speaking of which, I think Team Turkey, they're not that worried. Conceal being used by Apex 47, being revealed by Ezekiel. Looks like he was trying to make a play, but denied. Team Turkey might be okay here because going in the previous game, as long as they wait long enough, Rosa gets maybe 2 or 3 items, they can start to make work. And we've seen here in WEC, Eve is honestly the true carry, right? It's not the marksman anymore. Give Eve 3 items, and then all of a sudden, it feels like she's just conquering the world.
Yeah, she long range, crowd control, good peel, has shield.
You don't see the damage, you just feel it.
Eventually, when you start feeling it, it's too late.
Yeah.
The purple buff was secured by Joe, right? I don't think TN got it. Yeah, so Joe was able to get his purple buff. They got Tsunami Slam, that's a heavy spin now again. Another 2 ultimates traded, 1 from each side of the Roman row.
Yeah, this is a genius pick coming in from Coach Bagosav. Apex 47 using this Akai does make it very awkward for Team Indonesia to be like, we want to fight, but how? Like, how, bro?
This Panda is quite a problem.
Can someone else push out the heavy spin so that Witty can get a catch here. Speaking of which, Apex 47 taking quite a bit of damage, and Rosa is trying to push around away. Looking at the items here, the glowing one is there. Indonesia should feel comfortable until the Wishing Lantern is built. Look at this, Team Indonesia gets the mid turret purely off of macro. I can't believe I'm watching an Indonesian game almost 7 minutes in, and there's only 1 kill and not a lot of attempts from both sides.
Why is there a Hunter Strike on Lunar? Why isn't it a War Axe? And also, that Black Dragon form is the second Black Dragon form wasted. There was no signs of connection from the rest of Turkey, and the turtle is coming up. This should be a no contest unless Apex 47 can somehow pull off a great heavy spin.
Yeah, I feel like Team Turkey should try to win out something here.
He's not even thinking about the War Axe. This is...
I mean, like, this is a build of Yuzong from a while back. You have enough spell vamp coming in from the Fighter Emblem, but it has been changed a little bit. Less percentage, but hold on, we got to look at the fight here.
Apex 47, good heavy spin, allowing them to get the turtle, but Lunar sacrificed this time. And the second kill for Indonesia. Both devs have been on the Yuzong, but it does give Sigibum space to secure this bottom tier 1. Kabuki with the Malefic Roar now done.
Yeah. Honestly, for Team Indonesia, they have the lead here, but I don't know. I feel like they should not feel comfortable on this one. And TNZ able to escape, no problem. We got to see how Lunar will be piloting this Yuzong, because again, this Hunter Strike build is quite old, and I don't know if it's relevant after the changes in the Fighter Emblem. Looking at the damage here as well, 6.7 for Lunar. Looks like he hasn't been participating a lot in the game.
Yikes.
I think TNZ got that.
I think so.
I'm colorblind.
But even more, all the more reason to go for War Axe, no? Better
honestly, like,
survivability.
Considering the draft that they have, I wouldn't even mind if he just goes full tank, right? Because the Akai is tanky, but he's not a frontline, right? He wants to wait for things to happen, and then goes in and saves someone.
Yeah. I do feel like full tank might be a bit too much, because then you can't really threaten the backline. Apex on the run, they're going on a hunt for the Panda. Apex is out. And this is the most macro-centric game we've seen in a while.
Indonesia really doesn't want to make a mistake.
With Indonesia in the lobby,
yeah.
That's the amusing
like,
part.
context is important, right?
Yes.
You got to consider the environment that both teams have been brought up by. I don't know how to finish that sentence. Okay,
domestically,
I got environment in my head, and then that's it.
Domestically, Indonesia brawls a lot, right? So to see the control and composure is good. Another heavy spin disengage.
All right. So another few seconds of nothing happening. Joe getting that Holy Crystal.
Wow, this is a pretty quiet game. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Makes it even more tense. TNZ now is going to try and see if he can get the purple buff elsewhere. And he can. This is a very awkward position. Very awkward.
I mean...
Ooh, Joe is going to see him.
Joe sees him.
Not sure what TNZ is going to do. The Petrify is here though. They get Kabuki. Witty doesn't have the grab. Couldn't find TNZ, and Joe will now have to get it. The Thorn Rose, not enough. So the goal lane for the jungler.
And all the while, Sigibum is just like, hey, don't mind me. I'm getting the turrets. I'm getting some farm. So you guys have fun, you know?
Yep.
Have some tea. Have some chocolate.
That tower looks pretty nice.
Yeah. I mean, like, yes, it's not great that your jungler died, but I think that's an amazing trade coming in from Team Turkey, getting a kill and getting a turret. Because again, this is more macro Husky. Like, this is where you get to appreciate the sound effects of MLBB.
Oh yes.
I hear the void blast.
My favorite sound effect right now.
Dun, dun, dun. Feels you know, this is a game where you can highlight the music.
I'm just sad that, you know, we get to see basic skins of structures on the map and not the Naruto collab, Apex 47. Valiant effort, but without the jungler there, there really wasn't much that he could do. So Kabuki picks up that kill, and the Lord for Indonesia. Radiant Armor now on for a run.
10 minutes in, and that's his first Sky Piercer stack. That's how the game really has been progressing so far. Turkey is just waiting for Sigibum to get his items, which I feel like should be 4 items with the Malefic Gun as well. After the Malefic Gun, I think that's where they will really start to go, you know, ham. Corrosion Scythe, Golden Staff, as well as the Demon Sword. So just waiting for that Malefic Gun, and then you try to go for a fight while avoiding Joe, because Joe now has quite a lot of damage. Genius 1 Holy Crystal into a Divine Glaive. Really doesn't matter who he finds. Lunar, Apex 47, even if he pushes Joe away, small immune to CC, Joe will be able to kill Akai as well.
Yeah, and eventually he will transition into a Winter Crown. So something to take note of. Lunar has had some impacts, some whoopsies, but good impact too on the jump on the Kabuki with TNZ earlier on. So looking forward to more of that. Because he's going to be an integral piece to Turkey winning the later team fights. Kabuki is going to BOD too, or get taken care of. So, I mean, on hindsight, it looked good, but in the overall grand scheme of things, Turkey really didn't lose much.
Yeah, RWM already used Weedy. Catches Apex 47, but everything is, honestly,
Lunar, he's here with the Black Dragon. Weedy is out, got to escort Kabuki to safety, and Aran also runs away, so Turkey not looking to commit. There's still the Petrify. Joe needs to be careful. He's getting knocked out. Joe full commit to that. What? Able to get out in time. Rosa not even get the Void Blast damage off Joe. Barely escapes Dev. SOD goes wide right in between them.
You can hear the crowd gasp that one. It's like,
oh my god, Joe.
No, honestly, because
that looked pretty dangerous.
If the SOD hits, then we can finally have a fight.
Honestly, if Lunar hits a Petrify after that,
yeah,
Joe would have 100% went down.
Hey, it's okay. There's more games of MLBB here. Indonesia hasn't extended their lead yet. Only about 3,000. TNZ now having the brute force as well. So whenever he does go in for a fight, a little bit more forgiving, able to get out of there.
That was a net neutral Lord take at most. They still end up losing the bottom tier 2.
They both gained something out of it.
I say Turkey actually got more because they got the bot tier 2. Despite Indonesia trying to rotate there, but they couldn't stop the catapult in time. We also haven't been able to see the full damage profile for YesQ because haven't really seen big team fights. It was short and snappy and a quick disengage from both sides. Sigibun with Malefic Gun, extra range to take on Indonesia, which is actually very much needed, right? Because not many of them can reach Sigibun. I'd say that none of them can reach Sigibun.
I mean, that's why I said they needed that. So now that they have it, now Husky is the time to fight. The Lord is here at 40 minutes. This is where we start to see the Moskov get scary. Speaking of which, it looks like the Kalia has built... Oh, hold on.
Oh, he knows.
I feel like us being quiet is like, wait, hold on. But either ways, he knows, and he's just like, do we fully commit?
Who flinches? Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that was a bust.
Okay.
It's like David Attenborough, National Geographic. Now we are watching the predator waiting for the prey.
Moskov in his natural environment, in a lane, waiting for the Lord to be started.
Kalea waiting in the bush.
Afterwards, a SOD coming in will turn things around. Speaking of which, Indonesia, everyone is here, all around the Lord. Aran looking for everyone. He sees Lunar. Apex 47 is still hidden. TNZ is nowhere close to the Lord, and Indonesia will decide to reset it. And all the while, Sigibun as a Moskov clearing the lane, grabbing more gold, and pushing the wave.
This is going to be a tug of war that Indonesia will struggle a bit because the wave clear from Turkey is slightly better. Kabuki just got his Winds of Nature, so that will be a damage control if he gets jumped on by Lunar and TNZ. Wishing Lantern for YesQ. Turkey making the decision to commit to the Lord. Here comes Joe, attempt to steal. They're gonna try and keep Joe away. TNZ go to the Retribution, and Joe gets jumped on. They slay the Lancelot, but they trade the jungler in return. Kabuki finds Lunar. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Indonesia, but they did lose the objective.
Yep. So, that's definitely better for Team Indonesia, considering the fact that Kabuki also got another stack on Skypiercer. Really jumps in.
Gonna get a cash, and that is Rosa exploding. Kabuki with the 30th Skypiercer stack. And he's starting to look scary. Sigibun does have the SOD, so if anything.
I wonder why Apex 47 was thinking.
Wait, did they not?
He 100%.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe he got away.
No, okay, so first of all, I don't know what Apex 47 was trying to do.
I think the more impressive thing is that he actually got out. Did they not see him?
They should have. Even if you don't.
Wasn't there a minion wave?
Even if you don't see it, it's very natural for you to check the bush with your Rhapsody. You know what?
The long days are. That's where you see that endurance comes in, right?
Yes, yes.
You do start to lose focus, and Tianzi is about to lose his life, but he gets out of it. Good puncture, resets. Apex comes in with the heavy spin. Witty holds the front again, and Apex overextends. That's his immortality and his life. Yehezkiel with the pickup. Lunar jumps on the Kabuki. Wisdom Nation is going to keep him safe for now. Can Lunar finish the kill? He needs it. Kabuki saved by the flask of the Oasis. And he is now on a mega kill streak. 4 dead on Turkiyye, and Indonesia now have a chance.
Team Turkey making interesting choices here, going in one by one.
There's no minion wave though. They can't push, can they?
Yeah, but look at that. Catches Sigibum. Sigibum is
He's
all
gonna try to
alone.
the wave.
Is the distraction.
It's a worthy sacrifice, right? Oh, I need the turret, Sigibum! I can respect the idea. If he cleared the wave, or majority of it, to stall out the end game, it might be enough, because Apex is now back. 5 for Rosa, 9 for Tianzi, Lunar back in 5-2. Indonesia cannot end this game just yet.
Apex 47 is here to protect the base. Kabuki now having the win of nature, which I believe he sold it to get something else, but now he's...
the rose gold too, right?
Yeah. So now he's got it back. I think it is still in cooldown for at least a minute. So by that time, it should be back up. So if Lunar wants to go in for a catch, it might be difficult for him to get a kill. Unless, you know, call me crazy, Yeski. If they go all in, all together, as a team.
As a team, all right, as a team.
Crazy idea, right? But if we see them go 5v5, maybe they can get a kill.
I think so too. I mean, Yehezkiel even bought Lightning Changchun.
Yeah.
The brawl has awakened.
The brawl has awakened? I guess, yeah.
My England no hab dun.
Yes, there you go. Looking at the itemization here, the Granger is basically full build, same as the Moskov. The mid laners, not yet, but they honestly just need 3 items and they're looking pretty good. The Lunar, yeah, at this point, I feel like I can respect first item, 100 strike, and then, you know, go for Oracle. I get it.
Yeah.
But maybe by this point, you know,
I mean,
maybe a War Axe could really help you out.
Queen's Wings for both Lunar and Tianzi. We see the Pauldrons for Aran too, so that's not the target you want to go on. And Witty is starting to catch the necessary targets. By the way, Kabuki has 50 stacks now. So that's going to be dangerous. RWM forces out the Brilliance. Like Dragon Form, they're looking for Kabuki. Yehezkiel is a good target too. Lunar finds the Petrify. Yehezkiel with the flicker out. Aran pinned down. They're going to try and blow him out. Aran cannot escape. Tianzi with the kill. And he wants more. And so they connect. Sigibum takes it. What a madman underneath the turret. A double kill for Kabuki. He is now 70 stacks on the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, Turkey is making a pretty
Don't go there.
difficult decisions here.
Apex, that's the max stack for Sky Piercer. Kabuki, he's legendary. Can Tianzi get it? Turkey needs you now. The Turkish hero Tianzi unable to keep this game under control. And Indonesia will march down mid. We have a best of 5 on our hands. Game 2 guaranteed by Indonesia. And they will equalize the scoreboard. It's 1-1.
After 20 minutes, Indonesia has come back going up against Team Turkey, especially at 16 minutes above. That's where we really start to see the draft come online.
I gotta say, that was a back burner game.
Yeah.
And then put on the back burner for sure. Whoa, that was stressful. I mean, long, dragged out. But to answer the question of our earlier documentary of who flinched first, Turkey flinched.
Yeah, Turkey flinched first. And this is gonna be testing the players as well. Because if we have more of that length of a game, it will slowly chunk away their mental stamina, right? Because you're very disciplined game 1, very disciplined game 2. By game 5, you might start to autopilot just a little bit. So maybe game 2, they were taking it just easy, a little bit understanding that there's more MLBB to be played. So saving your stamina, but yeah, if it all goes 5 games, the team that's used to this the most will be the one at an advantage.
Not only that, you can also start to see some signs of a team getting affected by the fatigue just from the movements, right? We saw some unfortunate autopilots from Turkey. It went from a team effort to individual 1v1s. That's how you know when the reliance on the individual mechanics becomes the priority. That's where you run into some challenges, and the end sequence was sort of that, right? I can respect the heroics from Sigiboom, from Lunar, from TNZ, but in a team game environment, Indonesia definitely won this game. 17-4, by the way, in terms of kills.
Yep. I don't know, I feel like, is Turkey not comfortable with this kind of draft? Because I really feel like the Yuzong presence as well as the Akai's presence is more defensive more than anything else. It's either to deny or to stop the win condition of your opponents. But then, you know, just wait a while until eventually everyone has gotten up to speed, and then we're going to be looking pretty good. It's just quite different to see Indonesia play and then, you know, just have a pretty extended game. You know, I blame myself. Because I said I wanted a bloodbath.
Well,
I'm bathing, just no blood involved.
Well, it didn't felt like it until you look at the numbers, right? I mean, if I told you that it's a 17-4 kill game, but it ended in 20 minutes, you would be interested to see what transpired. Because the goal lead doesn't really matter anymore. It really came down to item swaps and just better macro decisions. I again felt like there were a lot of key moments where Turkey went more on a I'll make my own plays, and they didn't connect with each other.
Sigiboom did less damage than Witty. You know, just to put into perspective, a full item Moskov dealing less damage than a roamer support fighter. I don't know, maybe just out of practice, right? Haven't used this hero for a while. Same with the Yuzong. 808 Kabuki is the goal hunter, 845 gold per minute, as well as the GOAT, 82,000 damage. And an Apex 47 taking 102,000 and Witty is still the best support. 0-0 and 12 is KDA. I would say Turkey didn't play like they had the momentum, the hype riding around, and Indonesia was being very careful not to make a mistake. And to their credit, they didn't really make a mistake.
Yeah, they sort of just were testing the waters to see what the response from Turkey is, and they just exploited those small windows. Pretty nice win, you know, Kabuki gets to play the game for once. Maybe not picking up Cydia was one of the keys. Like, Ranger looks incredibly comfortable. Like, well, it took him like, what, 11 minutes to get the first kill? And then he ended the game with full Sky Piercer stacks.
I can already see the comments, you know, the posts coming in from Facebook and be like, what a coincidence. The moment you don't pick up the Obsidia, you start winning.
Or, I'll do you one better. I knew that they can win. Someone out there is gonna say it.
Someone
out there.
Someone out there.
I think if you've been on social media long enough, you probably know who he is. Yeah, we'll leave it up to you guys.
Yeah. At this point, honestly, if I go to social media, I want to find the. You should have survived.
This is so frustrating.
Should have survived.
This actually, for me, was one of the most frustrating moments in the game.
Even Joe was already like, okay, good play.
He was about to go home.
No, he already went back. He already dashed out.
Joe is like, all right.
You know, good on you. I'll see you later. And it's like, okay, I'll see you now.
I guess I'll take it.
Again, a lot of questions that I feel like the coaches need to ask to the players, and then just get their head back in the zone, because a lot of questions for this one for both teams, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, majority of moments in these games were just overextensions, right? Like this, I can respect Lunar going for the play. I think the Flash of the Oasis from Witty helped the Kabuki. He did 2 item swaps, right? Winds of Nature into Rose Gold into Immortality, and at TNZ tried to make a hero play, Sigiboom trying to make the hero play. There's so many moments in the end game sequence that really felt like if it was just done a bit better. This was good. Lunar keeps his life out. They find Aran. Joe can't really do too much, but was this necessary? I personally feel like they shouldn't have done it.
Yeah. But 808 good on Team Indonesia, able to get the second game. So now both are tied up with 1 point each. Still chasing for 2 more points, so basically making this into a best of 3. I feel like Team Turkey, you don't have to deny the Yuzong if you're not too comfortable on that pick. You know, just let him pick up the Yuzong. You just use something like a Lapu or something that you are more accustomed with, and then just because Lunar had an amazing game with the Esme, right?
He did.
Yeah.
Lapu also is
deathless on the Esme, in fact.
Maybe it's time to consider Arlet, right? We haven't seen Arlet yet. I don't think Yuzong is that bad of a pick, but I just felt like there were some very...
The impact wasn't there.
Yeah, it's pretty questionable, right? It leaves you scratching your head on what the idea was. And again, the overextensions was sort of their downfall in the later stages of the game. Just like what I would say to Team Indonesia after game 1, for Turkey after game 2, minor adjustments, right? Nothing too major, nothing that requires, you know, a few months to get right. This one, you fine-tune a little bit, right? You tweak the screws a bit and then it should be okay.
Should be okay because it really is just what's the call here? What's the call? Because I would assume when you pick up the Moskov, you just want to go for that late game. 4 items is enough, right? The last item is going to be more defensive. Winter Nature, Rose Gold, or Immortality, depending on the situation. It's just that they didn't start anything, and I feel like it's more on the team asking, okay, is it going to be Akai starting the fight? Is it going to be the Yuzong starting the fight? Are you guys waiting for Rosa to open the real world manipulation to box them in, and then you guys go in? It's just that it looked like they were just slightly bit confused on the order of from A to Z how we're going to do this.
It's like, what are we afraid of, right? Maybe they're afraid of the Kalea. I can understand, but I think I'll be nitpicking if I say that there's a few things that they could have done better. In the grand scheme of things, still the main point is the overextension. I think that's the best way to really highlight the main struggles of Turkey in that game too. Everything else, you can sort of like glance over it and be like, yeah, not.
Well, let's be like the players and have just move on. Right now we got to reset. Yeah. Now we got to go on to game number 3, and in terms of the game, I'm guessing Grok is not gonna be there. Kimi is gonna get banned again by Team Indonesia. So maybe for Team Indonesia, the win condition is very easy. Don't pick up Cydia and then you're good.
I agree.
Just keep drafting like this.
Just play like how you played the whole tournament, except for game 1.
Yeah.
That was more of a draft thing. I also, one thing that did, got me curious was the fact that Turkey were on blue side. They had first pick. Grok was banned by Indonesia, but they banned Gatot.
Yeah, they banned Gatot.
So that was also...
And Apex has used the Gatot, so... Question marks.
I mean, Gatot hasn't won games today, but still, I think it's a very positive win rate overall.
I mean,
in WEC.
Team Turkey, they opened up yesterday Lapu, Gatot, Haya, and they won the game against Myanmar, so they definitely know how to use the Gatot. So, yeah, question mark, because the reason why they banned the Gatot because they don't want to first pick it, and their first pick is that Yuzong. Maybe they should have switched it up, ban the Yuzong, and then grab the Gatot.
Or just open the Yuzong, right? Yuzong isn't too big, like, it isn't like the end game thing.
They have been banning Yuzong basically almost all tournament, which is also something a bit weird here.
Maybe in like higher stake situations, the teams start to overthink a little bit, right? You start to overthink, overanalyze the draft, and...
Or just like us, we always have that one bad juju hero where like, doesn't matter if that hero has a good or bad game, we will lose for some reason.
Oh, for me, it's very simple. Amon.
Amon?
Actually, no. I have a few. My Amon. Florin is one.
Like for me, is more on what Milo sucks on that day. Because when we rank him, there's a day, okay, you know what? Never use Hayabusa again. Even when he was using like a Belmont jungle, we win. But when he gets on the Hayabusa and he gets a Savage, we still lose. Oh. I don't know why. It's bad juju.
I have one. Shout out to our friend Realize, if you're watching from Indonesia. Please don't ever play Moskov.
Oh, yeah.
Your Moskov needs improvement.
What is my hero? I'm pretty okay with everything.
Really, no hero that you feel like if you...
Give me a...
Oh, I have one. I have a hero that I feel like is your bad juju hero.
Okay.
Kalea.
I have an amazing game.
No, you grab Tigreal into your teammate. You grab El Wombo combo into us.
No, that's the reverse juju. I make bad plays and we still win.
because we were 10k go ahead.
I mean, yeah, but still, you know, like that's the reverse. That's the good juju. No matter how bad you are on the hero, you still win.
I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, Stafel can be a bad influence. So do not use Kalea and grab Tigreal into your team.
Hey, we won. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry.
The results matter.
You're right.
Right?
Yes.
Because let me tell you a strategy that my great grandma told me.
Great grandma. Okay.
We had a good conversation when I was young.
In what language?
English, of course. Don't let your opponents know what you're doing.
I believe.
Always do the unexpected. The Tigreal never expects me to grab him.
That is correct.
So he ults into no one. Bro.
No, I died because of that.
It's just you. Everyone else is fine.
This is why I move on from that. It is a. What was I? It was a mood shift, right? You know, at least for Indonesia after that Game 2 win.
Now I'm worried because now they're moving.
Now they're leaning back. The
they're
team
leaning
that is
back.
like leaning back is the one that's losing the game. Is that what we're going with now? Dangerous grass again.
Huh. So we're gonna have dangerous grass 3 games in a row here, where I feel like the draft is gonna change almost every single game because we're not seeing much constants here, which is also pretty weird because I kind of feel like once you have the strategy that works, maybe just keep on going on. In fact, they were first pick. They could have picked up the CC if they wanted.
I agree.
Right? They banned out the CC, Harif, and Gatot, which I feel like both CC and Gatot is definitely first pickable.
Honestly, the Harif to me was also a weird one,
also
right?
weird, yeah.
We don't see that often too.
And you don't see it in the first 3 picks. It's usually red 4.
No, not at all, yeah. Times have changed because back then Harif was first pick.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, times have changed. It was 4:30, now it's 5:30.
Yeah, like
it almost changes every minute.
Like a wise man once said, every 60 seconds, a minute passes in Peninsular Malaysia. Time moves differently in Kuala Lumpur than Indonesia.
Speaking of which, Indonesia will be first pick. Team Turkiyye will be the second one. And Team Turkey going for the same ban in game number 1. Betting out the Grok as well as the Baxia. Indonesia still sticking to that Kimi ban, which I feel like that's their bad juju. If they fight against the opponents, no matter how good of a game you have it, somehow they lose.
Yeah, Kimi is the problem.
So they ban out the Fanny, Gatot as well as Kimi. So the first pick here is going to be pretty interesting because
the big 3 assassins are open again. Well, now that Joy has been picked up by Joe, that makes it 4. Yishun Shin, Lancelot, Joy, Haya, what else? CC, Angela, ban. Okay.
Interesting. Doesn't 100% feel necessary, but okay. And then the Kalea first pick.
This I understand because they banned the Gatot out. Though it's not really a direct answer. It's more like it's a viable solution. You know, when you do the Kalea, I mean, Purify is always one way to do it. Purify heroes that are hard to catch with mobility, iframes, Hayabusa, I would assume. Lancelot works too. So to go back to some of the comforts from both games, Tianzi had a great game with the Lancelot.
Yep.
And the CC on Siggy Boom in game 1 was also pretty hard to take out.
So now for Team Indonesia, when they had this Kalea, they pick up the Lunox early. I kind of feel like pick up the Farsa might be better here. A little bit easier to execute and you don't really lose your lane. And then Yisenshin or Haya. But if Joe's comfort is the Joy, sure. The name is pretty similar as well.
The Joe Joy.
Joe Joy.
Because I saved
YSS and Uranus.
I'm glad they pick up the YSS and Uranus, because at least I know where the Uranus isn't going.
Yeah, jungle. Thank goodness it's not
like,
jungle again. They played in 3 different roles. They played it with Varan, with Joe, and with Kabuki. I guess it's your Hesky's turn.
I feel like at this point, picking the Eve should be safe, if not the Farsa. Like, I feel like just pick up a Prio mid and then make sure that Ezekiel doesn't have a good combo alongside with the Kalea.
Yeah,
Don't give him some kind of burst.
I think Eve is good. I think Eve is, yeah, actually Eve is very good. Yeah.
So it should be an Eve pick here into mid lane bans.
It's very hard to go wrong picking Eve.
Allow me to lead the
So they pick up a Hilda, which is okay too. Is okay. And you can adjust being roam or EXP. So far, we do see it looks like Hilda does have favorable trade against the Uranus on the EXP lane. So both are really waiting for their mid lane picks.
So Yi, Farsa, Valentina, Selena.
I wonder if Team Turkey want to go for a Jushin again.
Jushin too, yep. Lunox is there. Jushin, Kalea is quite a pain to deal with.
Yeah, but I feel like for Turkey it would look much better. So they're gonna ban out the Lunox.
Understandable. Lunox was a big problem. Lapu ban from Indonesia. I like it. Part of me feels like they might just leave the Yuzong open and see what happens with Lunar. Though if they pick the Yuzong, that means they're running double fighters. But with no Kim in mid, it's very ill-advised.
Yeah, Team Turkey basically have to pick up a mid after this, hiding where CC as well as Hilda is going. Because I feel like if they pick up their whatever other front line here, they have to default to a marksman.
Yep. So respect still shown by Indonesia. They banned the Yuzong, even though I feel like in the grand scheme of things, it's not the best choice for Turkey, but better be safe than sorry. Mid lane, I still think Eve is the way. Now that Yuzong is banned, you are worried about an Esmeralda for Indonesia from Indonesia's side, but that's pretty much it. I think if you take like the Granger for yourself, it works the Tucson for them. It gives you strong presence in skirmishes, but you do lack crowd control.
Because here's the thing, I noticed as well, the reason why I did call out the Jushin is they really like to pair it with picks like Hilda as well as CC, because basically making it so that they have free damage. And I feel like this is just the composition they like to run. The Jushin is more about setting it up for your fighters to really shine. But for Team Indonesia, Eve is an amazing pick. Combo it with the Kalea. If they want to take a Farsa, it works as well. And then Esmeralda, I think, is pretty solid.
Ooh, Eve export.
Export. Oh, that's...
Now this is a problem.
Turkey needs to pick up the Granger because you need someone to at least take down the Braga armor.
I agree. I think Granger is
if not
ever more important.
What other hero can burst it down in?
Harif is the only second one, but definitely harder to play than the Granger. Play out than the Granger here. Kalad is like your safest option. Like people always fall back to that. Definitely not Obsidian. Moskov, carry, Bruno. I think Granger. I think you keep it simple, right? Play Granger, you get the range, you are not going to be pushed away by Export. We've seen a couple of matchups. Export into Claude, no-go. Export into Obsidian, no-go. In a Harif, manageable. Granger is the best, and they go for it.
Yep. So right now, in terms of the draft here, for Team Indonesia, they have multiple layers of damage here, but most of it is kind of like a DPSE, dot damage. For Team Turkey. Also in the mix, but it's mostly on a lot of physical bursts. A lot of physical bursts here. In terms of magical damage, honestly, not a lot. So maybe in the early game, they won't have that much damage. I really feel like once the Granger has the Hunter Strike as well as the Sky Piercer, then we start to see a little bit of development when it comes to Turkey's movements.
Yeah, I agree. I think for the Granger, it's all about once you get the Sky Piercer, how is the team going to help you navigate these fights, right? And I mean, for Indonesia's draft, they don't really have... They have some pretty nasty dives, and that's sort of a dilemma that Sigiboom needs to deal with, because when you have a Cho or Kalea on one side, you're always thinking whether you want to take a Purify or the Flicker. In this case, it's Purify for both Sigiboom and Rosa to deal with the Kalea, but you do open up yourselves for the RWM and the Last Insanity from the side of Indonesia.
I feel like at this point, Turkey cannot play the 1v1s. They gotta rotate fast here. The question is, where do you want to rotate to, right? Do you want to take down the Uranus or do you want to take down the X-Borg? And honestly, both are relatively good options, because if the X-Borg is free, he's going to be quite annoying, especially for the Hilda. If you take down the Uranus, I think it's going to be good for TNZ. No one is really going to disrupt him that much.
From what we've learned in one of the semis is that you can actually target the Uranus, right? With the right picks. And Turkey have 3 of them to deal with the Uranus. Yep. That was what we saw from Team Malaysia too. Lancelot, Zusin, Hilda is doable.
Yeah. So I'm really looking at the mid trio here coming in from Team Turkey. They cannot be passive, because in the previous game, Rosa on that Eve basically just camps the mid bush, basically making sure that Rosa does not die, but at the same time, not being proactive. this time with the Jushin, I want to see him more proactive. I want him to actually pressure the side lanes.
Let's see if this game is gonna be a lot more, what they call slow pace like game 2, or will it start accelerating? That is the important thing. Because in the grand scheme of things, I feel like we've seen both sides of the aisle. Shout out to Turkey and the supporters still here, still going strong. Again, bronze match. You need to get to the podium to have a shot at the prize pool. And for Turkey, this is already a milestone. I remember in 24, I think they finished in top 10. So not even close to the podium. And this is a roster that has been well respected across the globe too. They had their fair shares of struggles, but I think that comeback from game 1 was one of the biggest confidence boosts any Turkish fans could have gotten. We can say the same for the Indonesians as well. With such a drawn-out game to slugfest, coaching staff is still in high spirits. Shout out to Coach St. DeLucas. I'm a big fan. Can I have your autograph, please?
I'm pretty sure if you ask Nicey, he'll give it to you. And honestly, this is pretty big for Indonesia as well, because in the previous year, they did get top 3 for this one. I'm pretty sure at minimum they wanna finish on the podium as well. And at this point, I want more and more proactivity. That's all I'm asking for coming in from Indonesia as well as Turkey, because the draft is definitely usable for both teams. At this point, I'm honestly out of words for Turkey against Indonesia, because the previous game, there's not a lot that was brought forward to.
No.
Brought forward to us for us to really commentate on.
No, it's... Honestly, you say it's a battle of attrition for the team, so I'd honestly...
It's a battle of attrition for us as well.
We are also put to the test too.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So right now...
When was the last time? What was the longest streak of games you have gone in a single sitting? Mine was 12, I think. 12 with a 9-game lose streak in a single sitting.
Well,
the most you've played. So it's just game after game after game after game after game.
I think the longest... I honestly don't know the longest lose streak, but I've definitely had the history being full of losses. Not a single win. So I don't know how long that is, but at least that long.
Is it long enough that you have to scroll to see the rest of it? Or...
Yeah, meaning like I scroll to the end and it's all lost.
And it's all red.
Yeah. But I still maintain 65%-ish win rate every single season. So
with a lose streak?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty impressive. That's very respectable. Anything above 55 is actually above average.
I know we always say, you know, win rate's not that important, but I want to make sure. The lowest I will ever be is like 66, 65.
Okay, that is a very high bar. You are an A+ student for sure.
Yeah.
Some of our audience have been here since the very morning. They came here.
Hey, shout outs to them, man.
Shout outs to them. They've been here since the semis. We saw some of them during lunchtime, and now they're back. Just waiting for the games to conclude. But of course, this is going to start wearing out on the teams too. When you have to, I think it's more of like the downtime in between that makes it a bit, what do we call it? Hard to manage?
Yeah.
I can't find the right word for it. Composure is important though. I would say if there's one player that has gotten the biggest confidence boost so far in the series on both sides, Tianzi for Turkey. Actually, no, I would say Rosa for Turkey and maybe Kabuki for Indonesia.
Honestly, after Lunar's game with the Esme, I feel like he should have a bit more confidence as well. But maybe after that U-Zone game, it went back down. So now it's neutral, right? So now I think it's neutral for both. I feel like Indonesia, they haven't really gotten that confidence just yet, because we've seen the players on stage. I mean, we've seen Kabuki, we've seen Joe. We know how, how different they play when they are confident and then when they are not. Because when Indonesia, they are very, very confident, they will force out a play, right? Because I feel like that's the biggest difference, Husky, that we've seen, especially for the first 3 days of WEC, is that whenever Indonesia feels it, they will fight in your jungle just because they could.
So it's a mood thing.
It's a mood. It's definitely a mood thing.
It's definitely a mood thing. Today, do you feel like fighting? Not really.
I feel more peaceful. I feel more religious today.
How I don't feel violent when I wake up.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a very poor way of putting it. But you get the idea. People who have watched Indonesian play sort of know that
I think I play more aggressively after I Angkapo.
after Angkapo.
Wait. Depends on how much I eat that.
Because are you trying to end the game fast to use the washroom?
Funny enough, I've gotten immune to that. I don't really use the washroom that much after eating spicy food.
Good on
Today
you.
or tomorrow or
Same. I'm not sure
Right?
if that's a good thing. Yeah, it's the same.
We're stronger. We're stronger, just like the
Like
players
Boxy
now.
says.
I'm
We're
a
strong.
roamer.
I'm a strong
roamer.
roamer.
By the way, shout outs to all of you guys watching. We are making sure that everything is a-okay here. This is when we said this is the battle of attrition. We didn't know how right we were. You know, this is why we're doing internationals, man. Like
this is why.
we call everything the first few minutes of the pre-show, and then everything becomes a reality.
Pre-show, the draft, the
We call drafts
flow of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Flow of the game. On desk and behind the scenes, actually.
Yeah. Just because the camera isn't on us doesn't mean we stop talking.
So the accuracy, the percentage of accuracy for this show alone is
120%.
higher than my win rate.
Yeah.
For sure.
I'm guessing you don't want to say it?
My highest or my lowest?
Just average. Yeah, just
50. Definitely not as high as yours. Mine was 50. Probably like 60 was like the highest, I'd say.
This might be a hot take. I feel like it's easier to maintain your win rate as a roamer.
As a roamer.
Because number one, I feel like when I'm playing roam, everyone gets their main role anyways. Right? Meaning like
Yeah.
Meaning like I'm not seeing a mid playing EXP. I'm not seeing a gold laner playing jungle. Like there are games, of course, where like, bro, can we swap kind of thing. But
Yep.
And then most of the time, they want to pick their heroes first. They want me to be last, and at that point, I can counter the draft.
Yeah. I'm a mid player, so I struggle with that sometimes.
Yeah, they want you up first.
They will, and then you just have to pick heroes that generally can do everything.
Yeah.
That's why Yves is one of the best options.
Yeah, you pick up the first hero, and then enemies just. It's like when we play with Milo, and we're like, hey Milo, how about you use a fan? And then every single hero on the other side. Saber, the Cho, Kaja, anything under the sun. We win.
Cyclops is also a popular one.
Yeah. Which the skin is coming up. I don't play the food game often.
I saw someone, so I saw this funny post on social media. So it's like you have to cook and serve food,
yes.
right? So it's like a mini game you play. Someone was complaining.
I don't know how to serve.
That they only have one pizza oven.
Yes.
But they have to serve to 3 guests who want pizza.
That is a bit annoying.
In a time attack mode.
At least the drinks you can put up 3 drinks at a time. The burgers you can put 4 burgers at a time. But yeah, the pizza you only have 1. I feel like I shouldn't have upgraded that one.
Yeah, so it's actually forcing you to lose customers.
But hey, if you guys have to bring it over to the venue, we would like some pizza. Actually, now that I say it, Rose might figure something.
Yeah, we have a lot.
She had snacks, but we've been here for a while.
So. A lot of food in the green room, actually. We have so many foods. Like, I know you work out a lot, but the calorie intake has not been good.
I haven't been working out for quite a while because we've been here exclusively the entire day.
Well, today.
Meaning like this week.
This week, yes.
Yeah, this week. You know, I like being friends with you.
Me too.
You are an amazing person to get to know.
Yeah, we are trying to sort things out first. Again, I think we caught a glimpse of Amarcia's working overtime to make sure that things are in order.
Yes.
Shout out to Jess.
Wait, Res.
No, you're not supposed to say.
Oh, I'm not supposed to say his name? Hey, but no, people know him. He's
true.
He's very popular by going to podcasts and then donating on the podcast.
Yeah, so he's actually also popular for the yellow card.
Yes.
I didn't know it was discontinued until I asked him. I was like, can you give me a yellow card? And he's like, no, we've discontinued that system.
Oh, really? I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, they have since, now it's 2025, right? I think the first time we saw it was the last time we saw it.
Well, now we can all breathe because we're jumping straight into the game here. So we'll see at what stage of the game we are at. We're at the beginning here.
Thank you very much,
Yay,
to the crowd, for still being here. Yay!
Anyways, right now.
You guys are.
Look at this.
Wait. We've seen this before.
They're doing the Sakais. And they don't see it. Because the pressure is on mid.
Conditioning.
Yeah.
We have seen this before. Oh boy, well. Hey, there are some lessons to be learned. Look at that.
I'm hearing the crowd cheer because he successfully got that buff. But either way, hey, shout out to Joe as well as Sakai. Sigabum taking a bit of damage from Kabuki. Looks like a lot of trades is happening around. And at this point, I want to see the player reaction of TNZ and be like, wait, where's my buff?
That has to be frustrating. Joe even got the gold crab too. Kabuki with a good leash on the lizard. Joe is now accelerating the lead. TNZ shows up. He's late.
Yeah, he's like, okay, can I get something here? No. Can I get something here? No. Like, TNZ, but as of right now, it's not that bad, right? He's still level 3, but the thing is, Joe just... Why is he not level 4 yet?
Well, he needs one more cap, right? Because he didn't steal... He only stole the orange buff. He didn't steal the lizard.
Yeah,
If you stole one extra cap, then yes.
Yeah.
Though still, it did mess up TNZ's road pathing a little bit. He's going to try to put some damage. It's Purify out from Apex 47. Joe is doing too much damage. TNZ shouldn't even be there in the first place. That's first blood for Joe and another camp for the YSS.
Joe is so understanding of the situation that TNZ is going in because he's like, I get it, bro. This is frustrating, but I felt it. Now it's your turn. And look at Kabuki and Sigabum just trading all around, and Sigabum gets it.
The thing is that TNZ's pathing is severely delayed because he had to go for purple. He misses an orange, no gold crab. Rosa should get out. With a delayed timing, you shouldn't be contesting for objective and pressure, right? You want to get as much resource as possible. And that's actually a kill onto Rosa. Into a Tsunami Slam. Witty drags Apex back, and Apex will survive.
Yeah. Witty taking a bit of damage, but the Kalia can heal up, so it shouldn't be a problem. Joe here goes up against TNZ with 1 level difference. And Apex 47 as well as TNZ has to be careful, because if Joe is feeling like he could have gotten the double kill there.
Yeah, definitely is feeling it. So already a 1.3k goal lead. Aran was sandbagging the lane. And this is a problem. Because for Turkiyye, damage profile-wise, not really the best, especially in the early game before you get items, unless you can bring Sigibum into the fight. But even he needs items. And Turkiyye, they're now 4-manning just to make sure that TNZ gets some resources. We'll get the Golem and transition into the Lizard down there, but still will be at least 2 levels behind Joe. And Vinny comes in, flicker into a grab, gets Lunar instead of TNZ. Apex and Rosa here to back him up. Joe finds a turtle boat, gonna crash it onto Rosa. No follow-up there. Rosa will get out.
Yep. So Team Turkiyye, we can say that for all 3 games, Indonesia definitely has a pretty good start. Almost every single time, having at least 1,000 gold advantage. Sigibum is doing quite well against Kabuki, and now even the last stand in use, but Kabuki is able to get his distance away from Sigibum. So Indonesia, they're in a pretty comfortable spot. Weird to say, but I kind of feel like Turkiyye is in a comfortable spot as well, because they felt this before. Sigibum already forced out the Purify coming in from Joe. As in, like, Joe attacked him, and then he's forced to use the Purify, even though he really didn't have to.
Yeah. I want to take this opportunity to answer a very pressing question from a good friend of ours.
Okay.
Shout out to Mirko. He was asking, why aren't the Philippines here? Tough question to answer. They didn't qualify.
Yeah, that's it. They just
I don't know what to tell you. They just didn't make it. And Rosa makes it out. Turtle should go over to Indonesia. The Turtle boat in the possession of Joe. Another conversion. Turtle to a Beetle. Apex cannot hold on to the camp.
So right now on Team Turkiyye, they're being pushed back. And we got to remember how they dealt with this kind of aggression, which is lose, sure, but don't lose too much. So Team Turkiyye, they're accepting, okay, the laning phase is pretty tough. We're going to give it to them, but we're going to make sure that we don't give too much. But at this point, I feel like they're giving a little bit too much.
Yeah, I was about to say, not lose too much, but you lose a tier 1, and Aran does get forced to flicker out. So some response from Turkiyye. That's what we want to see. We want to see resistance. Then Aran, very manageable. You can take him down. You just need a bit of injection. If Rosa was there, then there's going to be Aran dead for sure. And majority of the goal advantage should be on Joe right now.
Yep. So Aran moving forward. I feel like for Team Turkiyye, if their laning phase was a little bit better, they should have actually gone for the upcoming turtle fight S5. Because, hold on, Lunar taking quite a lot of damage here, being surrounded by Team Indonesia, and Kabuki flickers away, almost got taken down by Team Turkey. And this is why I kind of feel like Team Turkey, they should be able to group up now, because I feel like in terms of the damage profile that they have, they really should start getting some kind of pickoffs.
I want to agree with that, but at the same time, I also feel like they are not ready yet. And they have tried. Don't get me wrong, they have tried, but they just... Indonesia has been able to avoid these instances. Another Crimson Beacon forced out from Rosa. So that's 4.5k advantage now for Indonesia. Third turtle on the map, and Joe on the case already. This is going to be a continuous problem for Turkey. Luna goes in with the curtain call. Yehescu and Witty stuck together. They need a bit more damage. Luna now is going to lose his health bar. Joe is just going to shoot him down. Witty finds a kidnap onto TNZ. TNZ trying to juggle around the puncture. Dies. They did end up getting Joe, but at the cost of 3 members.
Yeah, Team Turkey now looking a little bit desperate, making some plays that they usually don't do here, Husky. And at 6 minutes in, Tigaboom just finished the Sky Piercer. So Team Turkey now should really be feeding in some kills over to him, because, I don't know, Team Turkey, they're being a little bit uncharacteristic, I would say.
I guess the silver lining is that they got some gold back, but still Indonesia ends up getting the turtle, which is slightly slower than the timing that I expected. I thought that Joe would fully take the objective, but he committed to a fight. Still, they end up with 3 kills at the end. So Lore will be spawning towards the bottom quadrant of the map, something to watch out for. Witty with the gang squad, here he comes into a knockup, boom! Kidnap Lunar back to his team. Joe doesn't have the damage just yet, but is at the cost of Lunar's vengeance.
The tough thing here is that there's a 1 item difference between the junglers. TNZ only has the War Axe, and then Joe has 2 items, the War Axe and the Hunter Strike, if I believe. So just by the junglers itself, the difference is too much. And Apex 47 just gets caught and it just dies there.
It's another kill fed into the machine of Yehescu. 100% kill participation so far. RWM traps on the 2, Aran from the back, zones out the rest of Turkey. Indonesia gets an easy mid-tier 1. The drag back onto Iran gets shrugged off very easily. TNZ really wants his buff. Mountain Chakra gets used. Weedy with a knockup. Tsunami Slam. RKO. Lunar is gone. Indonesia continues to step on the gas.
Yep. Team Turkey only have 1 kill to the name. Rosa just built the glowing wand. So this time should be able to reduce the healing coming in from the front lines of Team Indonesia. But I think the problem still persists, which is they just don't have the damage. They don't have the damage just yet. So they just gotta wait, scale up. In the previous game, they came back at about 9 minutes and 30 seconds. It's 8 minutes and 50. So I don't know if they want to wait for the same timing, but
I don't know. I think the timing sort of has... It hasn't passed, but it has been delayed. It's been severely delayed.
Yep.
It's pretty tough. I just realized this. Oh my goodness, Apex has the Purify on the Hilda.
Oh,
that is a problem for Turkey. Why?
Is it really just because he doesn't want to get picked off by the Kalia? Because I feel like it's not really all that necessary. But either ways, the turtle has been started up by Team Indonesia, and they're getting the lore for free. In fact, they're basically getting everything on the map for free.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about this. I mean, you don't get picked up. I can understand. But it doesn't make any difference, to be honest. Not with this goal advantage that Indonesia has. 7.2k. They pop the holy defense in the bottom lane, and Kabuki just stands in front of the base menacingly. TNZ gets nothing. Joe 2 levels up.
Yep. Indonesia with 6,700. They are, personally for me, I feel like they can actually go inside the turret here, at least take the holy defense away. Team Turkey is trying to pull the minions to the side, but unfortunately in the mid, it has been triggered, same as the bottom here. So Team Turkey, they have a lot of ways to siege as well as catch. They should be able to get this inhibitor for free. Team Turkey unable to defend that one.
And the good RWM from Yehescu finds the setup. Witty with the grab back. Lunar is going to explode as Kabuki takes him out, and a barbecue delivered Double kill for Kabuki. Lord being worked on. Joe gets 10Z. Joe almost takes him out. But the run will flicker right on top into a planetary punch. And that's a knockout blow. 10.4k goalie for Indonesia. And the Crystal inside Sigibum does his best. But Indonesia will take the lead in its best of 5. It's 2-1 for them.
With 10,000 goal lead and Team Turkey only able to get 1 kill. Team Indonesia, with the cheeky early steal in the buff, started controlling the game from minute 1.
This game was quite a tricky one to navigate.
Oh yeah,
I gotta be honest. Not just from the cheeky start from Indonesia, but the more you looked at how Turkey approached that game, the more you realize that this game is going out of control faster than expected.
I don't know how they're gonna reset for this one because it's just all 10 players on the stage. It feels like different players. And you can
reminds me of the feeling of yesterday where it felt like you're watching something in slow-mo.
I wonder if they have one more game.
I'm pretty sure they I'm pretty sure they
should. Here in this best of 5, looks like Team Indonesia got match point. They need one more win to secure the 3rd place.
Now, I'm here to address some of your concerns and some of the concerns that the Turkish fans might have, because this is going to be a tough one to navigate, right? You're now backs against the wall, your opponent's on match point, 1 more loss and you miss the podium and the prize pool. Not sure if you can see it behind us. No, actually you can, not the camera angle, but the Turkey players are actually all still seated, and it has to be a very quick solution, right? They have to come up with a way, going to game 4, how are they gonna navigate the draft? Because I think, well, actually not the draft, I think the draft wasn't exactly...
I feel like it's the early game, because every single game, they lose by at least 1,500 by minute 2.
Yeah.
And if you lose 1,000 in the first 2 minutes, 3 times in a row, something has to change.
Yeah,
the question is what? And the answer is mid-duo. Mid-trio.
Personally, do not like the Purify on the Hilda at all.
Yeah.
I understand the idea, but it's not going to make a difference. Let's be very honest. Whether you get grab back or whether you Purify out of it, your job is going to be throwing your body like moths to a flame. And it's a very tough game to navigate. When your jungler is behind, remember that in the mid-interaction, TNZ late with the jungle pathing because, you know, Joe decided to make life hard for him, and they still tried to contest mid. TNZ ends up going down, and then you see that snowball instantly gets created by Indonesia.
Because I really feel like Team Turkey, they always make the mistake when they... It doesn't matter the draft, Husky, that's the important thing. It doesn't matter the draft, they force a fight mid. And all 3 members are there, you know, TNZ, Rosa, as well as Apex 47. And always, they die first. Either TNZ dies, or Rosa dies, or Apex 47 dies. I get the idea, but the execution really isn't there. And it does seem like Team Indonesia, they see this, they know this. It's like, okay, you're gonna get level 2, and then you're gonna gank me. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, punishing the tendencies of Turkey, which is quite, I don't want to say refreshing, but there are some of our domestic league flavors in there. You know, what we like to say: fight hard when winning, fight harder when you're losing.
Yeah,
doesn't work every time. I want to look at the numbers though. Like this number, let's see. Yeah,
around 9 to 10,000 goal difference, 11 kills to 1. And in terms of damage being dealt, honestly, not a lot all across the board. The highest damage that we have is around 39, almost 40,000.
Yeah, which is considered quite a lot when your targets pop like balloons.
Yeah.
Hall of Famous on your screen. We've got Joe as the goal hunter, USQ, the GOAT and the best support, Aran as the tanker on this Uranus.
It's basically all Team Indonesia here, and because they've been doing their job here, Husky, right? It's like, hey, you know what, Ezekiel? Do damage, catch them anytime that you can, Aran, open up the map, and then Joe, farm up. If we need you, please come visit, deal damage, and then look good while doing it. Everyone has their jobs, and they just do it.
And that's something that, you know, I want to give them credit for. They definitely took a page out of how Malaysia approached the...
Right, because we see being a little bit, because he was level 3, trying to fight fight level 4.
He loses the orange buff and loses the gold crab.
And then he dies in
Then
mid.
he dies mid, then he loses purple.
So it was just, you know, snowballing out of control. Maybe that's how you wanna, I guess, like, you wanna tilt the jungler.
Yeah.
Take one of their buffs early.
And then
after that, it all goes spiraling down because they're like, okay, I don't know how to play the game anymore.
And not just that, like jungler is such a integral role to this current meta in ML right now. Is that when the jungler dies, you not only tilt the jungler, you tilt the rest of his team because they rely on him, right?
Yeah,
which sort of brings us back to like that chat we had with the South African players, that they were getting caught off guard with how fast the meta is right now. You get snowball in the first 2 minutes and it feels like the world ends.
Yeah. Yeah, in this meta, it is very punishing if you make early mistakes. That's why the first 2 turtles are so important, and that's why the laning phase is very, very important. So, Team Turkey, they need to re-establish themselves. Understanding that Indonesia, they're a team with very high mechanics. You gotta get some kind of advantage in the draft, and then understand. You gotta win or not lose that much, because it's not a coincidence. All 3 games, 1,500 gold difference in the first 2 minutes. You know what you're doing is not working. You gotta switch it up.
Here's where I want to get your input on this. I know you've also had experience leading a team before. If your team is in this position, right? The role of the coach, how are you gonna navigate it? How do you tackle the players?
Every single time, it's all about something that's very simple to execute. Basically, something that even if you autopilot on,
yeah,
it will look good. But with everything that's going on, we're gonna give some time for the players to basically re-strategize and figure out how potentially the final game is gonna be played, because Indonesia, they are at match point, and for Team Turkey, this is their last chance. So we're going for a very quick break. After we come back, we will resume the bronze match. Indonesia going up against Turkey.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. It takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really need nothing to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg. To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Really giving me energy
Yep.
that I really need. We needed some drinks here. Thank you to Red One as well. As we're about to jump in, the match point game for Team Indonesia. Right now they are up by 2 points and Team Turkey has 1 point. If Team Turkey wins, then this will be extended to a full 5-game series. But Team Indonesia, they can end it now and reclaim their third place spot that they got since last year.
I can hear you flinch. I can see you flinch.
Because I'm like, how do I
They-
work this in the proper way?
They did finish third last year, and you know the best, unfortunately for this year, is also finishing third. Well, that's at least the highest placement that they could get because of the format itself. But it does put them on the podium to get the third place prize pool. So I gotta say, better than nothing, of course. Would have wished to see more of them, but I personally, I want 5 games. I part of me feels like there's a lot more. You know
I'm listening.
You know, there's
No, because this one, Rosagi, I gotta
a bit more to be desired.
Yes.
And we saw actually a shout out to the backend staff of Team Turkey, and we saw them have quite a long talk with the players on stage. Let's see if that's enough to kind of bring their spirits back up, right? Bring them back into the series.
Yeah. For sure. Shout out to our friends watching as well. The other casters are definitely watching, and hopefully they had their fill of fun, because I heard during the time they learned a lot.
Yeah, shout out to Merkel, only 2 hours of sleep I hear. Shout out to Wolf, best coach ever that I've known, with the greatest record in a single season.
Hey, that unbeatable. Unbeatable.
Literally unbeatable.
Yes. Either ways, shout out to everyone, and for all the audience here as well. They've been here since the morning, waiting for later on. It is going to be the grand finals, which, by the way, if you guys don't know, this is the bronze match. The third place series. After this, it will be the grand finals between Malaysia going up against Cambodia in a best of 5, we believe.
In a best of 5, yes.
Yes. And then you know, but we'll start that later on. Right now, we're still ongoing the series between Indonesia against Turkey.
Yeah, and I think just to, you know, get everyone excited, not only do we have a best of 5 afterwards, but the grand finals best of 5 afterwards, but we also have performances coming up for those who are planning to come for the grand finals or are already here. So performances, so more good games, something to take the edge off, and the vibe is good. I mean, I gotta say, the crowd has been amazing, right? Regardless of whether they are the locals, the Malaysians, or, you know, whether you are the players or the fans from like Indonesia, Turkey, the delegates, everyone, they're cheering for good plays, they're cheering for good ML. Quick refresher on the open category bracket. Right now, we're in the bronze match, and Indonesia are up 2-1 in this best of 5. One more win for them, and they will claim third place and be on the podium. But if Turkey wins the next game, we will go the distance to game 5.
Yeah, currently this is the only series that has been extended. Every other game has been sweeps. 2-0 victories, 0-2 losses. This is the only one that actually went 2-1. So Indonesia, they should be having the momentum here. But like you said, we saw off screen the coaching staff for Team Turkey had a talk with the players. Hopefully it reinvigorated them. Hopefully the break is enough for them to reset, because that might be the problem. It might be like a mental block where, you know, after losing the early game 3 games in a row, maybe you start to basically have foggy, what you call it,
like a foggy brain, right?
Yeah.
When you start, I think when you start losing focus, and when you start losing the mental war, one of my favorite quotes when it comes to not just, you know, competitive esports, but just sports in general, right? The mental war actually makes up most of your chances of success, and a lot of people lose at the starting line. Let's take a look at the map selection. We've gotten our fair share of dangerous grass, so it's good that we get a change for game 4. Expanding River will be the map of choice.
Which is a change, because it has been dangerous grass all the while.
Yeah.
So this time, the laning phase has become even more important, because if you pick up a fighter in the gold lane and you're trading well, you can be there for the first hurdle. And considering how snowbally Indonesia can be, I feel like Team Turkey, they want to try to get some kind of a advantage in the early. But I think you have to start by making sure you can actually get those kills.
Funny enough, We haven't seen Lancelot, not Lancelot, Hayabusa, right? Or have you seen it in game 1? Actually,
Wait. Let me check.
So game 1, it was
Haya.
Okay, there was one Haya, right?
Yeah,
it was
from
Tianzi,
Turkey. Yeah.
Tianzi with the Savage, and afterwards no more Haya until this point. I think it might be worth considering bringing the Haya back for Turkey. Not to say that Lancelot wasn't good, but there are certain, with how they have been trying to approach these early fights, I think Haya sort of makes it easier to manage. At least you have a way out. Whereas for Lancelot, if you accidentally miss a puncture target, then you are essentially vulnerable. Yeah,
You're done.
You're done. You're dead.
I gotta say, the entire series, Team Turkey only won one game with the Kimi. And after that, it has been banned out. And And Team Indonesia is one of the they let go of the Grok. Very interesting here. And now Indonesia to respond with the Hayabusa and the Kimi.
We did talk about the potential trade where if one side opens up the Grok or the Gatot, the other side will gladly take the exchange. And I think our fellow friends like Sudafa and Fasha Bani also talked about this. When you already see a Grok first pick on the enemy side, you don't really need to rush for the Gatot pick. You can take 2 other prios. And for Indonesia, we talk about how good the Hayabusa is in some of these early level 2 situations because of the quad shadows, but having Kimi to push out the waves helps that a lot.
Eve Lance, I feel, should be...
Eve is banned out. Both are banned out, actually.
Then get the Farsa, right? You need some kind of burst. You need a
YSS, Jusin. Actually, Jusin Grok is also a thing, right?
Yeah. Jusin is pretty good, yeah.
Jusin, YSS.
And it's easier for you to dodge the Hayabusa engage.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jushin is a pretty good call. You can go for Lapu as well. So they go for Lapu and Farsa.
It is Rosa's comfort pick.
Yep.
I do like it, and this Lapu could easily. Okay, I want to say you can play double fighters, but we don't see the YSS. So that could by default this should be a Lunar Lapu.
It should.
And the YSS banned out, and that sort of cements that fact.
I almost want Team Turkey to use a Fredrin so that you can give Sigibum a marksman and basically just play
traditional.
Play traditional, yeah, because all the while in their long careers, that's where they perform the best. When we say the Turkish Delight, they're kind of playing Ube-ish kind of style. They move as a team and they take the front to back. And looks like when the meta shifted to double fighters being a little bit more chaotic, it does seem to be just a little bit outside of their comfort.
Yeah, you know, there's one pick that I wish is actually decent that Sigibum decent enough for Sigibum to consider, and that's the Bruno. He was a scary Bruno player, but in this landscape, Bruno is sort of like nah.
Most marksman is very meh unless you can build Sky Piercer.
Yeah, Granger. Even Harif hasn't really been having the best time in WEC. Lunosco was a thing. Although you have the Kimi on your side for Indonesia, double fighters is now an option. Esmer ban, Ruby might be worth considering too. The Guinevere banned out by Indonesia. That is a very deep cut because I think the one time we saw the Guinevere for Turkey, it was Sigibum. And that was sort of like, never do that again.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can put it in the jungle. So I can understand the ban.
Yeah, maybe also they're seeing this draft and saying that Turkey might go for a tank jungle, but they're saying like probably not Frederick, maybe a Gwyn, which honestly can work out, and maybe a Predator towards the Kimi, forcing the Kimi on a Purify, which I feel like is something that Team Turkey should consider. Pick a hero that forces the Kimi on the Purify so that the Farsa can actually kill her.
You can also see the focus on where Turkey wants to shift towards, right? They want to be able to conceal the jungle and the gold lane pick as long as possible, while also not ignoring the fact that Rosa wants to feel comfortable in that mid lane. That's why the Farsa came up this early. We've seen Farsa in the Hayabusa matchup. There are tales of Rosa outplaying a Haya in this matchup, but we also have seen it being a very challenging one because Sakai's did prove to be too much in their encounter in the group stage. I like the X-Borg ban.
So now for them to hide things up, they should pick up a Yuzong maybe, but instead they go for a Ruby. So this is a pretty good pick, but at the same time, I feel like this should incentivize for a marksman, because in terms of reach coming in from Indonesia, it's honestly not that much. So they could potentially just play a siege composition with a tank jungler and a Granger, and then they could just play with the range.
I agree. I think Granger is a very good shout. Yeah, it has to be, right? It has to be. Okay, we're on the money again.
We've been doing this for years. It feels validating when we call the draft at the first pick.
Yeah, but sometimes, you know, I feel like I'm not sure about you, but when I get things right too often, it feels too good to be true. I feel like something bad might happen to me. Like I might spill my drink, you know, I might burn my food when I go home. I might fall off my bed when I sleep. Like who knows? Like some things are too good to be true.
I see where you're going with. For me, it's tomorrow. It'll be fine.
So
yeah,
one business day.
exactly. So I have a system myself. So Alice gets picked up, which kinda solves-ish the problem of reach, where Alice will be the main initiator and then giving vision towards the Gatkacha for him to AOG in. So for Team Turkey, they cannot be behind. As long as they can have a forward momentum, making it so that even if Alice does dive in with the Gatot, by the time that they go for the dive, you have enough damage to punish them. If they fall behind, this kind of draft is actually quite difficult for you to come back with.
Yeah. Sky Piercer is, as the stacks are even more important now, because you want to cut through these very bulky front lines. You want to be able to bring them to the execution threshold. Again, for those who just tuned in, Indonesia are now up 2-1 in this bronze match, best of 5. They're at match point, one more win and they will be on the podium, finishing third, just like last year. And for Turkey, this is their one last chance to give themselves a lifeline.
And I like that they are going back to comfort, going back to what has really put them on the international stage, going up against Team Indonesia here. Where honestly, Indonesia, they're playing their style as well. This full-on dive. We really want to fight. Rosa is already being pressured by Ezekiel, but looks like both are going to have roughly the same HP pool at this point.
Apex was busy setting up the rampart to manipulate the wave a little bit, so understandable why he's sort of late to the party. Should allow Rosa to clear out the wave, not a problem. TNZ decides to gonna start setting up for the litho, but look at the movements of Joe, right? That's not the concern. You can have the litho, we're gonna try and take your wave. The goal lane matchup as well, Siggy putting some considerable pressure. Revitalize comes out, they bring the Alice in from Iran, and that's Apex 47 with the flicker out.
But that's already big because you see the Revitalize already being used. Team Turkey, they can actually engage later on if they really feel like it. And at least now we can see Team Indonesia kind of playing their style of bringing aggression towards you. Speaking of which, Witty already taking quite a bit of damage here.
Yeah. Not that easy to move up. You can get stunned by Rosa, you can be knocked back or displaced by Apex 47. That's what makes the Grok so scary. And Witty without Revitalize can't really stay there for too long. We'll have to take the recall, and Yehescu left to his own devices. Recall even got cancelled by Apex 47.
Yep. Honestly, quite a lot of trade here coming in from the mid. Many of the times we see Ezekiel getting poked out by Rosa, and this is why we've been shouting for the Farsa for quite a while, because we know this is his comfort. He's brought this hero ever since M4. That was M7, it's like 3 years now.
3 years. Still good. Still good across the board. The hero, of course, but we did talk about signatures and wanted to see some flair, and there it is. Indonesia catching 2 members of Turkey in the bottom lane, trying to proxy the wave. It's a 4v2, so that overextension will give Joe a double kill.
Unsure what was the idea there. Maybe they just wanted to proxy the wave, but I feel like really not all that necessary. Force out the flicker from Kabuki, but this is a free turtle for Team Indonesia. But Team Turkey, they've been suffering this goal deficit for 4 games now. They should be accustomed to it by now.
Yeah, accustomed to a killing spree for Joe 2.5 minutes in. Not really sure if that's something you want to get used to.
Hey, shut down goal. That's the strat. Give him enough so that when you do kill him, you get something back.
Can we both agree that that proxy was unnecessary?
It was unnecessary. It was unnecessary. Maybe they think it's okay because it's up against an Alice, so it's not that punishable. But considering that the turtle is there, the majority of the rotation will be towards that area. So even if you finish the proxy and then you run away, you're gonna get caught anyway.
And your Grog isn't even there.
And that probably is the biggest thing.
And he is not gonna be there again. Actually, good juggling. Rosa shares the burden. Oh, good stuff.
See?
You're right. Shutdown go.
Right? fattening up the cattle for a bit. You know, give them some food so that you get your investment. Right? The ROI is important here, Husky.
Yes, so you feed Joe, and then you take it back.
Yes, exactly. So now Iran taking just a bit of damage coming in from Lunar. Ooh, and Witty.
What?
AOG basically into his own death gets caught. And now Sigiboom has the Sky Piercer. Gonna be more productive around with his team. Around as well as Lunar, just staying in lane here.
It's the first item Sky Piercer for Sigiboom. Witty probably wanted to catch him with the AOG because he doesn't have Flicker, but he Rondo out. Again, I say good attempt, but I guess it's a breath of fresh air, right? Turkey playing their style, but they also wanted to get scrappy. And how crazy it is that having a Grok enables you to do these kind of things.
Dude, I love the Grok, man. And even if you're a mid laner, I know you love using the Grok too.
Yeah, I'm a mid laner, but when I get roam, Grok all the way.
It's such a fun hero. Really love the revamp. Shout out to whoever came up with this idea. Lunar now having the War Axe should enable the entire team of Turkey to fight around the turtle. They should. Because if they're able to feed more stacks into Sigiboom with that Sky Piercer, then Turkey can really control the map.
Speaking about control, Lunar takes the purple buff away with the double sword, and now commits the bravest fighter. Raging Slash onto Aran. Joe doesn't see an angle to get a kill onto Luna. They come in with a traction pulse. Better airstrike as a response from Rosa. Good secure from TNZ on the turtle, but they do take the AOG tectonic stuff from Apex 47 as TNZ takes out Aran, finds a ton of the ESQ. Joe, can he get an angle back in? TNZ down low. No collection for Indonesia, and Turkey are fighting back.
Look at how comfortable they are playing this tanky jungler. They stay in the fight for a while. They didn't get taken down, you know, except for Lunar. But Lunar already did his job. He got the buff. He created a distraction for them to get onto the turtle. Actually deal quite a lot of damage. Now Rosa as well as Apex 47 might be overextended here, considering Apex 47 does not have the tectonic charge. If it did, hey, maybe they could have gotten killed there.
But it should be fine, right? They can't really threaten him, and they're also pathing to a Sigiboom. Rosa doing a fantastic job in just making sure that Sigiboom stays safe. Glowing wand in hand, Apex 47 basically cutting off the important, path for transit, and actually deals with the traction pulse very well with the immunity too.
Yep. Even though Apex 47 takes a bit of damage, but it really isn't that big of a deal just yet. Team Turkey, Lunar was able to get the turret down bot. So now the goal is starting to swing towards Turkey here. And look at that, Witty. He should be able to escape though.
Yeah, should be fine. But they are pretty sticky on the side of Turkey. Gonna try and save that AOG. Witty knocked up again. This time Ether Appraisal's Rappy is gone. Lunar now joins the fight, forcing Yehescu to reposition. Sigiboom on the Aran. He has his front line with him, but doesn't have the resource for the Death Sonata. And also worth mentioning that he did went for the Sky Piercer first item early on, and he already has 1 kill. So
yeah, but unfortunately the kill was before the Sky Piercer was there. So he doesn't have stacks just yet. And that one was on Witty. He had time to get away. And also kind of on his team. They could have backed them up just a little bit better. But let bygones be bygones. This time, Turkey changing up the draft a bit, going back to what they are more comfortable with. They have the lead, 1,400 here. And you might get what you want, Husky. We might go all 5 games.
Yeah, 5 good games. TNZ again sticking onto Aran. Witty can't even AOG away. Cancel a few times, and thankfully Turkey didn't have the damage yet to take him out. But still, this is the first time in this whole best of 5 that Turkey has a gold lead in the first 8 minutes of the game. And I like the conversion. Lunar really doesn't care too much about that all expenditure because he has low cooldown on that.
And the crazy thing is they have a lead, and if the game goes long, they're still in the lead because this composition actually scales up. The Barca as well as the Granger. When you have enough burst damage, it doesn't matter how much damage Ezekiel can do on the Kimi. If he dies first, no damage.
Yeah, and it's very hard to chew through TNZ's health bar if Yehescu isn't in the fight. Yehescu is the main damage dealer. They really need to stay alive. Joe, can he navigate this? Rosa!
What was that?
He has the eye of Saurus to be able to see that prediction. And now TNZ gets to do what he wants, takes the purple buff away. Turkey, they're in the middle. Kabuki makes a hero play with Aran. They get the immobilization on the Sigiboom. Sigiboom, can he navigate this? He needs to get out Aran with the flicker. They chase him down. Yehescu with the collection. collection. Winnie follows up with a good AOG. Needs to get out, gets blocked by the Rampart. Sigiboom and Winnie trade lives. Yehescu goes down as well to Luna. Aran is going to get chased down, but Rosa doesn't have enough resource for now unless Apex can block Aran. Oh, tectonic charge! And Rosa is a mega kill. Turkey are on the board.
We had to wait for a while, but this is how Team Turkey plays. And honestly, watching the previous play coming in from Rosa, this is why we were so upset. He does not get the Farsa. Right? It makes no sense when he's this good.
Yeah.
He does not use it.
We even brought up that we have seen and heard tales of Rosa getting a 1v1 against a Hayabusa, and look at how that was executed. 4-0-3 on the Farsa. Total control over the game. Luna can do whatever he wants. Kabuki gets jumped on, eats everything under the sun. And he is gone.
You can feel some vengeance there coming in from Team Turkey. They really don't like Kabuki there. TNZ even using the Praise's Wrath. You know deep inside he's like, I don't need to use it, but I don't have to save it.
What is your team gonna do?
Yeah.
And this is the first Lord for Turkey in quite a long time. Look at TNZ. He doesn't know Aran was there, and now he does. And they cannot do anything against him. TNZ is taking 0 damage. Aran, not the same though. The Throne of Ruin was used. TNZ still keeps on going to the Appraisal's Wrap. Here it comes. They can cancel it the first time, but the second time it goes through. Sigiboom with the collection.
And all the while, beautiful coming in from Rosa as well as Apex 47. Essentially seeing the rotation coming in from Joe. Joe tried to go in the flank. Apex 47 was inside the bush. Tectonic charge to stop Joe from actually getting onto Rosa. Rosa stunning him up as well, preventing Joe to be a part of the fight. Indonesia now being down in farm as well as kills. And now 10 minutes in, Team Turkey are dropping down the holy defense, and the Lord is still marching up top.
Almost a 7k goalie for Turkey. The last bastion of the outer line defenses fought for Indonesia. 10 kills to 5. The last holy defense will also pop. So Turkey have basically gotten the recipe to success. Traction pulse on to 2, but only Apex eats the follow-up, and it's fine. Luna ready with the Bravest Fighter. We've seen his trick before. A Landshaker can come out. Joe almost catches that in the face. So Indonesia with a successful defense in the first Lord push 10 minutes in. And Turkey, they can just rest, reset, and come back for the next one.
And this is something we haven't experienced for a while, just because we don't always see the Granger. But
yes,
now we're about to see the siege of a Farsa Granger, man. Like, we have not seen this for a while, but you know when you faced against it, you're like, oh my god, this game feels like GG's, man.
Yeah, you cannot touch her at all. You cannot touch them at all. The double artillery.
You stay in the base and you still get hit. And Apex 47 barely took damage, even though he saw basically everyone from Indonesia that they don't even bother, you know, hitting him.
Can I just say that Fredrin inherently is a very muscular and strong guy.
Yep.
He's wearing 3. It's a call for action. Witty gets blocked, taunted. He's getting ragdoll around. Better air track committed. Witty, they really want him. Another taunt back. Then he eats the Appraisal's Grab. The shot gets blocked by teammate. Another counter engage for Aran and Witty. But Sigiboom, he has Sky Piercer and he finds an easy double kill. And that was Indonesia's best effort, but he meant nothing under the guns of Sigiboom. Triple kill for Granger.
This is why the argument of what is better, comfort or meta, come into real discussion, because look at this. Team Turkey, they just pick up what they know how to use and they look amazing. The Hayabusa coming in from Joe is going to get chased down by Lunar.
He's going to eat the Landshaker, and Rosa finds the collection again. Witty and Aran will be back. Yehescu needs a defense of his life. The teammates are around, but Turkey not ready to go quietly into the night. They will punch back. Witty barely escapes death, and Aran will help hold the fort. Wave comes in mid, 4v5. They get the root on the Sigiboom, the pullback, easily dodged by him as well. Kabuki is the tectonic charge. They go in for the dive, but Aran cannot stand. Sigiboom is unstoppable. AOG from Witty to get out. Crystal under assault. Turkey tries to clear the wave as they pick up immortalities in the process, but Indonesia will hold the fort.
Yeah, but 11,000, almost 12,000 gold difference here. And what can Indonesia do? They just have to defend and then hope they have enough damage. But like you said, their comp doesn't really have that much damage compared to Team Turkey, where not only can you do damage, but at a very safe distance.
Yeah, they got the best possible counter engage just now, and it still did not matter. So the second Lord will go over to Turkey, and this is at worst for Turkey. They don't win the game, but they get all inhibitors. And that's the worst case scenario, by the way.
I see. Good luck on that. Either way, Team Turkey now having 12,000. Rosa now with the Divine Glaive. Basically, whoever Rosa sees is going to get taken down because there's a lot of shred in the build that Rosa has. The Glowing One into the Wishing Lantern into the Divine Glaive, right? So even if you leave with a slither of HP, the dot damage will do you in.
No, a part of me wishes that Tianzi buys War Axe.
Same.
So the appraisals have just like one-shots everyone.
Rank meta. It's like
what?
It's like when you oh.
Hello, Lord.
Oh.
GPS not working well.
Hey.
And it's just one straight row, by the way, so Lord not that good with direction. Oh, Apex in! Yehezkiel was able to dodge a tectonic charge, but I'm not sure how they're going to defend this though. Oh, Luna right on top of Yehezkiel. Apex gets out. Here comes Rosa. They are in for the full commit. Lunar gets taken out, but doesn't really matter if Sigibum is alive. Winnie goes back, but Turkey wants the game 5. And they get what they earn. We're going the distance.
From a best of 5 now to a best of 1. And let me just say, now it feels like a real game. Now it's MLBB.
Ask and you shall get, receive, ask and you shall receive, I believe.
I like that when I called the draft and then they drafted up and then it performed well. Keep giving Rosa the Farsa, get Tianzi on a tank jungle. He's amazing in Assassins, but the team works well when they have like a Fredrin and a Boxia, you know?
That's the formula, right? That is the formula. The export ban was also something that was done very well by Turkey. They really set themselves up for success. Look at the smiles on their face. Tianzi finally getting to play a game where he gets to do whatever he wants, even for Lunar. Had a rough game on the Yuzong in Game 2. Game 3 was sort of like, you really can't do much, but this game on the Lapu, he is all in.
And this is one of those times where you feel like as a Gato, you feel invincible, and then when you fight against a Fredrin, you're like, oh, now I remember why I was automatic, just for a little bit. Right? Having your AOG getting cancelled again, and again, and again, and again, is very demoralizing.
We even from the start of WEC with this, we laid this out, on the table from the get-go. Gatot into Grok, already a pain.
Yes.
Now there's the Fredrin.
So maybe the final game we won't see Gatot and Grok again, which honestly for me should be a benefit for first pick, right?
Yes.
Because you get either or.
Yes.
Right? Don't ban Grok, don't ban Gatot, whatever is open, you just pick it up. You don't go play, just take it.
I think you just take Grok like 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 times, right?
But you should always ban Grok.
You should always ban Grok.
As a second pick.
Yeah, and if Grok is open, you should always take Grok.
Always. Imagine if the Grok is open and you pick up a high loss.
Oh, we've seen that.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to remind.
And we knew how that panned out.
Yeah.
High loss loses all the games.
Yeah.
In that specific matchup.
Right, so right now, Sigibum is the goal hunter as well as the GOAT. Winnie taking a lot of damage, though I gotta say, not by choice. And then Lunar is the best support with 11 total assists. So right now, Indonesia, they gotta lock in because Husky right now, the storyline is really there. The first time for Team Turkey in WEC going to the podium, and Indonesia, a lot of support, a lot of hype, a lot of expectations.
Yeah.
Considering them as grand finalists, if they don't make it the top 3, that's going to be quite a blow.
It's going to be quite a blow, and having to deal with the wrath of, the Indonesian supporters back home. I think that's another layer that it's going to take a while to sift through. Rosa, the Thorn Queen, gets the moment. MVP of game number 4. And just a flawless performance. We've seen everything from this Farsa. We've heard tales. Sometimes I'm pretty sure that people have nightmares about it.
M4, Gary, faced up against Rosa. When he was using the Haya, he shadows in, he dies. Yeah.
You don't see that often.
You don't see that often. Apparently Rosa does.
Yeah. So this is the only play that we felt like was a bit too much from Turkey, but they readjusted very quickly, right? That was the only spot on the record, and afterwards it was just pixel perfect execution.
Yep. And then basically everything after this, it was mostly just Turkey because there's just not enough damage coming in from Team Indonesia, because usually, even as the EXP, you will have some form of damage, but the Alice does, but pales in comparison to a pick like Lapu, to an Arlet. So this is where we really start to feel the difference of damage between both teams. And even though Sigibum did get taken down here, Indonesia had to work for it. He tried his very best to dodge everything out.
Yeah. Even with Sigibum around, you still have to deal with Rosa, with Tianzi, and for a big part of the fight, Lunar wasn't even in there.
Yep.
This was great though, the cancel of the Gleam with the tectonic charge. This is, when this roster is at their best, we know their potential because we've seen it so many times, and better late than never, right? Came at the 11th hour, just that before the bell rings, and Turkey now earns their 5th game.
And it wasn't in the highlights, but there was also a moment where he caught the Hayabusa, Rosa as well as Apex 47 caught the Hayabusa around the orange buff.
Oh, yes.
And even though he quad shadow out, he predicted the Haya to be at that particular shadow. Boom, that was beautiful.
Yeah,
that shows how much Hayabusa Rosa has fought against as a Farsa.
Yeah, I think Rosa is just, like, he has memorized, you know, all the patterns, all the tendencies of these assassin players. And I think that's a good quality for mid laner. You are sort of forced to go up against these matchups, like you don't really have a choice.
As a mid, you have 2 opponents. EXP or jungle?
Actually, you have 3. Your Roma.
Hey, I think of it.
Okay, not you.
When I'm using a Grot, we're fine.
We're fine.
I'm using a Hylos, we're fine.
Look, we only had like
if I have a Cho, you gotta be, I'm just saying.
We only had like 1 bad start, and we got double killed by a Loi bot. Okay, that's the only like blemish on the record.
And then we use Alice mid, and then it's all good.
All right, here's a fun. I'm gonna let the cat out of the bag. You know, like
right.
I don't care if my rank games get ruined. If you guys haven't tried Alice mid, Angela role, try it once.
Yeah.
90%.
Actually, if not the Angela, I kind of prefer Minotaur.
Minotaur, yeah.
Minotaur, Alice.
90% of people will underestimate
the damage,
and they just lose the lane. Please try it. If I see someone do that in game, I know that they're watching this.
Yes. So now for the final game here, I kind of feel like Turkey, they found what is needed to win against Indonesia. Stick to that as much as you can. I'm pretty sure some of the heroes are going to get banned, but I feel like you can still replicate it. But for Indonesia, I think it's just more damage, right? Just more damage, because that's the only thing that they're really lacking. They're hoping on to Joe and Ezekiel. A bit too much for that game.
Yeah, I think in this current meta, there has been some very solid patterns that cost a team a game. It could be too one-dimensional in terms of damage, only 1 damage dealer, not enough crowd control. I think it's just these 3, right? These are the 3 trifectas of what...
As Malaysians, we say, tak cukup rasa.
Yeah, not enough kick.
Doesn't have that MSG.
Doesn't have the yum they call it.
The yum, exactly. So
I learned it from an Australian, so...
there needs to be some balance, right? Make sure, because here's the thing that I learned from a coach as well. He said this current meta, everyone needs to do a little bit, right? Meaning to say, even the roamer has to do a little bit of damage. That's one of the things that Kilda, the Grok, and even Agatha really sets them apart against other roamers, because now it's really not a hyper carry kind of meta. Not one person can dictate the game. The jungler has to at least a little bit. The man has to do a little bit. Gold, EXP, roam, everyone has to do chip in a little bit.
Yeah, everyone has to. I think to a certain degree, it goes back to a very traditional way of approaching the 5v5s, right? Crowd control is king.
Yeah.
Damage, obviously, you can never have too much damage, but you can have too much tankiness.
Yes.
Right, it makes sense, right? It
makes sense. Like, I feel like, although I do have to say, if you don't know whether your composition has too much of something, it's very easy. Do you have something that you lack? Because you know you have too much damage when you don't have enough CC or tankiness. You know your draft is too tanky when you don't have damage.
That is true.
If you somehow make a draft that is not tanky and has no damage, frankly, quite impressed.
5 roamers. Diggy, Rafaela, Florian, Matilda, Estes.
Now the thing is, you can make it so that Matilda does damage, right?
That's true.
Right?
True. Now I miss Matilda damage. Actually, do I like facing against it? No.
Actually, we're gonna theory craft.
Wait.
Once the grand finals is over, let's make a draft that is not tanky and has no damage.
We should take a poll,
and,
right?
No. And the thing is, we gotta make it fair. We can't cheese it with like just, you know, Rafa.
Yeah, so we can't have a draft that you won't ever see.
Like, meaning to say, it has to be like, there's a mage, there's a tank.
It has to make sense.
It has to be rankable.
It has to be...
Okay, classicable. No, brawlable.
Brawlable. We can leave it to the fans out there, right?
I'm sure they found at least one.
Okay, I will hop on social media after this, so you guys have some time to think about it. Give us a comp that has, what, all 5 rows?
Yeah.
All 5 rows that has, but lacks damage and tankiness. I can't think of any.
Because I feel like everyone complains about the balance, but so far it's actually been quite okay, right?
It's been the best it's been, you know, for a long, long time.
Yeah.
The meta is a lot more versatile. Heroes are a lot more flexible. There's a lot more ways to deal with...
I guess the only down for this one is just the lack of marksman, but that's it.
They've had it since the start of the game, so you know, take the backseat for like 6 months, and it's fine.
I wonder if a curveball will be coming in from Team Indonesia and ban out the Farsa. I don't think it's worth it. Oh wait, no. Okay, be second pick and then take away the Farsa.
Be second pick and
Kalia Farsa, open up. That's already good for Indonesia if they take second pick.
I think they might go second pick. I mean, there's one way to find out. It depends on the map as well. We haven't gotten Broken Wall.
Yeah, because that one was
Flying Clouds
expanding
yet.
rivers.
Yes, expanding rivers.
Yeah.
So we got 3 dangerous grass, 1 expanding river. So the map definitely matters. I think if it's Flying Cloud, then all the more to go for these high tempo heroes. If not, then I guess Fredrin isn't too bad. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if you first face Fredrin.
Yes. Yes, I do agree. Because at that point, Rosa's biggest problem is surviving. And at that point, pick up any mages, and he'll be fine. If you get a Farsa, great. But if you already have a Fredrin, then the Eve will help you out, and it's going to be dangerous grass. So, going back to game number 1 and 2 and 3.
Okay, Hilda, Selena. I expect Selena to maybe be considered at this point, right? Like,
I feel like if it is considered, it's probably Yuzik.
Yeah, probably USQ. Man, that RNG for the map has not really been the best.
For me, if I'm Turkiyye, don't care about the map. It's just some extra bushes. Boo-hoo, deal with it. Just Fredrin, burst mage, go marksman.
Someone that can check bushes.
Yeah. If you think about it, everyone can check bushes. It's just that some people die faster than others.
Some don't make it out of the bush.
Some don't make it out. You go in and you don't go out. We're going into draft here. So this is going to be the most important draft for both teams here. It looks like Indonesia will be first pick. Betting out the Fanny, the Kimi, and the Haya. Turkiyye betting out the Grok as well as the Uranus. Are they going to ban out? They can get the CC, so maybe they won't ban the CC.
They can open Gatot, I feel. I would
Baxia.
Right.
Ben Baxia. Right, Ben Baxia. Gatot is open.
Yes. But yeah,
Gatot is open.
YSS or Lancelot.
Or don't pick up jungle just yet, because
pick up the main 2.
Yeah, okay.
Kalea is open. Lapu is open.
Yep. Lapu and then Evil Farsa, and then third pick Fredrin.
Your Kalea Farsa is also up.
Yeah.
Lapu is always a good universal pick.
Because I feel like that's the most lunar-ish hero, right? We've seen him on Yuzong, not so hot. The CC is a good pick too if they want to go for it, but yeah, CC is still fine, right? CC, Farsa,
CC,
Eve,
Lapu,
fine.
Farsa, Eve.
If you want to show your Fredrin now, I wouldn't mind. Oh wait, no, you
okay,
cannot.
that would be too dangerous.
No, yeah, because they can pick up an export.
Yes. I feel like it has to be a second phase pick.
I want it to be a Farsa. Because then even if they do pick up the X-Borg, they can do it.
Yes. So they are going to go for the Yuzong and the Lancelot.
Okay, well.
Some semblance of that game one. And it will be the Joy Angela. All right. Okay, so we are reverting a bit to that game one.
Yes. So this is Indonesia in their comfortablest pick.
If only they didn't pick the Lancelot, I would call for a Fredrin pick and then you ban out X-Borg. So, okay, it's a tricky spot to be in.
Yeah, that's why I did not want Team Turkey to pick up their jungler now. They can still go for the Esmeralda, and I think it's still serviceable.
I agree, but then you lock yourself into double fighters.
Yes.
And you don't have a Kimmy. And you don't have YSS. Lunox, good solution, right? A decent solution to deal with it.
But this is maybe because we handle MPL Malaysia, and we know the best Malaysian team basically has the mindset if it's not banned, I'm still gonna pick it up. I'm not too sure I'm liking every single game they're changing the strategy when you clearly know what works.
Right, it's like why change it when it works?
Yeah. I mean, like, here's the thing, it makes sense. It definitely makes sense. But when the results keep changing, that's when questions start to pop up. At least for me.
Yeah, when it's not broken, why fix it? Something along that line. Though you can still ban out like powerful picks like Hilda. I do like it. I think X-Borg needs to be considered also.
Actually, Turkey does not have a lot of tankiness.
Wait, they can pick X-Borg, right? They can. I mean, Turkey can consider. Though I think like the Roma is a lot more important right now.
I feel like, yeah, Team Turkey, X-Borg is a fine ban, and in Indonesia, ban out Esme, and then we're looking pretty good. Although, yeah, gonna go for that ban.
If that Yuzong wasn't there, or I would even consider Fredrin XP lane. If there's a room for it, it will be a Lapu ban by Turkey. I think they can still consider X-Borg if they want to, since they already have good damage profile with the Lance and the Lunox. It's not too bad of a pick.
Yeah.
You are looking for something that can deal with the lane alone. And then you need a very strong roamer to hold the front. And I think that's going to be the challenge for Apex.
As of right now, I think the high loss is still fine-ish because there's not a lot of shred from Indonesia just yet.
I think with Franco, again, if they really want to, you have an Angela +1.
Yeah, but then you just pick 5. So you're basically showing whether this Lunox is going to go mid or gold.
Yeah, I think who do you want to hide? I think that's the question. A part of me feels like you want to get the best possible roamer choice. The Esmeralda is banned out.
I would actually legit go for X-Borg here.
Yeah.
Because it's Angela mid. There's no burst damage that will take out the Faraga armor.
Yep. And that's why I think if you want that gotcha Franco, you can just run it back, right? You have some decent damage to take out whoever comes in with the Angela. You just need to be able to bob and weave around some of these conditions in the fight.
Because for Team Indonesia now, they're showing the Angela, unless they're gonna do something crazy and put Angela, Rome, and Gata in EXP or something, they're not gonna be having range damage or like a safe range damage.
Ruby is also not that bad into what Indonesia has.
Yeah, into the Joy, into the Gata.
They take the X-Borg, right? That's what I'm worried about. That was what I was worried about for the side of Turkey. If that X-Borg goes to, they don't pick it, Indonesia has a good window to take it. And now they are in a bit of a pickle.
And X-Borg is, Hylos is a bad pick, so they basically do have to go for the Franco because CC can drop you down fast, X-Borg can drop you down fast, so they have to go for Franco.
We sort of knew that this Franco was coming in the last pick. It's more of what that fourth pick was going to be. I personally feel like X-Borg is still a better fourth pick for Turkey.
I think Turkey, their draft will work if Lunox can kill the, or at least destroy the Faraga armor fast. Because if not, you know Team Turkey with this draft, they will clump up. And if they clump up, hey, the X-Borg is going to be one very happy fiery boy.
Yeah, so we sort of forecasted how the draft is going to be. I personally still feel like X-Borg was a better choice, but, you know, potato. I think Ruby can still work. You get some good catch, right? You trade a bit of that X-Borg fighting power for the catch that can help Lunox for Rosa in the mid lane. But this is all for the marbles. A podium finish and a bronze medal, plus a prize pool on top of that. Indonesia up against Turkey in this bronze match best of 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump in the final game in the bronze matchup to determine who will be the third place of WEC 2025. Is it going to be Turkey or Indonesia?
Back to where it all started and how it was designed. Dangerous grass just like game 1 and a Franco on Turkey, Angela for Indonesia. So some throwbacks. Hopefully it pans out slightly differently for Indonesia. And 9, the 8.5 to 10-minute mark is where we're going to be looking at for Indonesia, because that snowball will wear off, forcing out a flicker from Apex 47, but IESF did trade his for that.
Yep. Look at his team Indonesia. They're already scouting inside the jungle, trying to slow down TNZ just a little bit. But it looks like Team Turkey, they understand this kind of draft. They can't be super aggressive. They just gotta make sure that they trade safely. So TNZ is gonna be uninteractive for a while.
Yeah. And mid priority should theoretically be given over to Indonesia, but they don't want to shove the wave. And I think that's a smart move. You want to force Turkey to feel slightly more uncomfortable, especially you dealing with a Joy. And as a Lunox, you are the most vulnerable pre-level 4 without the brilliance.
And we can even see the positioning from Rosa. He understands that he is going to get ganked. And Joe is thinking about it because Rosa is not level 4 just yet. TNZ has to come up in mid to make sure that Rosa does not get denied of those minions.
Yep, have to cost in some help. Second time that Joe was thinking about launching himself in, but good housekeeping from Turkey to prevent that from happening. And now Joe spotted in the bottom lane, taking the XP crab. To a certain degree, Apex 47 is also doing a pretty good job. TNZ finds Witty, knows that there's no kill angle. Turtle spawn spot.
Yeah, looking at the turtle right now. Looks like TNZ is out of the fight there. And Rosa gets a kill onto Witty.
Good stuff. And he takes the turtle away. Rosa takes everything into his own hands.
It looks like Rosa really needed that 10-minute break. Because look at this, he's performing on the far side, now on the Lunox. And Team Turkey, they're not losing by 1,000 gold in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and they have completed the first step in dealing with this Angela draft, right? Deny turtle, deny kills. Aran needs the help of their hard guards, and TNZ a lot more comfortable in his own environment. And Joe again missing the timing. Will get the XP crab as a consolation prize, but Turkey is handling this very well.
And right now, Witty uses Unbreakable onto Apex 47. Gotta be careful in case the Iron Hook comes in, hits onto Witty.
And Rosa should have the damage with the Darkening, and it's just piercing through Witty. The hard guard even used, but it didn't matter.
And we can see some hesitation there, because Ezekiel will be like, if I do this, can you survive? Is it even really worth it? And then he uses it just a little bit too late. Earlier, maybe able to save him out. And you can even just cancel it so that you're not in trouble yourself. So Indonesia is starting things a little bit rough here. Team Turkey has clear momentum.
I mean, Rosa has, you know, like 2 kills already. So that's not going to be easy, you know. 2 kills straight for the Lunox in the early game. It accelerates the gameplay and it makes it even hard to manage. Lunar uses the Petrify Black Dragon form a bit late. Tries to trade Rayhead's kill, but wasn't able to do so. So it's going to be a tough situation to manage. AOG drops in. Apex 47 will have to take the brunt and the fall for it. Rosa brilliances to safety. IESF kill finds the kill. But Rosa looking to run away. Good Witty with the tank. Forces out the flicker and Cyclone Knife from Rosa. Turkey taking a bit of the fall, but still able to cut losses.
All right. Taking over for LaFell for a short moment here. I have no idea what's going on because I haven't been paying attention. But it's okay because we're all here for a good time anyway. Game number 5, Turtle, gonna be secured by Team Indonesia. Looking at they're actually trying to fight.
Not a problem there for Witty, right? Still. I think without Rosa, you won't have the output yet to take him down. Welcome back, by the way.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting
so you did think it through of staying until the end?
Stuff just happened.
Stuff just happened.
So what have I been missing? What's the state of the game right now for me and everyone else?
Well, whoever wins this gets some prize pool.
No, I mean like the game itself. We know that. We know what's going on. I mean, outside the game.
I would
in
say,
the game.
yeah, well, Turkey is being very comfortable, right? You can comfortable in their skin, but also very comfortable with how the game is going. I think they have adapted to what Indonesia is bringing to the table. The Lunos getting 2 kills in the early game definitely makes it feel a lot better.
That is true. Wow, 2 kills. Oh, that's a hook.
Witty gets pulled back, very durable, but cannot survive Phantom Execution. That's TNZ finding one. Lunar, gets a Furious Dive. Baran is bleeding out. Black Dragon form is enough with the help of Rosa. Even cuts through the Vengeance. Hesku, he wants one in return, but Rosa lets him eat the damage from Brilliant's double kill for Lunox.
Team Turkiyye definitely coming on top right now, and looks like they found Kabuki as well.
Right to the chest, TNZ with his second.
Looks like you weren't kidding about Team Turkiyye looking even more comfortable. Their victory in game number 4 certainly gave them the momentum they needed. And they are aware they are this close from placing on the podium. The Angela pick on the side of Team Indonesia means their scaling may come into question the longer the game goes as well.
Because what we sort of set up early on where it feels like a throwback, a deja vu to game 1 where you have Angela on Indonesia, you have Franco for Turkiyye, Dangerous Grass. Apex 47's impact has been pretty good. Well, that's a lot of commitment just for that Franco. Sigibon will try to bail him out of this, but he still goes down. And now, Lunar barely escapes thanks to the Furious Dive. But I think Turkiyye not too disheartened about that.
Yeah, definitely not. As long as they can maintain the gold lead moving forward, they'll still be in a very comfortable position since they will have the Lunox and the Lancelot to scale into the late game. Now, Indonesia will largely need to play together, and we can see that they are positioning to take advantage of that, but Turkiyye still want this.
Finds the taunt onto Sigibon. He flickers away and survives from now. Trim and Petrify! Lunar! Really putting the work in. Witty down low, and there's going to be TNZ finding a killing spree. Brilliant for Rosa to survive. Kabuki chased away. They turn around and switch targets onto Joe, forcing Hesku to get out of that as well. A run on the run. Apex 47 with the hook, and TNZ has a mega kill.
Truly living up to the name right now. This man is the Apex Predator. And Indonesia, I don't really know what the decision-making was there. What was the call? Why did they chase so far, go under the tower, and then give up their positioning over the Lord? A great Petrify from Lunar too meant that they were completely punished for that one. They lost the turtle. The scaling is really building up. This is not looking too good.
Not at all. Even Sigibon just eats the full damage. Doesn't get the hook, the drag back in, so that's a saving grace, I guess, for Joe and Hesku. But now these bushes are a lot more dangerous because Apex 47 has been on the money with those hooks. Turkish Delight again into a bloody hunt. Finding execution. Witty desperately trying to hold on but cannot withstand TNZ.
If the TNZ still diving.
Thorn Rose. Good footwork, Kabuki. Saying a prayer there. No Black Dragon form for Turkiyye. Mid-tier 2 will go down.
Ooh, that was close. The hook almost landed on Aran. Is able to avoid that. But if Witty, who is one of the tankier members of Indonesia, is melting that quickly, we know that Rosa is farmed. And the more Rosa holds on to this snowball, the more space that Turkiyye gets to continue pushing their lead forward. Looking at itemization, they're actually playing this very offensively. Apex 47 with the first item, Winter Crown, not even bothering to buy defense items because he knows that he's in a perfectly fine state. Even a potential fleeting time after. Oh, Rosa!
Can they kill him? Nope. Brilliance. Quick way out. Last Insanity. Not a problem. Rosa disengages.
A pick off there would have been crucial for Team Indonesia. If they can shut down this Lunox, they buy themselves precious minutes. But Rosa has been popping off so far. He's not going to make that mistake. So it is a question of why he was that far up in the first place. With multiple ultimates utilized on Indonesia, Turkiyye actually have an even easier time securing this Lord. Apex 47, no tank items, and he alone just needs to stand there to keep Indonesia out of their own jungle.
Worth mentioning that Rosa also picked up the Wishing Lantern during his great escape. Okay, that hook goes wide. Apex 47 has a Winter Crown. Just goes fleeing time. And Winter Crown right now. They're gonna pull back onto Kabuki. Oh my goodness, Aran, where did you go? Witty disintegrates. Rosa is unstoppable. They commit the Black Dragon form from Lunar at the cost of Apex.
Apex goes down, but the Winter Crown buys enough time for them to get the I'm Offended, pull in, and then the blow up on Aran and Witty. Now, Indonesia being able to get any trade at this point is actually not too bad for them considering the goal difference we're looking at. But Turkiyye are feeling it. You can see them. They're taunting in the face of their opponents. The Lord is pushing in now.
This is the most confident we've seen Turkiyye in the entire tournament. Siggyboom not able to get the pull back, but it is fine. No structural damage, or substantial one at least for Indonesia to get a very straightforward base defense. Inhibitors all stand. 7.7k goal lead for Turkiyye.
Something big needs to happen here, Team Indonesia. Remember the stakes. This is the last game of a best-of-5 series for that third placing. If you lose this, you walk away from WEC, making it through this entire journey without a share of the prize pool. Definitely not a good feeling. In terms of damage done as well, Rosa obviously dominating the top of the charts, but the only person really being able to put out a bit of a fair place is Kabuki on this X-Borg. And he can no longer feel safe about standing in front too. The burst damage from Team Turkiyye is sufficient to actually blast that Viraga armor off straight away. They have to play together, but even when they are grouped up, it's not sufficient. This would normally be the counterplay to something like a Franco, but it isn't sufficient. Fleeting time, down completed, Apex and going for even more plays.
Siggyboom wanted more, but only found one. The Don't Run Wolf King actually controls 3 of them though. Another commitment from the side of Indonesia, but only ends in the death of Aran. The Black Dragon form is out as well. Lunar zoning the rest of Indonesia away. Winnie goes down. And Turkiyye looking to continue that damage. Siggyboom comes in with the pullback. Yehezkiel does survive that. Minion wave still a bit of a distance away, but Indonesia unable to show resistance at all. They have the hard guard on Kabuki. But the plan is going with the last insanity. They're all clumped up together, but Turkiyye could win the crown from Apex 47. Siggyboom with a pullback. Joe is gone. TNZ goes to world right through Kabuki.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at what could be the greatest upset of the entire tournament right here. So many times Team Turkiyye could have been picked off right there. They were even baiting Indonesia into the fight. They know how much of a lead they have, and they were not punished for it at all. Apex was the only person to go down, but Franco isn't really worth all that much. 12 minutes in, 9k goal lead in favor of Team Turkiyye. Rosa still undefeated, 607 on the Lunox. This is Turkiyye's late game core, completely enabled off of early game snowballing. And TNZ's no slouch either. Team Indonesia hasn't been able to put farm in on Joe and their other heroes who are meant to be able to create the space necessary for them through the early to mid game are just not relevant at all.
More than 10k goal lead, and the second Lord about to march onto the map. Indonesia might be on their last legs, to be very honest, and I agree, this could be the biggest upset of this tournament. A podium finish from Turkiyye would be a glorious finisher to what has been one of the more rocky journeys in the entire tournament. They're the only one that came into the playoffs, or at least into the top 4, without a perfect record. They have dropped games in the group stage.
Team Turkiyye has been quite the stalwart presence in the scene for a while. It's not too big of a surprise that they'd be able to get a podium finish at an international tourney eventually, but the biggest surprise is that it may come at the expense of Team Indonesia. Of all regions in the world, one of the most decorated, currently staring down the face of the barrel. Lord's pushing in. Let's see if Team Turkiyye can do it.
They find a pullback on the Kabuki. Braga armor actually stays. Rosa not able to blow it up, but TNZ looking for a freestyle moment. Yehezkiel forced back. Good iframes with the Thorn roll. TNZ gets jumped on. Immortality is down. Pull back on the Winnie. TNZ looks to get out and he escapes. Winnie on the chase. Finds the taunt. Luna zones away the rest of Indonesia as TNZ is legendary. Aran now next on the list. And Apex will grab him back. Kabuki explodes. But Siggyboom is in. Turkiyye looking to march it down. The Crescent Warriors, through doubts and trials, tribulations, have completed the conquest. A podium finish at the WEC 25. Team Turkiyye are your bronze medalists.
Team Turkiyye has made a statement to the world of Mobile Legends. It does not matter your history. It does not matter your accolades. In this era, anything is possible. Team Indonesia concludes their WEC journey in 4th place. We have 2 new podium finishes guaranteed.
slightly short of last year's performance where they finished third, but for Turkey, the Crescent Soldiers, they've definitely set a new milestone for themselves. The Turkish definitely delighted with this performance. They clip the wings of the Garuda and take over the skies themselves. To land or sky, Turkey is the one that you remember tonight. With that being said, congratulations to Team Turkey. Let's head over to the stage with Rose and Turkey.
Starting off with a shaky performance, but that all led them to a podium finish. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your bronze medalist this WEC 2025, Team Turkey! Guys, congratulations. I know that this is not the result that you guys expected, but nonetheless, you guys are still our bronze medalists. How did you guys boost back your morale after losing just the match before this?
Aslında Endonezya'ya karşı ilk aşamada da gerçekten ilk maçlarda da çok zorlandık ve çok kötü maçlar geçirdik ama birlikte toplandık ve birbirimize destek vermeye devam ettik. Hep birlikte draft attık ve durumu düzelttik ve sonuçta bu böyle bir şekilde sona erdi.
At the first matches, we didn't play well. I mean, he said we did well, but after we lose 2 matches to Indonesia, we speak together, we draft together, and we win.
Yeah, hard work definitely comes into play. Now, perhaps, what is the biggest lesson that you guys learned in this tournament that you guys could potentially apply in the upcoming tournaments that you guys have?
Bence bu turnuvadan öğrenebileceğimiz en iyi ders kesinlikle hiçbir rakibimizi küçük görmemek ve her rakibimize en iyi şekilde karşılarına çıkmak. Çünkü herhangi bir şekilde küçük veya gördüğünüz zaman veya hafife aldığınız zaman gerçekten hiç beklemediğiniz şeyler yaşayabiliyorsunuz.
He said, do not underestimate anyone.
I agree with that. Never ever underestimate your opponents because that could lead to overconfidence and such. As you end your journey here in the WEC as our bronze medalist, Sigiboom, is there anything you have to say to the fans and your fellow countrymen that have supported you guys in this journey?
Bizi destekledikleri için teşekkür ederiz. Çok iyi performans göstermemiş olabiliriz ama ileriki turnuvalarda size söz veriyoruz.
He said, thank you for supporting us. We know we didn't perform well, but we will do better at other tournaments.
Thank you very much, Team Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is your bronze medalist. Congratulations, boys, to everybody here and to everybody watching from all over the world. Don't go anywhere because in a few more moments, we will kickstart our grand finale. But before that, let us throw it back to the casters to momentarily give us a full rundown on this full crazy series.
Thank you very much, Rose, Rosa, and Sigiboom. Congratulations once more to Team Turkey on the bronze finish in the WEC 25. And there's one thing we can be sure, Sadafa, this is not going to be the last time we see them.
Definitely not. I imagine the momentum and energy that an achievement like this has provided will fuel them for many tournaments to come. And I'm very eager to see what kind of growth we can expect from them after they have officially made it to the podium for the very first time. Team Indonesia, a very unexpected result to have their journey end here. But there have definitely been some questionable decisions made in terms of their drafting and their approach to the game.
Yeah, more so, I think, when given a draft that they definitely have practice with, it's the... Is it fair to say it's tunnel visioning? there were definitely moments where you sort of like chain feed into the machine. I can respect the attempt from Indonesia. They've gotten some wombo combos off, but giving Rosa a 2-kill lead in the beginning is definitely one of the factors that Turkey were able to kind of accelerate the game.
Yeah, that is step one to disaster. Because when you are playing an Angela composition, you want to supercharge one of your players.
Yeah.
This is typically going to be CC, for example. So you want to focus hard guard onto Iran, make sure you win out that lane as much as possible, and then you use that snowball to carry you into the later stages. A lot of that kind of goes down the drain though if your opponent is the one getting that snowball instead, especially the mid laner who is capable of countering hard guard with that max HP damage.
Can go invulnerable. You have a ton of crowd control as well, and the Franco was the icing on the cake, right? Franco was the reason that they made a comeback in game 1, and is the reason that one of the main reasons that they closed out the series with a victorious moment at the end. Hall of Famers on your screens. We have TNZ, of course, as the richest guy, the gold hunter. Rosa, the GOAT, greatest of all time. All hail the Thorn Queen. Witty as the tanker, and Apex 47, of course, on the Franco. It's the best support.
It's always such a pleasure to see a good Franco player on a stage as big as this. Landing those hooks is always such a cathartic feeling. And Team Turkey were able to take advantage of a very strong start to allow Apex 47 to buy very aggressive itemization. Didn't have to rely on grabbing an early dominance or just go for defensive. Immediately Winter Crown into fleeting time, and he can maximize it by playing super aggressive, using the Winter Crown to buy time, sacrificing himself and setting up for his squad.
Yeah, the last time we sort of, saw the last break that they had, right, between game 3 and 4, there was definitely some serious talk amongst the players, and it really woke them up, right? Like even Rosa said that they started drafting and talking together like a team. They reset the mental, didn't let the losses hit them hard, and they came back swinging with a comfort Ube strat, the Ube-ish strat in game 4, and then Rosa closes out as an MVP in both game 4 and 5. 4 as the Farsa, 5 as the Lunox.
I kind of wish we got to see a little bit more of this mode of Team Turkey. It feels like they were experimenting with different strategies throughout WEC, but you can tell that this is where they're most comfortable. This is where they're most practiced. And that experience really shines through. We can see in the highlights itself the sheer difference in micro mechanics and aggression because they know how this works.
Yeah, this kind of stings too because you lost the turtle to the brilliance tick damage, but we also saw how Indonesia started really having a lot of focus in trying to make individual plays, right, to bring themselves back into the game. And I think this is a very good example of the beginning of the end where the fight gets split up, and Turkey, I think credits to Lunar, his first game as the Yuzong in this best of 5 wasn't really the best, but this game as the Yuzong is landing some sick petrified counter engages. His Black Dragon form was keeping Indonesia away, and just a great Yuzong game, a scary Yuzong game.
It's a great redemption here from Lunar, who has always shown good potential and is finally able to show it since he has the space to perform. Zigibum as well, getting some really nice I'm offended catches. When a Ruby is farmed, you just see how much he's able to sustain and stay in fights. Indonesia tried to play for the original game plan, which is to split the fight apart, take advantage of having multiple fighters, but when you're behind, you kind of have to switch things up.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there really isn't an alternative way for Team Indonesia with that draft. It was a ticking time bomb and it blew up right in their face. So once again, Indonesia unfortunately will finish in 4th place, just like one position short of the podium. They won't be getting any share of the prize pool, but Team Turkey, this is a new milestone, right? They only made it to top 10, if I remember correctly, last year, but to finish in top 3 in WEC 25, the Turkish has to be happy with this.
A big step up and definitely something that they should be proud of, something that they've worked hard to deserve, and also very unexpected from all of us watching, all of us predicting before the tournament started, just as unexpected as me showing up to replace LaFell was. But it's okay, right? We embrace the unexpected, we welcome it. And what a great way to set things up for the grand finals.
Yeah, and we have so much more in store. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that was just a bronze match. We still have a grand finals coming up, a best of 5 between Team Malaysia and Team Cambodia. And Team Malaysia has a chance to go for the back-to-back. We'll go on a short break and we will be back for the grand finals of WEC 25.
To be in the zone, Gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata
wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tip like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Rp100.000 udah bisa buat tahun baru bareng keluarga. Ini kunciannya. Yuk buat sosis dan bakso bakar pedas. Nonton terus videonya sampai selesai untuk tahu cara bikin yang